Chapter 275, The Blood Moon Hotel. Chapter 275, The Blood Moon Hotel. This is the only hotel in this city. A plaque like this hangs on the lintel of the door. The hotel must be unusual. Jian Wushuang thought while walking into the hotel. An attendant immediately came to greet him. "Patron, are you here for accommodation or a meal?" the attendant asked with a smile. "How many purple crystal spiritual liquid does it cost for one night?" Jian Wushuang said casually. 10 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid for one night, the attendant answered smilingly. Really expensive. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but sigh. Experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm used purple crystal spiritual liquid for exchange. Ordinary experts of the initial Yin Void Realm owned about 100 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid. If they stayed here for a night, it would cost 10% of all their possessions. It was expensive indeed. Expensive? The attendant shook his head with a smile. Even one of our stools is worth a drop of purple crystal spiritual liquid. If someone messes up here and breaks our tables and stools, he would pay 100 times of that. That is to say, he will pay 100 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid for a stool. Tables deserve more. Pay 1,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid for a broken table, not to mention wine pots or wine bowls, so it doesn't cost you much for a night. If someone starts a fierce fight in our hotel, he must pay quite more than that. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. One needed to pay 100 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid if one broke a stool. Who would dare to fight in this hotel? There's total chaos in the Tang dynasty. Is there anyone that will pay? Jian Wushuang asked casually. You must have just arrived at the Tang dynasty, so you don't know our Tang dynasty. The attendant smiled. Yes, our Tang dynasty is famous for slaughter and doesn't have any bottom line. Actually, it depends on a rule, the law of the jungle. Our Blood Moon Hotel is strong, so those that have a fierce fight in our hotel will have to pay for it. Of course, our hotel is also afraid of some top experts. They can refuse to pay, especially those experts on the Blood Moon list. What is the Blood Moon list? Jian Wushuang asked with curiosity. The Blood Moon list is a strength ranking list based on the information collected by our Blood Moon Hotel. 1,000 experts from 21 large prefectures in the whole Tang dynasty are ranked on this list. The weakest is at the peak of the Yang Void Realm, while the strongest is an expert of the Saint Realm. They're the real top experts in the Tang dynasty, the attendant answered. 1,000 experts? Jian Wushuang was shocked. I knew the Blood Moon list was similar to the Earthly Dragon list and Heavenly Dragon list of the Tianzong dynasty, but the Blood Moon list was not based on realm, but strength and cultivation. Moreover, there were 1,000 experts on the list. In comparison, the number of people on the Earthly Dragon list and Heavenly Dragon list was just over 100. Patron, if you're interested in the Blood Moon list, you can spend some purple crystal spiritual liquid on it. It costs 1,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid, the attendant said with a smile. Okay, give me a copy of it. Jian Wushuang nodded. He would slaughter in the Tang dynasty, so he needed a good understanding of the 1,000 top experts of the Tang dynasty. For an expert of exceptional Yin Void Realm, 1,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid would be all their possessions, but it meant nothing for Jian Wushuang, since several experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm had died in his hands. The attendant gave Jian Wushuang a thick copy of the list. Jian Wushuang started to read it carefully. It only recorded the 1,000 top experts' brief introduction, such as names, cultivation of spiritual power, and impressive battle results. But Jian Wushuang spent 2 hours reading it thoroughly. Jian Wushuang could not help but acclaim. There are too many experts. The Tang dynasty lives up to its name as the top empire of the Nanyang continent. Among the 1,000 experts, there were 26 experts of the Saint Realm. The experts at the half-saint level accounted for 118 of the total number. Others had reached the peak of the Yang Void Realm, and quite a few experts had comprehended the origin. Experts of the Saint Realm and the half-saint level definitely belong to the top in the whole Nanyang continent, but in the Tang dynasty, there are a large number of such top experts. Jian Wushuang was shocked indeed. There were only a few experts of the Saint Realm and the half-saint realm in the top sects, such as the Wilderness Sword Sect and the Daluo Heaven Sect. Yet the Tang dynasty had 26 experts of the Saint Realm. What did this mean? It was no wonder that Wang Yuan had said the Tang dynasty was much more powerful than the 8 top sects, and even Alchemy School and Holy Emperor Palace held it in awe. In fact, most of the half-saint experts or experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm and Tang dynasty came from the old sects in the Nanyang continent. The Tang dynasty was considered as a place for training. Those who wanted to break through to the Saint Realm came here, so the Tang dynasty had a considerable number of experts. It's awesome. The Blood Moon list is really awesome. Jian Wushuang acclaimed. Since this list is made by the Blood Moon Hotel and holds absolute authority, the Blood Moon Hotel must be the top force in the Tang dynasty. The Earthly Dragon list and Heavenly Dragon list was set by Golden Dragon Palace, the first overlord in the Tianzong dynasty. After all, people were only convinced of the lists made by the real powerful forces. The Blood Moon Hotel could compile it, which proved its strength. That was why the Blood Moon Hotel dared to hang such a plaque. Besides the experts of the Saint Realm and the half-saint experts, most of the 1,000 experts are at the peak of the Yang Void Realm and might be stronger than Mo Lingtian and Chen Feng that I had a fight with. I wonder what ranking I will have on the Blood Moon list? Jian Wushuang thought with expectation. At this moment, the footsteps came over. Then a purple-clothed woman surrounded by a group of figures stepped inside. After walking into the hotel, the purple-clothed woman looked around and immediately fixed her eyes on Jian Wushuang. Chapter 276, You Will Die. Chapter 276, You Will Die. I'm Dongyu from the Bloodseeker Gang, the purple-clothed woman said while staring at Jian Wushuang. Oh. Jian Wushuang looked toward her. Dongyu had reached the Yang Void Realm and was accompanied by several experts of the Yin Void Realm. I heard that you killed Qingling and Qinghai with one stroke. I know you're powerful, so I came to invite you to join our Bloodseeker Gang, Dongyu said directly. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his brow and immediately asked, Who is the leader of your Bloodseeker Gang? Our leader is Bloodseeker Xiao Gang. Everyone around Devil Heart City knows him, Dongyu replied with a hint of pride. After hearing this name, Jian Wushuang shook his head. He had an excellent memory, so he had already memorized the 1,000 top experts' names after reading through the list. Obviously, there was no one called Xiao Gang. Jian Wushuang could not take Xiao Gang seriously, because the man had not climbed into the list. Sorry, I'm not interested. Jian Wushuang refused straightforwardly. Dongyu looked disappointed and said again, You must know that Qingling and Qinghai belong to the Hungry Wolf Gang. Based on their history, they will come to pick a fight with you. I've seen the experts of the Hungry Wolf Gang outside when I came here. If you go with me, you might have a chance to survive. Or, you will die as soon as you step outside. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled. I desperately want to know how I will die. Since you've made up your mind, I don't need to persuade you. See you. Dongyu immediately left with her people. You should have accepted her invitation, the attendant said. She is right. The Hungry Wolf Gang is quite powerful in Devil Heart City. It is led by 6 leaders, and all of them are experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm, so they're extremely aggressive. If you kill their people, they will definitely kill you. So you'd better join the Bloodseeker Gang, which can fight against the Hungry Wolf Gang. All of the 6 chiefs are at the peak of the Yang Void Realm? I wonder how many experts they have on the list? Jian Wushuang asked casually. None. The attendant shook his head. On hearing that, Jian Wushuang gave a faint smile without saying a word. He took out a pot of wine from his interspatial ring and drank alone. After an hour, he was about to leave the Blood Moon Hotel. Good luck, the attendant said. Jian Wushuang smiled. The moment he walked out of the hotel, he immediately perceived that he was targeted by many people. Waiting to kill me, Jian Wushuang thought with a faint smile on his face. The Blood Moon Hotel enjoyed unusual status in the whole Tang dynasty. When he had stayed in the hotel, experts of the Hungry Wolf Gang did not dare to start a fight. If they broke a stool, they would pay 100 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid, so they were afraid that a fierce fight would cost too much. Once Jian Wushuang left the hotel, the experts of the Hungry Wolf Gang would not have such concerns. Missed the chance to live? Now, let's see how he courts death. Under the eaves of a shabby house, Dong Yu and some experts of the Bloodseeker Gang stood there and fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang. Crack! As the crack of the wine bowl explosion came out, dozens of figures appeared around Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang was targeted by their killing intent. Dozens of strokes slashed toward Jian Wushuang. When he raised his head, he found himself being blocked by those figures and had no opportunity to escape. In fact, he did not need to escape. The triple-kill sword on Jian Wushuang's back was unsheathed, with a blast of roaring sword essence. Then a streak of sword light shone so brightly that the attackers could not help but close their eyes. The streak of sword light easily passed by the attackers. Pong, 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 pong. Those attackers fell one by one and were instantly killed. Chew, chew, chew. The three blasts of sound pierced the air, as if they converged into one. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and suddenly stepped back. 3 strokes just passed by him, crashed into the ground, and immediately exploded. Jian Wushuang found that these were 3 hidden arrows. With black liquid on the arrow tips, these arrows were highly toxic. Hee, how clever. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and disappeared instantly. The next moment, boom. Like a bomb, a figure violently hit the ground in the center of the street. It was a short and thin man who looked gloomy. The man held a bow. Obviously, the 3 toxic arrows were shot by him. Are these all you can do? Anything else? It was Jian Wushuang's voice. Boom. Behind his back, the void suddenly split and a giant axe of raging fire slashed toward Jian Wushuang. An expert at the peak of the Yang Void realm still needs to attack sneakily? Jian Wushuang had a faint smile and turned around to block it. Pong! A loud boom made the strong man who held the giant axe retreat, while Jian Wushuang was still standing there. What? The strong man was shocked when he saw Jian Wushuang easily block his stroke. He's the 6th leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang? Dong Yu and other experts of the Bloodseeker Gang were startled. The peak of the Yang Void realm. You must be a chief of the Hungry Wolf Gang? Jian Wushuang looked toward the strong men with cold eyes. Your Hungry Wolf Gang is really great, but sorry, you pissed off the wrong man. As soon as he finished his words, Jian Wushuang had already disappeared. Where? The strong man kept vigilant for a sudden attack. The moment a cold streak of sword shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, the strong man immediately waved his giant axe to block it with his full strength. However, the streak of sword shadow changed into 3 strokes. When he managed to block only one of them, the other 2 strokes pierced his chest and belly. You dare to kill me? The strong man widened his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. My brother will take revenge for me. Your brother? I'll give him a chance. Jian Wushuang wore a cold smile, which was as cruel as a blade. Chapter 277. The Killing Begins. Chapter 277. The Killing Begins. Jian Wushuang slowly walked down the street, leaving piles of corpses behind him. The warriors who had been watching the fighting along street were horrified, including members of the Bloodseeker Gang. They thought that as soon as Jian Wushuang left Blood Moon Hotel, he would die. But now, the 6th leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang, an expert in the peak of the Yang Void realm, was killed. The Hungry Wolf Gang. Jian Wushuang slowly moved on while repeating the name in his heart. There are 6 experts in the peak of the Yang Void realm in this gang, but none of them is on the Blood Moon list. They are not a threat to me. Now that they provoked me, I don't mind wiping them out here and now. Since I just arrived in the Tang Dynasty, I'll take the Hungry Wolf Gang as my first target. The night witnessed a horrible scene in a large courtyard in the center of Devil Heart City, which was also the Hungry Wolf Gang's lair. Several corpses lay on the ground in the courtyard, and among them was the tall man who had been killed by Jian Wushuang. The young man is in his early 20s and only in the initial Yang Void realm, but he has killed so many experts of our gang and even killed sixth brother, a stout man with tan skin and brown hair said, staring down at the corpses. His eyes were grim and cold. He is so young yet so powerful. He must be a talented disciple of those old sects, a real genius. Nevertheless, no matter what background he has, it won't help him in the Tang dynasty. How dare he kill sixth bro? Find him right now. Get him and kill him even if you turn the city upside down, shouted the brown-haired man. Yes, sir, the members of the gang responded immediately. Suddenly, no need to find me. An emotionless voice echoed in the yard, and with the sound appeared a figure in black. I'm the one you're looking for. Jian Wushuang gazed at the experts of the Hungry Wolf gang with his cold voice echoing across the whole yard. From today on, there will be no Hungry Wolf gang. How arrogant. Kill him. The brown-haired man roared. The other experts of the Hungry Wolf gang immediately leaped toward Jian Wushuang like real wolves. Jian Wushuang squinted at those experts, the triple kill sword trembling feverishly in his hand. The killing begins. While Jian Wushuang was fighting with the experts of the Hungry Wolf gang, two figures passed by the top of the void above them. They looked very strong and happened to be passing by Devil Heart City. Just as soon as they arrived, they were immediately attracted by the fighting. They looked down, observing the fighting below. But in their eyes, it was more like a slaughter than a fight. They saw a young man in black, who was bursting with an overwhelming killing intent under the siege of many warriors. With the flashes of the sword sweeping out, the man killed one Hungry Wolf gang expert every time the sword flashed. The two figures slowed down involuntarily. One of them was a demonic youth in a purple robe. When he gazed at the slaughtering below, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. But the other one looked indifferent. How interesting. This young man is just in the initial Yang Void realm, but he killed so many experts under siege. Not only that, there are 5 experts in the peak of Yang Void realm among his opponents, the purple-robed youth said with excitement. Even if it's us that were being attacked by so many experts, we couldn't be as calm as him. He is very powerful, said the emotionless man in a low voice. You're right. The youth nodded with a strong fighting desire in his eyes. I'd love to fight with him. The people in the Tang dynasty were so crazy about killing, and many of them were lunatics keen for battle. This purple-robed youth was one of them. The slaughter in the courtyard was drawing to an end. Jian Wushuang's killing intent filled the air. His black clothes turned red with blood, and around him lay dense corpses. The Hungry Wolf gang possessed many experts, but it was exterminated by Jian Wushuang in a short while. Even the chiefs of the gang and the several experts at the peak of the Yang Void realm were also killed by him. Jian Wushuang showed no mercy to these people. He once experienced the test of the illusory realm of slaughter in his ancestors' land. That slaughter was much more frenzied than this one, but he still persevered in his way of killing. As for these people, none of them was innocent, as many lives had been lost at their hands during their adventure and killing. Thus, Jian Wushuang felt no guilt about killing them. You two have been watching for so long. It's time to come out. Jian Wushuang suddenly raised his head up and said. The two men above the void dived down and showed up in front of Jian Wushuang. They had both reached the peak of the Yang Void realm, and the killing intent of the purple-robed demonic youth was particularly strong. It's very powerful of you to destroy a gang all by yourself, especially one under the charge of several experts at the peak of the Yang Void realm, said the purple-robed youth with a smile. Just SOSO. What do you want from me? Jian Wushuang asked impassively. Haha, it's hard to come across an expert like you who's strong enough to be listed in the Blood Moon list. I can't let you go before we have a fight, said the purple-robed youth with a grin. Oh. Squinting his eyes, Jian Wushuang was not surprised. There were so many crazy people in the Tang dynasty that it was normal for a warlike man to challenge an expert he met. After finishing his speech, the purple-robed youth rushed toward Jian Wushuang like a purple thunderbolt. Just in a moment, the thunderbolt crossed over 30 meters and came up close to Jian Wushuang, cracking the void in front of him and revealing a stone cudgel surrounded with thunderbolt power. Boom! Boom. The power kept surging and rushing. So fast, Jian Wushuang was shocked, but he retreated quickly the moment the stone cudgel chopped toward him. The cudgel eventually smashed the void. Seeing this, the purple-robed youth smiled grimly, and in an instant, a giant thunder dragon came out of the cudgel and dashed toward Jian Wushuang roaring. Oh! Jian Wushuang's heart pounded. He was quite amazed at the purple-robed youth's strength. Though he hasn't comprehended the origin, he is very excellent in comprehending the thunderbolt essence. What's more, his cultivation method and skills not only are quite superb, but also performed with thunderbolt power. Thus, he is absolutely as strong as the experts who had comprehended the origin and were in the peak of the Yang Void realm. Jian Wushuang looked grim. He drew back hastily, but the dragon kept chasing him. Chapter 278, An Invitation. Chapter 278, An Invitation. With a leap, Jian Wushuang landed on the roof, and the thunder dragon quickly followed him. Crack! The dragon swept over the roof, and under its powerful attack, the roof was smashed into pieces. After rapidly flying around the rooftop, Jian Wushuang returned to the purple-robed youth. With a terrifying killing intent, Jian Wushuang slashed at the youth with his sword, his great power behind it. The purple-robed youth remained calm and brandished the stone cudgel once more. With a rumbling boom, the thunderbolt's power exploded fiercely, and yet, the cudgel was knocked away by Jian Wushuang's sword. As soon as Jian Wushuang beat back the youth, he found that the emotionless man was upon him before he could attack the youth further. All at once, a shaft of black light appeared which quickly transformed into a thread, both chilling and terrifying. Seeing the black light, Jian Wushuang could not help but frown. He instantly stamped the ground with his feet. Where he stamped, the ground would crackle. He suddenly retreated back, and at the same time, raised the triple-kill sword. With this move, a towering giant appeared behind him out of thin air, wielding a sword of its own, which proceeded to attack the two. The strike was so powerful that the youth and the emotionless man were both shocked and were forced to defend themselves at the same time. Bang! The powerful roar echoed between heaven and earth. The whole of Devil Heart City trembled at that very moment. Whoosh! 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 3 flowing lights fell back all at once and stood firm in the void, their positions set in 3 different directions. Sword in one hand, Jian Wushuang stared the other 2 down impassively. His eyes, however, glittered with excitement. The purple-robed youth was burning with the pure desire for battle, but after a moment, he was able to control that desire, suppressing it. That's enough. Stop the fighting, the emotionless man said, and then looked at Jian Wushuang. Gentlemen, we meant no harm. My brother was simply born too warlike for his own good, unable to suppress his desire for battle, but it certainly doesn't go as far as to the death. The purple-robed youth gave Jian Wushuang a grin. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, then nodded himself. He had noticed that as well. These 2 men fought against him with plenty of restraint. It had become obvious through their blows that neither had intended to fight seriously. Since that's the case, both of you are free to leave, Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice. However, the 2 didn't move. You are a truly mighty expert. In a one-on-one fight, my brother and I alone are no match for you, said the emotionless man. With such strength, your name must be mentioned quite often in the Tang dynasty. Yet I'm confused about which one on the Blood Moon list should be you. Blood Moon list? Jian Wushuang shook his head. I arrived in the Tang dynasty today, so I am not on the list. Oh, their eyes lit up. Then your name? Asked the emotionless man. Swordsman, replied Jian Wushuang. Swordsman? The emotionless man nodded and said, I am Bei Mu, and my brother is called Lung Yang. Both of us come from the Heartless sect. Bei Mu and Lung Yang? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had seen those names on the Blood Moon list before. Lung Yang had been ranked 864th on the list. Bei Mu had been ranked 713th on the list. The 2 had both been outstanding experts with rather high rankings on the list. No wonder they are so strong. They turned out to be the experts on the Blood Moon list. Jian Wushuang thought with approving admiration. There were so many experts within this dynasty that an ordinary expert in the peak of the Yang Void Realm was not worth mentioning. After all, he had killed 6 of them just in one day. But it was another story for the experts in the same realm on the Blood Moon list. They were much stronger than the former. Just like the warriors of the Gold Core realm on the Earthly Dragon list of the Tianzong dynasty, the warriors on the Blood Moon list could best all the others who had achieved the same tier. The same was true of the experts at the peak of the Yang Void realm on the Blood Moon list. Swordsman, you seem to be a bit stronger than even us. To stay in such a small city is nothing short of wasting your many talents, said Beimu, looking at Jian Wushuang. As I see it, you might as well follow us to the Heartless Sect, he continued, since our sect is one of the 4 great powers in the Skywave Prefecture. Besides, there's a raging battle with another force ongoing. You can display your talent to its fullest if you were to go there. The Heartless Sect? Upon hearing the name, Jian Wushuang immediately recalled a person, the Master of Heartless Sect, a half-saint expert who was ranked 118th on the Blood Moon list. So, what do you think? Both Bei Mu and Long Yang both appeared confident, likely expecting a positive reply. Since their sect had recently been fighting a fierce battle with another great force, they certainly had an urgent need for more experts. Since that was the case, any experts that qualified to be on the Blood Moon list, such as Jian Wushuang, would undoubtedly be well received. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, I shall follow you. Hearing this, Bei Mu and Long Yang glanced at one another with satisfied grins before turning back to Jian Wushuang with happy smiles on their faces. How soon can you depart? Asked Bei Mu. Please wait for a moment. I'll be ready to leave soon, Jian Wushuang answered. Okay. Bei Mu and Long Yang waited where they were while Jian Wushuang left for the void nearby. In a modest room in the Devil Heart City, a black-robed youth leaned on a corner drinking. Suddenly, with a long sword upon his back, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the youth. The black-robed youth raised his head, revealing a face as same as Jian Wushuang's. Through sheer force of will, Jian Wushuang and the youth soon merged into a single body. No one knew that the man who had slaughtered the Hungry Wolf Gang and later fought both Bei Mu and Long Yang to a standstill had just been a slaughtered doppelganger of Jian Wushuang. As for himself, he had been in that room since the very beginning. Jian Wushuang slowly swayed the wine pot. Bei Mu is right. Destroying the strongest gang in the Devil Heart City, the Hungry Wolf Gang, was so easy for me. I can't put my talent to use here at all. But the Heartless Sect, it's one of the 4 great powers in the Skywave Prefecture. There is an average of 50 experts on the Blood Moon list for every one of the 21 prefectures in the Tang Dynasty. In Skywave Prefecture alone, I could guess there were at most 50 experts that come from the 4 powers. Only there can see more experts. Considering the intricacy of the powers of the Tang Dynasty, most experts and warriors would choose to join forces with them in particular. That was exactly what Jian Wushuang planned to do as well. As for the Bloodseeker Gang, a gang without even one expert on the Blood Moon list, and had also invited him to join during the day, they no longer suited his tastes. The Heartless Sect was far more qualified to present him an invitation, which was exactly why he accepted their invitation. Having made up his mind, Jian Wushuang came back to the Hungry Wolf Gang's nest and saw Bei Mu and Long Yang still waiting there. Hey, let's go. Jian Wushuang smiled. Upon seeing Jian Wushuang, Bei Mu and Long Yang both felt that his aura seemed to have changed somewhat, but they didn't pay much attention. With Jian Wushuang now in tow, the 3 headed to the Heartless Sect. Chapter 279, The Heartless Sect. Chapter 279, The Heartless Sect. The Heartless Sect headquartered in the Heartless City within the Skywave Prefecture. Brother Swordsman, we will arrive in the Heartless City quite soon. When we meet with our master, I shall recommend you to him as a protector of our sect. Your strength is more than enough to qualify you to be a protector, said Long Yang on the way to the Heartless City. Jian Wushuang softly smiled at him. He had heard a bit about the Heartless Sect from the 2 along the way. He quite aware that the most prominent figure in the sect was, of course, the master of Heartless sect, a half-saint expert. Below him came the protectors. There were 8 protectors in total, each of them being the top expert on the Blood Moon list. As a matter of fact, both Bei Mu and Lung Yang were protectors. "Here we are," said Bei Mu. Jian Wushuang had also seen the huge city on the horizon. As the headquarters of the Heartless sect, Heartless City was much larger than Devil Heart City, not even mentioning how heavily guarded it was. Protector Bei Mu, Protector Lung Yang. The warriors of the Heartless sect passing by all respectfully greeted Bei Mu and Lung Yang when the two led Jian Wushuang into the city. Soon, they came into a manners meeting hall. Inside, the master of the Heartless sect, a lean purple-haired old man, was discussing something important with several other protectors when Jian Wushuang followed Bei Mu and Lung Yang into the hall. "Your Excellency, we are back," called Lung Yang. His disposition had always been more straightforward. Lung Yang, Bei Mu. Seeing their appearance, the master gave a pleasant smile and stopped the discussion temporarily. "Your Excellency, please allow me to introduce you to my new brother, Swordsman. We met along the way," said Lung Yang. Both the master and the protectors looked toward Jian Wushuang with curiosity. So young. That was their first impression of Jian Wushuang. "Your Excellency, he may be young. He is already very powerful. Bei Mu and I have decided to recommend him to Your Excellency as the 9th protector of our sect," Lung Yang said. "Yeah, we did." Bei Mu gave a slight nod. "Oh." Both the master of the Heartless sect and the protectors were amazed at the recommendation. Only the experts on the Blood Moon list, or those comparable to them, could hold the post of protector. They never heard the name Swordsman before, so the name obviously had never been on the Blood Moon list. "Young man, you appear to barely be in your early 20s. Could it be that you have reached the peak of the Yang Void realm at such a ripe age?" The master turned to Jian Wushuang and asked. "The peak of the Yang Void realm? No, Your Excellency." Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang continued, "I'm only now in the initial Yang Void realm." "Well," the master raised his eyebrows. The protectors beside the master began to sneer at Jian Wushuang directly. One grim-looking mustached protector in snow-white marten coat said, "Is this some kind of joke, Lung Yang, Bei Mu? Recommending a young man who has only reached the initial Yang Void realm as the protector of our sect? We'll be mocked by every faction in the Skywave Prefecture if your recommendation ever leakages from here. Brother Swordsman's realm is indeed not high, but he still has a mighty power. Bei Mu and I couldn't defeat him in a short bout, not when we cooperated. With such strength, wouldn't he be able to be listed on the Blood Moon list?" Lung Yang shot a glance at the grim-looking man. From his expression, others could easily sense his disgust and dissatisfaction. "Humph. You tell me, did you use all of your might to fight against him when you cooperated with Bei Mu?" The grim-looking man asked harshly. "Did you display your Thousand Thunder realm? Did Bei Mu display his triple blacklight?" "No," Lung Yang replied, shaking his head. It was true that they left some leeway when they fought with Jian Wushuang, and so did Jian Wushuang. Bei Mu and he did not use their special skills, but he believed that Jian Wushuang also held back his real strength. "Well, that's the point. How can you conclude that this young man is on a par with you, as you didn't even perform your best skills when fighting with him?" asked the grim-looking man with a vicious sneer. But Lung Yang tried to say something more. "That's enough." The master began to speak, which shut both Lung Yang and the grim-looking man up. "Lung Yang, Bei Mu," the master continued, "since you two highly recommended this young man, I believe he must be talented. I won't have his talent wasted. Wu Jia's Bloody Blade team just so happens to be short-handed, so I suggest that he join the Bloody Blade team first." "Your Excellency." Lung Yang frowned. In his eyes, Jian Wushuang was strong enough to be a protector. "You've said enough." The master stopped Lung Yang, and then he looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, "What do you say, young man?" "I accept." Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. In fact, he didn't care about the post of protector at all. What really mattered to him was to steel himself by fighting experts. As long as he could get the chance to challenge experts, it wouldn't matter if he was a protector or not. Good. Wu Jiu, I shall leave this young man in your care. Nurture him well, said the master. No problem, Your Excellency. The grim-looking man stood up and walked over to Jian Wushuang. In a low voice, he said, Boy, follow me. Brother Swordsman, you can rest assured. With your strength, you can achieve great things wherever you are, said Leng Yang. Hearing this, a smile formed on Jian Wushuang's lips. He nodded at Leng Yang and then departed with Wu Jiu. In the void above the heartless city, Jian Wushuang walked slowly behind Wu Jiu. Boy, let's make this clear, Wu Jiu said coldly. I don't care what relationship you have with Leng Yang and Bei Mu. Now that you are on my team, you must obey my orders without question, even if it is the one that tells you to die. If you show any hesitation in following my orders, I will kill you with my own hands on the spot. With an eyebrow cocked, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly but did not respond. It didn't take long for Wu Jiu to arrive at a huge courtyard with Jian Wushuang in tow. Taishan, Wu Jiu yelled with a voice that echoed throughout the courtyard. Almost immediately, a group of people came out from the courtyard led by a man taller than 2 meters. Standing there, the tall man could have been mistaken for a hill. Protector Wu Jiu, Taishan, and the others saluted reverently. Given that you, the 9th team, lost one man recently, I have acquired you a replacement. The man beside me is called Swordsman, a newcomer in our sect. Remember to teach him the rules I set. Wu Jiu said and shot a glance at Jian Wushuang before leaving. Chapter 280, Bloody Blade Team. Chapter 280, Bloody Blade Team. After Wu Jiu left, the tall man said brightly, Swordsman, I'm Taishan. From now on, we are allies, fighting by one another's side. I'm Gu Chue. I'm Mo Ying. I'm Tao. The other members of Bloody Blade Team began to introduce themselves. Let's go. Taishan spoke. Then they returned to the courtyard and sat around the stone table. The 9th squad was comprised of 10 people, and all of them were here. Swordsman, you've just joined Heartless Sect. You probably know little about our sect or our Bloody Blade Team, right? Taishan asked. Right. Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied. Let me tell you something about the internal situation of the Tang dynasty. It's full of slaughter. For their own sake, a great number of powerful factions continue to fight one another for their own interests. It is certainly far crazier than the outside world. Fighting for benefits existed everywhere, but it certainly was crazier in the Tang dynasty than most other places. There were many varied forces in the Tang dynasty. Weaker groups would hand over a certain amount of purple crystal spiritual liquid to the stronger factions. It was called monthly supply, and as one might expect, the stronger forces received more monthly supply. Moreover, there was an abundance of natural resources in the Tang dynasty, such as load and numerous natural treasures. These, of course, were possessed by the large forces and factions. In order to gain benefits, every organization had little alternative to fighting for control. Taishan added, our Heartless Sect is one of the 4 factions in Skywave Prefecture. It's also one of the most powerful forces in the Tang dynasty. Our master is a mighty expert who has reached the half-saint level and ranks 118th on the Blood Moon list. Furthermore, there are the 8 protectors who are also top experts on the Blood Moon list. We also have experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Do we have many experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, of course. Taishan nodded heavily. Many experts are glad to join our sect, one of the 4 factions in Skywave Prefecture, so we have many experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Although I'm not quite clear about the number of them, I think we have at least 200 experts at such level. What? Jian Wushuang suppressed his shock. There were more than 200 experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Even the old sects, the Wilderness Sword Sect and the Daluo Heaven Sect, would never have so many experts at the level. However, a large force in the Tang dynasty could own 200 experts. What could that mean? However, after some careful consideration, Jian Wushuang felt at ease. The Tang dynasty was known as the Slaughterous Dynasty and was also one of the best places to practice for many people, so it was not strange for a large number of top experts to come to the Tang dynasty. It could even be said that in the entire Nanyang continent, at least 30% of experts at the half-saint level or at the peak of the Yang Void realm gathered in the Tang dynasty. So the Tang dynasty had many experts at such levels. Though the experts could roam around the Tang dynasty, they did not belong to the Tang dynasty. So the amount of force the Tang dynasty could control was only a fragment of a much greater whole. But even with just a small part of the force, it was still far more than enough to make places like the Alchemy School and the Holy Emperor Palace experience a great sense of awe. 200 experts at the peak of the Yang Void realm. I just made a conservative estimate. Taishan smiled. Our Bloody Blade team is the most elite force for the Heartless sect and comprised of 100 people. The minimum requirement of joining our team is battle strength at the peak of the Yang Void realm. A hint of shock flashed past Jian Wushuang's eyes. Everyone in the Bloody Blade team had reached peak of the Yang Void realm. The team consisted of 100 experts. If this were in the Nanyang continent, 3 valleys and 4 temples might not be able to build such a team. However, a single sect within the Tang dynasty could easily make such a force. The Bloody Blade team has 10 squads. Each squad has 10 experts. Now you're in the 9th squad and I'm the leader. They're your teammates, Taishan said with a smile. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and asked, Protector Wu Ju just said he set some rules. What rules? Rules? Taishan sneered. Well, Wu Jiu controls our Bloody Blade team, so all of us must follow his orders. The rules he set up are quite simple, that is, don't question what he said and don't hesitate to obey his orders. Otherwise, your life would, and will, become miserable. Oh, Jian Wushuang looked toward him. I've been in the Bloody Blade team for more than 1 year. I've seen a leader was killed by Wu Jiu because he hesitated for a while after receiving an order, Taishan added. I heard that Wu Jiu has ordered Bloody Blade team to kill enemies. A powerful protector was opposed to Wu Jiu, but ended up slain. After that, many people speculated it was Wu Jiu who led 2 squads and killed the protector in secret, but they haven't gotten any evidence, so this case has remained unsettled. Jian Wushuang was somewhat shocked. Wu Jiu really is quite overbearing. Those are the rules he set. Truth is, he has such power because he's strong. If you're stronger than him, you can do whatever you want, and even disobeying his orders is entirely possible, Taishan said. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. That was the truth. There were no rules for powerful experts in other places, let alone for somewhere such as the Tang dynasty. Well, Swordsman, you're so young, but you are still able to join our team. You must be strong, right? Taishan suddenly asked. The other 8 teammates looked toward him with great interest. Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh. He had already understood what they meant. After a while, Jian Wushuang started sparring with his teammates. Chapter 281, Bloody Blade Team, set off. Chapter 281, Bloody Blade Team, set off. After 3 days, Jian Wushuang sat on the ground, with his legs crossed, in the center of the yard where the 9th squad lived. He was surrounded by heavy fog, which was transformed by sword essence. A realm of sword essence covered an area of around a dozen meters. A large amount of gray fog began to gather together. It became denser and denser, almost condensing into the water. In the end, the gray fog gradually dissipated. I'm still a step away from it. Jian Wushuang shook his head. As for 3 movement of the sword realm, the first move, Sword Fog, was easily comprehended. He had mastered it after practicing for 3 days. However, it was quite difficult for him to master Sword Tide and Sword Sea, the second move and the third move respectively. Few people had mastered the second move in the Daluo Heaven sect. Although Jian Wushuang had a peerless gift in his sword principle, he could not master the second move in such a short time. After all, he had just gained this sword skill. Jian Wushuang stood up and walked toward the stone table. 2 members of his squad were drinking by the table. Watching Jian Wushuang come over, one of them smiled and called out, Swordsman, You've practiced for half a day and haven't taken a break. Are you practicing too hard? What do you know? If he had not practiced so hard, how would he have ever gained such strength at his age? The other member replied. They both treated Jian Wushuang with great enthusiasm and warm respect. 3 days ago, when he just arrived here, Jian Wushuang fought with his teammates in a series of light bouts. They had not taken the fight seriously at first when they discovered Jian Wushuang had just reached the initial Yang Void Realm. However, when the fight began, they were shocked by the sheer battle potential Jian Wushuang could bring. Except for Taishan, who barely managed to force a draw with Jian Wushuang, the other 8 teammates were defeated one after another. They hadn't known, however, that Jian Wushuang did not use his full strength even then. Come on, have a drink. Then Jian Wushuang sat by the table and started to drink with them. After a while, a tall and strong figure appeared by their side. It was Taishan. Come on out. Taishan spoke loudly enough to be heard throughout the entire courtyard. The team members began walking out of their rooms and came to the stone table. Boss, what happened? Emoing asked. Jian Wushuang looked toward Taishan. I've just received news that another protector was killed last night, Taishan replied seriously. What? Such news shocked everyone, though they didn't allow it to show. It was unexpected that a protector of the Heartless sect, who was a top expert on the Blood Moon list, was killed. Which protector died? Jian Wushuang asked. Protector Su Lang, Taishan answered. Su Lang ranked well over the 900th position and was considered the weakest of the 8 protectors. Protector Su Lang could have carried out his task. No one knows how the Demon's Island found his location. He was killed by the 3 devils of Demon's Island, Taishan added. Jian Wushuang was a little bit surprised. Both the Heartless sect and Demon's Island belonged to the 4 factions of Skywave Prefecture. Bei Mu and Long Yang had said that Heartless sect had many fierce fights with Demon's Island. Demon's Island was not weaker than Heartless sect. Their island master was also an expert at the half-saint level, and the 7 devils were experts on the Blood Moon list. It was little wonder how Su Lang had not been able to escape when pressed by 3 devils at once. Protector Su Lang was killed. After receiving the news, our master and the other protector were furious and must be planning to take revenge on Demon's Island. They'll probably need us, so we should prepare for it, Taishan explained. On hearing this, the experts of the team were not nervous, but instead rather excited. Finally, it's our turn. The last time we got out was a half a month ago already. Haha, let the battle be vicious and bloody. The experts talked and laughed. Jian Wushuang wore a slight smile, with a flicker of expectation in his eyes. Sure enough, the call came just half a day later. Bloody Blade Team, assemble. A loud voice rang out above Heartless City, causing a turmoil throughout the city. The experts of Bloody Blade Team, who had been prepared, leaped up that very same moment. The 10 squads had assembled in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged Wu Jiao stood in front of the experts, with 2 other protectors by his side. One of the protectors was Bei Mu. Wu Jiao glanced at experts with cold eyes. Then he waved his hand. Move out. Wu Jiao and the 2 protectors led the Bloody Blade Team out of Heartless City. There are 3 protectors and 100 experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Just what are we going to do? Are we launching a frontal attack against Demon's Island? Jian Wushuang mumbled. I doubt it's just a frontal assault. Taishan shook his head. Our Bloody Blade Team is the trump card of Heartless sect. If we weren't aiming for a decisive battle, we would have never set out. Whatever he does, I will follow the 3 protectors' orders, emoing beside Jian Wushuang said. Although they still were unclear as to what their mission was, they were still excited. After half a day, they arrived before a city. That is, Golden Wing City? Taishan frowned and asked, Isn't Golden Wing City the territory of the Wing Gang? What are we doing here? Wing Gang. The other squads also felt surprised. Wing Gang was also a powerful force in Skywave Prefecture. It had 2 masters who had managed to enter their names upon the Blood Moon list. One of their masters, Shun Tianyu, ranked higher than the other. Except for the two masters, their force's strength was rather ordinary. The Wing Gang was much weaker than Heartless Sect or Demon's Island. Listen. Wu Jiao suspended in front of the experts and said in a cold voice, "Yesterday, Protector Su Lang was killed by experts from Demon's Island. According to our reliable information, it's the Wing Gang which told the Protector's location to Demon's Island. So our duty today is to wipe out the Wing Gang and butcher their two masters." Chapter 282, Blocking Him. Chapter 282, Blocking Him. Understood. The experts of Bloody Blade Team were finally clear about their task. The Wing Gang was their target. It was no wonder that they came to Golden Wing City. "Listen," Wu Ju said in a low voice. "The 1st and 6th squads follow me into the lair of Wing Gang. The other 4 squads go and hold the 4 gates of the city. The 7th squad go to the East Gate. The 8th squad go the West Gate. The 9th squad go to the South Gate. The 10th squad go to the North Gate. Anyone that dares to escape, slaughter without forgiveness. Go." After Wu Jiao gave the order, he and the other 2 protectors immediately led the 6 squads into Golden Wing City. The remaining squads stood there and looked at each other with resignation. After a while, the deafening roars came out from every corner of the city, indicating that the war had broken out. Near the south gate of Golden Wing City, the 9th squad quietly suspended themselves above the void and watched the fierce fight inside the city with gruesome looks. "Bastards, they can slaughter in the city while we hold here." Emoing curled his lips. "Well, that's the Wuji's order. We can't disobey it." Tai Shan spoke with a wry look. They thought they could have a fierce fight and enjoy slaying their foes, but never expected things to turn out like this. The other 6 squads ran amok, slaughtering crazily in the city, while they had to wait outside. Just wait and see. This war has only just begun. Wing Gang is barely hanging on, but they won't fight for long. The experts of Wing Gang will break and flee in a crazy panic soon enough. Then we'll carry out our duties, Jin Wushuang said with a smile. Though it'll be like that, we still won't be able to enjoy the slaughter within the city, Emoing murmured. Say no more and wait patiently. Even if we can't join this fight, we'll wait for the next time, Taishan said, so the other experts no longer complained about it. After an hour, a voice loudly echoed, "Run!" The voice rang out across the city. Then numerous experts of Wing Gang started to run away in a shattered retreat. "Go to the North Gate. Hurry!" As the shout came out, a large number of experts ran toward the North Gate, like bees. Looking at this, the experts of the 9th Squad knew that their last hope was shattered. The experts of Wing Gang are running toward the North Gate, opposite to us. It looks like that we won't have a chance to fight. Emoing curled his lips again. The others also felt disappointed. They were eager for a fierce fight, but they didn't get the chance. However, at the moment, Jin Wushuang suddenly raised his head. So did the other experts. They saw a figure leap out above the void and dashed in their direction. Haha, we still have an opportunity. There's one left for us. Emoing grinned. Obviously, the man was escaping from Golden Wing City. He must belong to the Wing Gang. This man, Taishan raised his brow and looked toward the man. The next moment, he was shocked. It is Shan Tianyu, the chief of Wing Gang. What? The other experts were startled and looked toward the man with expressions of shock and worry. As the figure got closer, they could clearly see his appearance. The man, with a head of short hair and bushy whiskers, held a cyan saber with a roaring breath. He looked the same as Shan Tianyu indeed. That's him, without a doubt. Taishan's face fell. How sly he is. He asks all the experts to escape from the North Gate while he himself is quietly running to the South Gate. I'm afraid our protectors haven't uncovered the ruse yet. Boss, what shall we do? A teammate asked. What else can we do? Block him. Taishan shouted in a low voice. The 9th Squad immediately darted to Shan Tianyu. Shan Tianyu was running like a drowned rat. His eyes were cold and vicious, but his appearance was in a shambles. I thought our Wing Gang did well in this covert operation, and didn't expect that the heartless sect would discover it. Alas, if I had known this outcome, I would have never disclosed Su Lang's position to Demon's Island. If I hadn't, our Wing gang would not have been annihilated this day. Shen Tianyu felt regretful, but now it was useless. He only hoped that he could survive in this attack. At that moment, he saw 10 figures rushing to him. Shen Tianyu's face changed. The Heartless sect is really prudent. I didn't expect that they arranged their people outside. But a small squad cannot block me. Shen Tianyu snorted. Then his tremendous killing intent emitted out. Stop him! Taishan shouted, a huge copper hammer appearing in his hand. The hammer looked heavy, weighing around 5,000 kilograms, but it could be easily waved by Taishan. Surrounded by circles of fire waves, the hammer directly lashed against Shen Tianyu with a fiery bombardment. The other teammates launched their attacks, using all their strength. They had not planned to be able to directly kill Shen Tianyu with their efforts, as they knew that Shen Tianyu was a top expert on the Blood Moon list and could slaughter a large number of experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Therefore, their squad only expected that they could block Shen Tianyu and pray for the 3 protectors' arrival. Faced with their attacks, Shen Tianyu just sneered and waved his cyan saber. Get out of my way. A huge knife shadow, covering half of the sky, dashed out as if it had split the heaven and earth in two. The scary power shattered their attacks and even sent them flying in an instant. This was all accomplished with but a single stroke. A group of trash wanted to block me? Shen Tianyu glared with disdain and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a black figure blocked his way. It was Jian Wushuang. The other 9 teammates had struck a blow to block Shen Tianyu, but only Jian Wushuang had not shown a move. Ah, another fly. Shen Tianyu did not bother glancing at Jian Wushuang, and instead immediately launched an attack. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly became cold. Chapter 283. Leave this man to me. Chapter 283. Leave this man to me. Shen Tianyu ranks 489th on the Blood Moon list and has comprehended Gale Source. He had a fierce fight with a half-saint expert for a long time, even though he lost. This man was qualified for me to use my full strength. Jian Wushuang recalled the information about Shen Tianyu, as a powerful battle intent emanated from his body. Buzzing! A cold streak of blade light split the void and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang curled his lips and evoked his spiritual power. When his arm was full of power, he waved slightly. Then his triple-kill sword, carrying great momentum, lashed out. Shen Tianyu had not put him in his eyes. He had beaten away the Taishan and the other 8 with one stroke. Even an ordinary expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm could not block his casual strike. However, the moment his opponent's stroke collided with his saber, Shen Tianyu suddenly raised his head in surprise, because he felt a strong power come over. Thump! Shen Tianyu was forced to retreat nearly 100 meters away before he could stabilize his body above the void. Master, a real expert. Shen Tianyu looked toward Jian Wushuang seriously. With just one stroke, he had perceived that Jian Wushuang was at least stronger than Taishan and the other 8. Who are you? Shen Tianyu asked in a low voice. Swordsman, Jian Wushuang replied. I've never heard of you. Shen Tianyu shook his head. Now you know. Jian Wushuang sneered. That sounds arrogant. You dare to block me, then you'll die. Shen Tianyu's eyes became cold and his body floated up in the blink of an eye, with a gust of wind from the void. Leave this man to me. Jian Wushuang spoke to the surprised Taishan and Mo Ying. Then with a stride, the triple-kill sword's power roared and slashed forward. There was nothing in the void. However, a ghost-like figure appeared in this void after Jian Wushuang struck the blow. It turned out to be Shen Tianyu. His saber light crashed with Jian Wushuang's, causing a loud sound. As the scary power spread out, whoosh, whoosh, the 2 figures unexpectedly disappeared. Where are they? The other 9 teammates widened their eyes and stared in shock. Shen Tianyu had frightened them, while Jian Wushuang shocked even more. They had failed to block Shen Tianyu, but Jian Wushuang could block him by himself. Jian Wushuang suddenly appeared above the void. A streak of white light appeared. It was so dazzling that Jian Wushuang could not open his eyes. At this moment, the streak of light unexpectedly swept through Jian Wushuang's head. Huh! Taishan and the other 8 teammates could not help exclaiming, "Is Jian Wushuang going to die?" In fact, they did not see a drop of blood, but Jian Wushuang's body was slowly disappearing. It was just a shadow. A cold streak of sword shadow suddenly appeared behind Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu perceived it and turned his hand over to block it. With a loud bang, the two of them disappeared again. How fast? Taishan and the other 8 teammates were stunned by what happened. Choo! A deep ravine suddenly appeared on the ground. Obviously, it was caused by the long sword. Then with a loud boom, another deep hole appeared. Though they were experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm and were looking carefully, they could not see the two figures. Boom! The void split in half. Shen Tianyu was suspended above the void and looking at Jian Wushuang seriously. He no longer looked down on Jian Wushuang. He's just reached the initial Yang Void Realm. It's out of my expectation that he could catch up with me. Shen Tianyu thought in astonishment, because he himself had comprehended Gale Source. If one studied Gale Essence to the limit, one could comprehend Gale Source. Gale Source could improve speed. If he used his full strength into his speed, the ordinary half-saint experts might not catch up with him. However, Jian Wushuang, who was just at the initial Yang Void Realm, was not slower than him. Shen Tianyu did not know that Jian Wushuang had comprehended World Origin, which was a perfect combination of 4 kinds of essence. It meant that he was adept at each aspect, including speed. More importantly, Jian Wushuang had reached momentum, much higher than Shen Tianyu's. Don't waste time with him, or I'll be in big trouble if the 3 protectors arrive, Shen Tianyu thought. Then he transformed into a gust of wind and dashed out. Boy, let's fight to the death, Shen Tianyu shouted. That's what I wanted. Jian Wushuang sneered and started to launch an attack. Sword fog. A roaring sword essence formed the heavy fog, creating a small realm of sword essence. Shen Tianyu was oppressed by the heavy fog, which affected his speed. What? Shen Tianyu's face changed, but he still maintained his momentum. 1,000 cuts. Go to hell. Shen Tianyu shouted in a low voice. A large amount of spiritual power gathered in his Saiyan saber and made the saber double in size. With the soaring power, the saber violently lashed out. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth split in 2. Selfless sword technique. 6th move. Jian Wushuang's battle strength reached the peak. The power of his triple kill sword burst out at this moment. A brilliant stroke moved forward. The 2 horrifying forces made the onlookers hold their breath. Instantly, 2 massive and horrible forces fiercely collided in the void. Boom! It shook the earth and mountain, with a severe gale blowing. The next moment, a figure was repelled, who spat out a mouthful of blood. It was Shen Tianyu. Chapter 284, Fool. Chapter 284, Fool. He defeated me? Shen Tianyu could not believe it. He had tried his best, but lost the fight. As he was retreating, Jian Wushuang had already launched an attack on him. Covered by the heavy fog, Shen Tianyu was not able to move freely, so he looked slow and lifeless. I didn't expect that I would be killed by a nobody. Shen Tianyu stared at Jian Wushuang and said angrily. Nobody? Jian Wushuang said with a sneer, after I kill you, I won't be a nobody. The triple kill sword lashed out and immediately pierced Shen Tianyu's body, leave a big hole in his chest. Shen Tianyu's body fell to the ground. Jian Wushuang stood next to him and looked down. A top expert, who ranked within 500 on the Blood Moon list, is powerful indeed. If he had not been afraid that protectors would come and chosen to perform a frontal attack against me, I would not have killed him so easily. Jian Wushuang thought. He was quite clear that he could kill Shen Tianyu because Shen Tianyu was distracted. He had comprehended origin of the world and slaughter source, which would help him in a frontal attack, but Shan Tianyu was adept at speed, so frontal attacks were his weak point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Taishan and the other 8 teammates appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Shan Tianyu is dead? Taishan and Imoing looked at the corpse in surprise. Swordsman, you, said Taishan, staring at Jian Wushuang in shock. Now they knew Jian Wushuang just fought them for fun at that time. Shan Tianyu ranked high on the Blood Moon list. Only one of our protectors ranks higher than him. Moreover, he had fought with a half-saint expert for a long time. Though he failed, he survived. However, now, he was killed by you. This strength, Imoing smacked his lips and sighed. Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh. He had a fight with a half-saint expert from the Wilderness Sword Sect at the gathering of the sects of the northern region. The half-saint expert was strong indeed. He had tried his best to fight, but the top expert just blocked his attack casually. Lastly, he drew with his opponent. Shan Tianyu, who could have a fierce fight with a half-saint expert, was really powerful. Whoosh! A figure rushed over and quickly appeared in front of them. Jian Wushuang and his 9 teammates immediately locked their eyes on it. Protector Wu Jiao. Taishan immediately spoke. Wu Jiao coldly looked at the corpse on the ground. This is Shan Tianyu? Wu Jiao narrowed his eyes and said. Wu Jiao ranked lower than Shan Tianyu on the Blood Moon list. He and Bei Mu could only suppress Shan Tianyu, but they were not able to kill him. But now, Shan Tianyu was dead. You killed Shan Tianyu? Wu Jiao cast a glance at them. The moment Taishan opened his mouth and wanted to say that Jian Wushuang killed by himself, Jian Wushuang scrambled to reply. Shan Tianyu was so confident that he did not detect that we ambushed him. We took the chance and worked together to kill him. It took us all of our strength. Oh! Wu Jiao looked around and saw quite a few holes, which indicated a fierce fight, so he nodded. Shan Tianyu could not block the attack from one of our squads. He wasn't as strong as I expected. Wu Jiao sneered, and then waved his hand to take the corpse and the interspatial ring away. You did well. Just go back to Heartless City by yourselves. After finishing his words, Wu Jiao left. Taishan and Imo Ying's face darkened. Why? Swordsman killed Shan Tianyu with great effort. Wu Jiao just said a few words to us and then took Shan Tianyu and his interspatial ring away. The others all felt it was unfair. Wu Jiao had nothing to do with Shan Tianyu's death, but he could take all the trophies away. Shan Tianyu was not only the top expert on the Blood Moon list, but also the chief of Wing Gang. As he had managed the gang for a long time, his interspatial ring must be precious. Swordsman, you just let him go? Imoing looked toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang just gave a slight smile and said, just some purple crystal spiritual liquid. Even if we get them, we'll have to hand them in. How much shall we have? As long as Wu Jiao reports our contribution, our master won't treat us unfairly. Jian Wushuang seemed to not care about it. In fact, he did not care about the purple crystal spiritual liquid indeed. He felt that it was more important to fight against a top expert. Let's go back, Jian Wushuang said. Then they returned to the Heartless sect. Shortly after this, Wu Jiao and the other experts of Bloody Blade team also came back. The Bloody Blade team succeeded in this action. They not only rooted out the Wing Gang, but also killed the 2 chiefs of it. After returning, Wu Jiao and other 2 protectors immediately went to meet the master of Heartless sect. The 9th squad gathered in their own manner, waiting quietly. Hee, our squad got the limelight because of Swordsman, Imoing said with a smile. Swordsman could kill a top expert on the Blood Moon list by himself. I think the name of Swordsman will show up on the list soon. Our squad can benefit from it. I wonder what prize our master will award us. All the members of the 9th team looked forward to it. They had made a great contribution to their sect. Therefore, they should be rewarded. Shortly after, Taishan came back, with a bad look. Looking at their teammates, especially Jian Wushuang, Taishan wore a complicated expression and spoke after taking a deep breath. We were fooled by Wu Jiao. He brought Shan Tianyu to meet our master, but he didn't mention us and said he killed Shan Tianyu with great efforts. Chapter 285, Challenging the Protector. Chapter 285, Challenging the Protector. What? All the members of the 9th Squad were furious. He did not even mention us? Haha, he killed Shan Tianyu? That's ridiculous. He did it by himself? Bastard. How dare he claim the honor? Shame on him. Taishan and the other teammates were indignant. Then they looked toward Jian Wushuang. They did not really mind if Wu Jiu claimed the honor, because Shan Tianyu was not killed by them, but by Jian Wushuang. Swordsman. Gu Yin lowered his voice. Jian Wushuang spoke with a faint smile. I don't care about how he claimed the honor and reward, but he didn't mention my contribution. Does he really treat me as a fool? Jian Wushuang's expression became cold. He could not tolerate such bullying. Obviously, Wu Jiu made a fool of them. Bloody Blade Team, gather. A resonant voice sounded. Jian Wushuang and the other teammates suddenly raised their heads. It's Wu Jiu's voice, Taishan said. Come, let's have a look. Jian Wushuang moved forward. In the vast martial arts practice field, Wu Jiu sat up straight in a chair, several jars of wine placed by his side. The experts of the Bloody Blade Team stood in front of Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu spoke with a flicker of joy in his eyes. Today, we attacked Winggang and swept to victory. Everyone made a contribution. I decided to reward you with jars of Skyheart wine. You can have a drink. Skyheart wine? The legendary Skyheart wine? It's said that a small pot of Skyheart wine is worth more than 1,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid. Such a huge jar equals 10 pots of it. That is to say, it should be worth 10,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid. Looking at the jars of nectar, the other experts began to swallow their saliva, except that the 9th Squad sniffed at it. He claimed the honor. Our sect master must have given him a large reward. Now he wants to comfort us with several jars of wine. Taishan sneered. How shrewd he is, several teammates said in private. Jian Wushuang shot Wu Jiu a glance and lifted up the corner of his mouth. Then he strode forward. Protector Wu Jiu. Jian Wushuang spoke while standing opposite Wu Jiu. What's the matter? Wu Jiu still sat there and glanced at Jian Wushuang. I heard Protector is good at spear techniques and has killed 11 experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm within 15 minutes. Because of it, you entered the Blood Moon list. I wonder whether you dare to have a fight with me? Jian Wushuang spoke so loud that all the experts heard it. The word dare was full of deliberate provocation. If Wu Jiu disagreed, the other experts would laugh at him in private and would say a Protector, the top expert on the Blood Moon list, did not even dare to accept the challenge from an ordinary member of Bloody Blade Team. How smart Swordsman is, Taishan and other teammates said with a smile. The other experts of Bloody Blade Team looked at those two with a strange look. Protector Wu Jiu, dare he accept it? Wu Jiu's face turned red with anger. He knew Jian Wushuang did this because he claimed the honor which belonged to their squad. He snorted, You want to fight with me? An overconfident idiot. Okay, I'll accept, but I need to remind you that I never show any mercy in a fight, which means I might kill you. Haha, as long as I can fight with the top expert like you, I won't care about my life, Jian Wushuang said while laughing. Well? Wu Jiu slowly stood up, a strong aura soaring around his body. Accepted. Protector Wu Jiu accepted his challenge. It's hard for Wu Jiu to refuse him. I don't know what the boy is thinking. He dares to challenge Wu Jiu. He is looking for death. Protector Wu Jiu has entered the Blood Moon list for a long time and ranks high. Today he destroyed the Winggang and killed Shan Tianyu by himself. How powerful the Protector is. He must be comparable to a half-saint expert. Who is the boy? Doesn't he overestimate himself? I've never seen him before. He should have just joined our team. I know him. He's called Swordsman, who was brought by Bei Mu and Long Yang. I hear both of them wanted to recommend him as Protector. It seems that he can't be a Protector because his cultivation is too low. Many experts began to talk about it. They did not know of Jian Wushuang and looked at him with disdain. However, the members of the ninth squad had seen Jian Wushuang's real strength, so they felt confident about this fight. Those people don't know it is not Wu Jiu but Swordsman who killed Shan Tianyu. Tai Shan sneered. Wu Jiu dared to accept. Just wait and see, he will regret this. Swordsman, beat him. The other experts of the ninth squad roared in their hearts. Jian Wushuang stood dozens of meters away from Wu Jiu, who held a long black spear. Swordsman, you've just arrived at the Tang Dynasty and just met a few experts. I'm afraid you've had fights with lesser experts, so you don't know the experts on the Blood Moon list well? Today, I'll show you, Wu Jiu said, with a contemptuous look. I am looking forward to it, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. His triple kill sword was already unsheathed. What a pity. Our Bloody Blade team will lose an expert. After finishing his words, Wu Jiu suddenly pushed off with his right leg and dashed out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he jumped over a dozen meters and unleashed his long spear toward his opponent's chest, with a harsh sound of piercing the air. It seemed as if a poisonous snake had stuck out its tongue. How fast? Too fast. That's the strength of experts on the Blood Moon list. We're all at the peak of the Yang Void realm, but none of us can hold a candle to Wu Jiu. The other experts of Bloody Blade team could not help but sigh. Faced with the stroke, Jian Wushuang just gave a faint smile. Chapter 286, A Twist. Chapter 286, A Twist. Swoosh. A chilling flash of a sword flew out and hacked right at the point of the spear, freezing Wu Jiu's attack for a moment. Oh! Wu Jiu was amazed. He blocked my attack so easily? That's right. When Bei Mu and Leng Yang recommended him as a protector, they said that they couldn't beat him in a short while even in cooperation. Though it was due to their not trying their best, it still proved that this guy is much stronger than an ordinary expert in the peak of the Yang Void realm. It seems that I have to show a bit more strength to take him down, Wu Jiu thought. He twisted his hands in a quirky way to throw his long spear at Jian Wushuang. Along with this move, a huge vortex suddenly appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He launched 3 attacks in succession with his spear, and each of them was as fast as lightning. Jian Wushuang brandished the triple kill sword and withstood the attacks. Bright sun. A sliver of light flashed in Wu Jiu's eyes. He raised the spear high and thrust at Jian Wushuang quickly. Jian Wushuang held his sword up to defend himself. Though he succeeded, the power of the attack pushed him down, and the ground where he stood cracked under the force. Thunderous explosion. With a loud shout, Wu Jiu held back the spear and then thrust again, like a dragon rushing at its target. Brat, go to hell. The dragon was so fast that Jian Wushuang could barely defend himself by putting the sword across in front of his chest. 2 forces crushed together, throwing Jian Wushuang away as if he was blown off by an explosion. He fell on the edge of the martial arts practice field and bumped into the walls, cracking it into pieces. Powerful. So strong. The other members of the Bloody Blade team widened their eyes in shock. Humph, arrogant stupid. Don't blame me when you see the King of Hell, Wu Jiu snorted. But just as he finished his speech, with a slight crack, from the broken walls emerged a figure who slowly walked to him. He didn't die? Wu Jiu looked at Jian Wushuang in amazement. He is still alive? Not injured at all? He looks fine without even a scratch. The members of the team were all astonished. Protector Wu Jiu, I thought you were as strong as you claimed to be, but it seems like you are not. I'm really disappointed, Jian Wushuang said, shaking his head. Wu Jiu was in a daze for a second, while the other experts of the Bloody Blade team were stunned. Having shown his strongest abilities, Protector Wu Jiu was still nothing more than a disappointment in Jian Wushuang's eyes. No wonder you rank below 600th on the Blood Moon list, Protector Wu Jiu. To tell you the truth, you are not even close to Shan Tianyu. Jian Wushuang started moving as he was speaking. Just in a moment, he crossed over 30 meters and came up to Wu Jiu. With his arrival came a puff of fog, coming into being the realm of sword essence that wrapped Wu Jiu up. In the fog, Suppressed by the sword essence, Wu Jiao could hardly move. Just then, a shaft of dazzling sword light suddenly appeared and dove straight to Wu Jiao from above. Frowning, Wu Jiao quickly thrust at the light with his spear. Clang! With a loud sound, Wu Jiao was forced to stagger backward, stern-faced. But in the very next moment, sword flashes struck at him successively with frightening power and at an unbelievably fast speed, like roaring storms. This guy, Wu Jiao hurriedly waved his spear to block the unceasing attack in horror. Just in a breath, he successively blocked several attacks, but soon he found himself not able to keep up with the speed of the attacks. I can barely withstand the next attack. Wu Jiao's heart tightened. A cold metallic flash of the sword that shone like the light of the sun soundlessly reached Wu Jiao's ear, making him chilled to the bone. But at that moment, he was not able to struggle, but could only watch the flash getting closer to his face. As the sword was about to pass over his head, it suddenly changed its course. Clap! The sword slapped in Wu Jiao's face, making a loud sound, and his face began to turn into red and swollen. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he smashed to the ground. Swoosh! The sword flashed again, and this time it hewed the ground beside Wu Jiao, whizzing past his arm. Crack! The center of the martial arts practice field was cracked into two parts by a long, bottomless rift measuring tens of meters. The crack was in the shape of the sword. Looking at the rift beside the ground where he was lying on, Wu Jiao swallowed hard, his throat getting dry. He knew that if that attack had aimed at him, his body would have been cut into two parts like the ground. Protector Wu Jiao. Jian Wushuang walked slowly up to Wu Jiao, looking down at him. Trembling, Wu Jiao stared back at Jian Wushuang. You! Wu Jiao wiped the blood off from the corners of his mouth, trying to get up. Seeing Jian Wushuang suddenly get closer to him, Wu Jiao was more frightened and took a step back, saying, "What are you going to do with me?" At this moment, Wu Jiao was in extreme fear. Nothing. Jian Wushuang drew closer to Wu Jiao and said in a low voice, "Protector Wu Jiao, I'm not interested in being a protector or the purple crystal spiritual liquid, not because I am afraid. Don't piss me off, or I'll let you bear the consequences. Though you're the expert on the Blood Moon list and very strong, you're not made of iron and will die if you have your throat cut." Jian Wushuang stared at Wu Jiao sharply up close. Wu Jiao was trembling, and he could feel Jian Wushuang's killing intent. He finally understood that because of Jian Wushuang, a strong expert beyond imagination, the 9th team could kill Shan Tianyu. "By the way, it's time for you to give back what you borrowed from me, Protector Wu Jiao," Jian Wushuang continued. "What things?" Wu Jiao was stunned. "Shan Tianyu's body. I heard you took away the body, but I didn't say that you did not need to return it," Jian Wushuang replied with a casual smile. Upon hearing this, the experts of the Bloody Blade team were suddenly clear about the whole thing. Chapter 287, Sword-Tied. Chapter 287, Sword-Tied. I never thought that Shan Tianyu was not killed by Wu Jiao at all. I had been wondering about this for a long time. Shan Tianyu ranked much higher than Protector Wu Jiao on the Blood Moon list, so naturally, he should be stronger than Wu Jiao. Back when they were in the Golden Wing City, Protector Wu Jiao and Protector Bei Mu together could only suppress Shan Tianyu. How could it be possible that Protector Wu Jiao killed Shan Tianyu all by himself? Now, it has turned out that the one who killed Shan Tianyu is Swordsman, not him. Right? Only a top expert, like Swordsman, could kill Shan Tianyu. No wonder Wu Jiao would be so generous to treat us to the Skyheart wine. He contributed no efforts in killing Shan Tianyu, but he carried that corpse to get the reward. The surrounding experts of the Bloody Blade team began to talk about Wu Jiao with disdain and Jian Wushuang with worship, although they had been dismissive of Jian Wushuang earlier. Like the law of the jungle, the law of this world was that whoever possessed the greatest strength was the king. "Protector Wu Jiao, you should give me back Shan Tianyu's body, shouldn't you?" said Jian Wushuang, coldly staring at Wu Jiao. At that time, Wu Jiao could not find a word to response. "Doesn't matter if you can't. It took me and my brothers of the 9th team much effort to kill Shan Tianyu. We don't mind that you claim the honor, but it will be too much for us if you want to keep the treasures awarded by His Excellency for yourself. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but suddenly he came close to Wu Jiu to talk to him in a low voice. Wu Jiu, hand the treasures over and I'll let what happened today be, or... Jian Wushuang stopped talking, but his strong killing intent showed what he wanted to say. Wu Jiu looked pale, and unwillingness filled his eyes. But at this moment he was like a fish in Jian Wushuang's net, and all he could do was to give Jian Wushuang everything the master awarded, no matter how unwilling he was. That's more like it, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Not even sparing a second glance for Wu Jiu, he turned back and walked up to the earthen jars of wine. He carried one jar on his shoulder and said, "Brothers, since Protector Wu Jiu wants to treat us to this wine, we'd better accept his kindness, shouldn't we?" Wow! 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 Shouts of joy resounded through the whole martial arts practice field, and many experts of the Bloody Blade team came up for the wine and started enjoying drinking. As for Wu Jiu, no one bothered to care about him anymore. With one jar of Skyheart wine on his shoulder, Jian Wushuang went back to his manor with the others of the 9th team. They gathered around a stone table, drinking, laughing, and talking. "Haha, who would have thought that Wu Jiu's expression when he was defeated by Bro Swordsman would make me so delighted," said Taishan, laughing out loud. "Humph, Wu Jiu is always domineering. What a pleasure to see him fall down today," said Emoing with a smile. "I heard he ordered others to keep this a secret when we left. Ha ha ha, how funny." Seeing that Wu Jiu was beaten and even humiliated by Jian Wushuang in front of others, every member of the 9th team felt more than happy. All this was due to Wu Jiu's bad character, and what he had done this time was bad enough for others to sneer at him. Before this, they could do nothing to him but swallow their anger. Now with Jian Wushuang, things were different. In the world where the strongest could lord it over all others, even though Jian Wushuang had defeated Wu Jiu and put him to shame, Wu Jiu could not do anything for revenge. Instead, he would have to be in awe of Jian Wushuang as he was much stronger than him. "Captain Taishan, in this interspatial ring is the treasure awarded by His Excellency. Please take it and share it with other brothers." Jian Wushuang took out an interspatial ring and handed it over to Taishan. "Why do you give this to us?" Taishan frowned. "You killed Shan Tianyu all by yourself, and we have nothing to do with this honor. This ring, there is nothing more than the purple crystal spiritual liquid in this ring, so take it easy. What's more, since all of you exerted your efforts, how can I keep it myself?" Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Haha, Captain, Swordsman is not the kind of man who would care about purple crystal spiritual liquid. If he gives it to us, what we should do is to accept," said Emoing, grinning. Taishan smiled silently and refused no more. "Fine, we share it equally." "Good." The others of the 9th team began to allocate the purple crystal spiritual liquid in the ring with excitement. Jian Wushuang did not join them. He left alone and walked to the center of the courtyard, sitting down with his leg crossed and his eyes closed. Meanwhile, the mist made of sword essence spread all throughout from his body. "Sword fog. Ha ha. It's very generous of His Excellency to grant a reward of so much purple crystal spiritual liquid. No wonder Wu Jiu would treat us to Skyheart wine, 'cause compared with the liquid he was awarded, the Skyheart wine was nothing," Emoing said and laughed loud. But suddenly, he seemed to realize something and looked Jian Wushuang's way. "Swordsman is..." The others of the team followed his eyes. "Hush. Be quiet, don't disturb him," Taishan said in a low voice. The others nodded. They stared at Jian Wushuang blankly by the stone table, without a word. Under their gaze, the mist given off by Jian Wushuang slowly transformed. The mist was getting thicker and thicker, and when thick enough, it began to turn into drops. In a jiffy, the drops gathered into a river, waving like a tide. The area filled with mist already became a zone surrounded by the tide. Sword Tide, the second move of Sword Realm. It only took Jian Wushuang 3 days to master the first move of Sword Realm Sword Fog. As for Sword Tide, he had been digging into this all the time and was only one step away from mastering it. Earlier today, When fighting with Shan Tianyu and Wu Jia, he performed sword fog and simultaneously obtained a brand new insight of this move. It was not until now that he was able to perform the second move, Sword Tide. The power of Sword Tide was much stronger than that of Sword Fog. Taishan, Mo Ying, and the others of the team were all shocked looking at the tide of sword essence, and they felt a sense of crisis as if they would be killed once they were blanketed by it. His battle strength improved? The 9 experts of the 9th team stared at Jin Wushuang, eyes widened, and their expression was beyond description. Chapter 288, The Outbreak of the Decisive Battle. Chapter 288, The Outbreak of the Decisive Battle. Beep. The tide around Jian Wushuang suddenly dispersed before Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with a smile. Swordsman, you just... Taishan and the others walked up to him right away. With a bit of luck, I made some small breakthrough in sword skill, Jian Wushuang said. He seemed to be in a good mood. But his words made the others unable to help sighing. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang was already incredibly powerful, but now he became even stronger. Though it was only a small breakthrough in sword skill, it still implied that he had enhanced of his strength. I'm so jealous of you. Mo Ying sighed, as he was stuck in the peak of the Yang Void Realm for a long time. Just then, everybody, fall in. A voice thundered in the void above the whole Heartless City, where the master and the protectors of the Heartless sect hovered over at the top, with their powerful aura spreading all over the place. The voice caused a stir in the whole city, and a large number of figures began to rush skyward. The members of the 9th team all headed up. Something is wrong. Taishan frowned. Let's get there quickly. The 10 members of the team immediately rushed away. In the void there were assembled numerous experts, most of whom were in the Yin-Yang Void Realm because of them being able to step on air, and there were even thousands of experts floating therein. Probably, the experts above the Yin Void Realm in the entire Heartless sect have gathered around. All of you, follow me. The master of Heartless sect shouted and led the crowd out of the city. Among the crowd, Jian Wushuang knit his brows slightly. Not only His Excellency himself, but also all the experts in the sector here. It seems like they will have a life-and-death struggle with the Demon's Island. Just as Jian Wushuang had expected, it didn't take them long to get to a huge city, which used to belong to the Heartless sect, but now a fierce fight had erupted there. The two sides fighting were exactly the Heartless sect and the Demon's Island. Listen up. Everyone, tie a red cloth around your arm and kill every living thing that doesn't have one. The master of Heartless sect commanded. The experts of the Heartless sect immediately took out a red cloth and tied it around their arms. Begin kill. Eyes burning with anger, the experts of the Heartless sect followed the order, rushing into the city. When they arrived, the experts of the Demon's Island who were impatiently waiting swarmed at them quickly. Ha ha! You heartless old guy, watch how I raise your sect to the ground today, yelled a well-built bare-headed man, standing at the top of the void with a jet-black long staff in his hand. The aura of the level of half-saint spread out from him, which made him look like a war god. Damn you, Baldy. Let's see who will be the standing one at the end, the master of Heartless sect said cruelly, dashing straight toward that bald man. In a twinkling, the fight between the two half-saint experts began. The experts of the Heartless sect and the Demon's Island tangled together, and their battle cries reached the heaven. Go to hell. Slay them, fight. Go to hell, bastards of Demon's Island. The experts of the two forces fought fiercely, intensifying the battle instantly. The Bloody Blade team, which Jian Wushuang belonged to, was in an intense fight with a team of Demon's Island about its equal. Go to hell. Hair matted and eyes bloodshot, a savage man appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, chopping toward him with a mountain-cutting broadsword. A cold light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He stabbed toward the man at the speed beyond imagination, like a snake soundlessly attacking its prey. The triple-kill sword pierced through the man's heart, leaving a large hole through it. Swish! A streak of blood-red light came over beside Jian Wushuang like a ghost. It was a black-robed woman, staring at Jian Wushuang coldly. Jin Wushuang slashed at her backhanded. The woman was blasted away by the powerful force and died directly without any struggling. Seeing that two people in the peak of the Yang Void Realm died in Jin Wushuang's hands in such a short while, the surrounding experts were all shocked and terrified. How could he be so powerful? Who is he? It looks like that he could be comparable to the experts on the Blood Moon list. Haha, he is called Swordsman, the top fighter in our team. Jin Wushuang's teammates were overexcited, while the others might be amazed or surprised. I'm so delighted. It's been some time since I fought with such gratification, said Mo Ying while fighting with an expert of the Demon's Island. Suddenly, a long spear aimed at his back. What the hell? Spotting the attack, Mo Ying's expression changed. Just when he was about to avoid it, the owner of the spear was put down by Jin Wushuang behind him. Watch out, bro, Jin Wushuang said to Mo Ying.
Thanks.
Mo Ying raised his eyebrows before going on fighting. Long sword in hand, Jin Wushuang swept over the battlefield around him, slaughtering the experts of the Demon's Island with ease and sometimes lending his teammates a hand. The triple kill sword also began to quiver frantically in the killing. Is the triple kill sword going to have a breakthrough? Jin Wushuang's eyes twinkled with pleasure. The sword had restored to a magic weapon of a low second grade for a long time and helped him kill many experts afterwards, mostly because his father killed 2 experts in the Saint realm with the sword, and the Saint's blood supported its restoration. After that, Jin Wushuang killed many experts himself with the sword, which leveled the sword up to its peak as a magic weapon of a low second grade. Now, signs showed that it was going to break through the peak. I should kill more to help the sword. Jin Wushuang laughed and shuttled through the throng like a ghost. Puff, puff, puff. As he moved, the experts of the Demon's Island successively fell under his sword. He picked up the stronger ones to kill, and among the dead, the weakest were at the initial Yang Void Realm while the most were at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Actually, many experts on the battlefield had noticed his killing spree. Who is he? How could he be so strong? It's so easy for him to kill an expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. He definitely should be on the Blood Moon list. I heard there are only 7 protectors in the Heartless sect on the Blood Moon list. When did it get one more? Damn it! Since our 7 devils were busy fighting with the 7 protectors of the Heartless sect, none of them is free to handle him. Chapter 289, Xueying. Chapter 289, Xueying. As they were among the great 4 forces in Skywave Prefecture, the Heartless sect and Demon's Island were well matched in strength. The Master of Heartless sect and the Lord of Demon's Island were both half-saints. Previously, there were 8 protectors in the Heartless sect, all of whom were listed on the Blood Moon list. But now there were only 7 left because one of them had been killed. Likewise, Demon's Island also had 7 devils on the Blood Moon list. So, the seniors of each force were currently equal. However, all the devils were busy fighting with the protectors, so they could not stop Jin Wushuang at that moment, which allowed Jin Wushuang to freely kill without facing any resistance. But his slaughtering attracted their attention. Haha, it's Swordsman. Seeing how Jin Wushuang was slaughtering the enemy, Bei Mu and Long Yang could not stop laughing. These two had fought with Jin Wushuang before and knew that Jin Wushuang was as strong as the experts on the Blood Moon list. So, they were not surprised at what they saw, but the other protectors, who didn't know, were amazed. Is that him? The man introduced and recommended as a protector by Bei Mu and Long Yang. Yes, he is so young and his realm isn't high, so we doubted his qualifications to be a protector, but now it seems that we were too biased. He is young as well as strong enough to be on the Blood Moon list. That bloke, Wu Jiao, who was battling one of the devils of Demon's Island, glanced at Jin Wushuang maliciously, his heart filled with hatred. Haha, Baldy, it seems that you will be the one who is defeated. The laughter from the Master of Heartless sect resounded throughout the area after he noticed Jin Wushuang's excellent performance. Never thought you would have a hidden expert as strong as an expert from the Blood Moon list. The Master of the Demon's Island, a bald man with a strong aura, said as he snorted. Obviously. Though the master of the Heartless sect was smiling, he was a bit surprised in fact. No wonder Beimu and Long Yang, two men of vision, would recommend him. He is indeed very strong, and with him, we are going to win the battle. Certainly, they were currently winning the battle. Without Jin Wushuang, it would have been hard to tell who would be the winner since the two forces were neck and neck. But Jin Wushuang broke the balance and tipped it in the Heartless sect's favor. Like what was happening now, Jin Wushuang had killed many young Void Realm experts from Demon's Island, freeing up the experts of the Heartless sect to help out other teammates. In this way, their advantage was constantly increasing. It looks like we're winning. The bastards of Demon's Island must die. Send them to hell. The experts of the Heartless sect roared, overly excited. Baldy, your island is going to lose. The cold voice of the master of Heartless sect reverberated from above, where a pitched battle was going on between the seniors of the two forces. Lose? Will I? The bald man asked while smiling weirdly. Seeing that smile, the expression of the master of Heartless sect immediately changed and uneasiness arose in his heart. This battle was instigated by Demon's Island. Their strength was similar to the Heartless sect, so they wouldn't start a war without a special reason. Everyone knew that, once the battle started, it would cause destruction to both sides. But Demon's Island still started one. There was definitely something fishy about this. As the master of Heartless sect was lost in his confusion, a flowing red streak of light plunged into the battle at an amazing speed, quickly reaching the side of a protector. The red figure began attacking the protector. Holy God! Shocked, the protector waved his scythe in an attempt to defend. The scythe collided with the flowing red light and was knocked away. The next second, the flowing light grabbed at the protector's head. A half-saint. Fear gripped the protector's heart. With a cracking sound, his head was twisted off by the flowing light. Finally, the flowing light revealed itself, a red-robed old man with a goatee. His withered fingers and sharp nails made his hands look like a falcon's talons. With a head in one hand, the old man smiled rather strangely. Damn it! In the air above the battle, the master of Heartless sect stared fixedly at the old man with a gloomy expression. Shuang. He recognized him. Shuang, a half-saint expert, ranked 131st on the Blood Moon list, only a little lower than that of him. If they were fighting face-to-face, he was confident that he could beat him. However, at this moment, he had another half-saint expert to deal with, the Lord of Demon's Island. With him being forced to fight with the Lord of Demon's Island, there wouldn't be anyone who could hold Shuang back. Bastard, you asked Shuang to help you? The master of Heartless sect looked grim. Haha, did you really think that I would have waged a war against you without Shuang's help? The bald man replied back and sneered. On the battlefield, after killing a protector of the Heartless sect, Shuang turned to his second target, Wu Jia, another protector. Oh no! Seeing Shuang rush towards him, Wu Jia was so scared that he thought of nothing but escaping and leaving the battle. But Shuang was so fast that he easily caught up with him and killed him in the very next second with cooperation from one of the devils of Demon's Island. The second one. Coldness flashed in Shuang's eyes, which then fell on the third target, Protector Long Yang. Boom! Shuang flew towards his target like a flowing red streak of light. Back when Shuang first plunged into the battlefield and killed the first target, the triple kill sword in Jin Wushuang's hand began to fiercely tremble, signifying that a breakthrough was coming. The triple kill sword made it. Jin Wushuang could feel the power of the sword bursting, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The triple kill sword had been upgraded from low second grade to middle second grade. Small as the upgrade might be, it still brought the power of the sword up a level. Jin Wushuang had seen Shuang kill two protectors of the Heartless sect, so he decided to take action. A half-saint, so what? Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and his battle intent became stronger. Since my sword skill, as well as the power of the triple kill sword, are better and stronger than before, these normal experts from the Blood Moon list are no longer a threat to me because of my current power. Only the upper-level, half-saint experts are worthy opponents. Shuang, 131st expert on the Blood Moon list. I can't wait to feed my sword with your blood. Chapter 290 Fight with a Half-Saint Expert. Chapter 290 Fight with a Half-Saint Expert. The Heartless sect had previously gained the upper hand with the help of Jian Wushuang. However, after Shuang showed up and killed 2 of their protectors, the whole situation had changed. Shuang was rushing toward the 3rd protector, Leng Yang. "Leng Yang, run!" Beimu, who was busy fighting, cried out. "Damn it," Leng Yang said while looking toward Shuang with a dark expression. He wanted to escape, but he could not find a chance because he was tangled up with a devil of Demon's Island. Not far from him, Shui Ying's eagle-like sharp claw was lashing towards him like lightning. Leng Yang's expression changed. Suddenly, boom! Suddenly, the surrounding area surged and a huge whirlpool appeared. In the center of it, there was a dazzling streak of sword light that was directly slashing towards Shuang. If he did not block it, the attack would cut Shuang in 2. Shuang frowned slightly before immediately blocking the streak of light with his sharp claw. Clang! The hits collided with each other, letting out a metallic clash. Shuang raised his head in astonishment, wanting to see the attacker clearly. At this moment, the attacker's leg seemed to take the form of a long whip as it smashed toward him, with a harsh sound. Shuang immediately retreated. "Leng Yang, are you all right?" Jian Wushuang moved towards Leng Yang. "Swordsman." Joy flashed across his face as Leng Yang instantly expressed his gratitude. "Thanks." "You're welcome. Let me deal with him." Jian Wushuang looked toward Shuang with a smile. "Okay, just be careful," Leng Yang said while nodding heavily. Jian Wushuang and Shuang stared at each other. You reckless dude, go to hell," Shuang said with a sneer. He looked like a flowing red light as he rushed forward, launching another attack with his sharp claw. This time, 5 scratches emerged from the space in front of him. Demonic claw. Because it was being performed by a half-saint expert like Shuang, the scary claw attack was even more terrifying. However, Jian Wushuang just smiled coldly. He took a step forward, wielding his triple-kill sword to collide with the space in question. Selfless sword technique. 6th move. This brilliant stroke collided with the sharp red claw marks that had suddenly appeared. With a huge booming sound, the scary power exploded. An instant later, the power from the streak of sword light and the flowing red light spread out in all directions. Dozens of experts were affected by it. Some of them experienced cuts to their chest or shots to their legs. The most unlucky ones had their heads cut off. The power was so fierce and intense that dozens of corpses within a 100-meter radius began falling down. What happened? The experts who were currently locked in a fierce fight became completely stunned. All of them looked toward Jian Wushuang and Shuang with a terrified expression. "Swordsman, it's him." He blocked the half-saint expert Shuang. Many experts of the Heartless sect immediately recognized Jian Wushuang. This guy, Shuang was shocked. Even as a half-saint expert, he had not gained the upper hand when fighting with a young boy who had only reached the initial Yang Void realm. Jian Wushuang wore a cold smile at this moment. Then his roaring sword essence spread out like the rising tide and lashed against Shuang. What? Shuang felt as if he was stuck in mud, which affected his speed and strength. Earlier, he was able to fight evenly against Jian Wushuang, but now he was losing ground. Boom! Shuang was forced to retreat. "I tried my best, but still lost ground?" Shuang was surprised. Jian Wushuang smiled. "I have the upper hand in a head-on confrontation. Since I can't fight against him in a head-on confrontation, I'll kill him using my speed," Shuang thought. With cold eyes, Shuang suddenly disappeared and a red streak of flowing light flashed through the air. In the next moment, he appeared by Jian Wushuang's side, reaching toward his opponent's head with his cold, sharp claw. Shua! The sharp claw directly glanced off the boy's head, but it didn't leave a drop of blood. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang suddenly appeared behind Shuang. His triple-kill sword took on the appearance of a thunderbolt and lightning as it lashed out. How fast? Shuang thought in shock, turning around to block it. Jian Wushuang's powerful swordsmanship erupted. Streaks of sword light spread out at an amazing speed, shaking the surrounding area. World origin also erupted, instantly causing Shuang to fall into the sea of sword shadows. Shuang widened his eyes and struck out with his sharp claws. He barely blocked those attacks, but could not find a chance to fight back. More importantly, he was besieged by the flowing tide of sword essence, which restricted his strength and speed, so he could not catch up with Jian Wushuang. I'm not his match. Shuang face fell. Though he was reluctant to admit it, that was the truth. This guy is terrifying. If I continue to fight with him, I will die. After a while, Shuang lost his will to fight. Lord of Demons Island, you never mentioned that the Heartless sect had such a powerful expert. Shuang yelled with a snarl, while crazily blocking the blows. The forlorn roar was so loud that all the experts in the battlefield could hear it clearly. In the next moment, they all felt surprised. Lord of Demons Island, I promise to help you sweep out the Heartless sect, but I have to protect myself first. Now that my life is threatened, I can't keep my promise. See you. Shuang roared in a low voice. Then he turned to run away. Shuang, who was a half-saint expert, ranked 131st on the Blood Moon list, was escaping? Chapter 291, Slaughter. Chapter 291, Slaughter. All the experts were astonished. They were shocked indeed. They did not expect that a half-saint expert would run away. Shuang, the Lord of Demons Island, was also stunned while recalling Shuang's words. His life was threatened? A kid in the initialing Void Realm could threaten his life? No matter how shocked they were, Shuang was definitely running away. However, Jian Wushuang had not agreed to let him escape. Since you came, stay here forever. Jian Wushuang's cold voice, full of laughter, resounded through the area. Then he immediately chased after Shuang. As Shuang's speed was affected by the realm of sword essence, Jian Wushuang easily caught up with him. Kiddo, I'm leaving. I've decided I don't want to be involved in your fight. Don't push me. Shuang glanced at Jian Wushuang and cried out. Don't push you? You attacked and killed our protectors. Didn't you already go too far? Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice, but sneered in his heart. It's not easy to meet an opponent like you. I won't let you go so easily. Go to hell. Jian Wushuang rushed toward Shuang. You really want to kill me? Shuang roared with a scary look. I'll have a try and see whether I'm able to kill you. Jian Wushuang grinned. Then his soaring killing intent spread out. The sky seemed to darken. Faced with such tremendous killing intent, other experts could not help but feel frightened. The moment Jian Wushuang raised the triple-kill sword high, a towering phantom giant appeared behind him and held up a long sword as well. Suddenly, the stroke slashed down. Blood-emptying technique, the first move. Boom! The murderous stroke appeared in front of Shuang. Faced with its power, Shuang could not help being frightened. This is Slaughter Origin? Shuang was shocked. Jian Wushuang had used World Origin while fighting with him. Though it made him perfect in all aspects, it limited his strength so that his attacks were not as offensive. That was the reason why Shuang dared to say that Jian Wushuang could not kill him. However, Slaughter Origin was totally different from World Origin. Slaughter Origin emphasized killing, which was more offensive power than World Origin. The power of this stroke Jian Wushuang performed caused the area to shake. I'm in big trouble. Shuang widened his eyes and made up his mind to fight to the death. Blood Spirit. With a terrifying look, Shuang was suddenly surrounded by a blood light. The streaks of light gathered in his palm, and his fingertips, as well as his eyes, immediately became extremely red. Suddenly, Shuang rushed forward, like a wild wolf pouncing on its prey in the dark. Then he waved his claw. The stroke pierced the air, humming violently. After colliding with the killing sword, boom! The strongest move Shui was able to perform was completely overwhelmed. How is this possible? It surprised Shui when his strongest move was defeated so easily. The sword in your hand, Shui stared at the triple kill sword. Now he knew that long sword was extraordinary. Don't struggle. Accept your death obediently. My sword can't wait to drink your blood, Jian Wushuang said with a sneer. Then he appeared in front of Shui. Against the realm of sword essence, Shui could not escape, but he still tried his best to struggle. After a while, a wave of sword strikes stabbing a body was heard. Then Shui Ying's aura began to vanish. Shui Ying let out a snarl, resounding throughout the whole area. Lord of Demons Island, you set me up. The rumble made the whole battlefield quiet. Everyone was in shock as they watched Shui Ying's body falling down. Everyone looked awed at that moment. A real half-saint expert died like this? A young expert in the initial Yang Void realm actually killed him? Run, run now. Lord of Demons Island, floating above the area, let out a terrifying cry. At this moment, Shui Ying's words still resounded in his ear. After Shui Ying died, Demons Island suffered from low morale. More importantly, Jian Wushuang had the time to attack the other devils of Demons Island, and he was able to slaughter all of them easily. There was no doubt that Demons Island lost this fight. It was an extremely miserable defeat. They invited a helper, but still failed in the end. All of this resulted because of one person, Jian Wushuang. The Heartless sect has such a powerful young expert. Has he really only reached the initial Yang Void realm? The Lord of Demons Island shook his head with resignation. As Demons Island started to retreat, the Heartless sect seized the opportunity to hunt them down. Haha, kill them all. Many experts of the Heartless sect roared with excitement while chasing their opponents. Jian Wushuang did not follow the crowd because he did not put those devils in his eyes. Now he fixed his eyes on the Lord of Demons Island. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang dashed out and appeared by his target's side in an instant. The face of the Lord of Demons Island immediately changed. Haha, Swordsman, we can work together to kill the Lord of Demons Island. How about it? The Master of Heartless Sect looked toward Jian Wushuang with a smile and spoke politely. Okay, let's go, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Crap. The Lord of Demons Island narrowed his eyes. The next moment he ran away without hesitation. You can't escape. Jian Wushuang stared at the Lord of Demons Island and knew his intention. He immediately launched an attack, and the realm of sword essence swept out like the tide. The Lord of Demons Island was stuck inside, and his speed suddenly plunged. Jian Wushuang and the Master of Heartless Sect did not give him any chance to strike back, directly rushing forward. Chapter 292, The First Protector. Chapter 292, The First Protector. Lord of Demons Island was not much stronger than Shui Ying, so he was only able to struggle for a short period of time before he was killed by Jian Wushuang and the Master of Heartless Sect. The Baldy had been fighting against me for many years, but he is finally dead, the Master of Heartless Sect said inside, while standing in front of the Lord of Demons Island. Then he looked toward Jian Wushuang and said, with a smile, Swordsman, your realm of sword essence is really special. Without your realm of sword essence that restricted his speed, we would not have been able to kill him so easily. It's just a little trick, Jian Wushuang replied with a casual smile. Sword realm was a special and powerful sword skill. As a superior third-grade sword technique, it was not weaker than an inferior second-grade sword technique. You have lots of tricks, Master of Heartless Sect continued with a smile. Today, you killed a half-saint expert by yourself. Compared to your strength, I feel ashamed of myself. I believe the Blood Moon list will have your name soon. You will definitely rank high, at least higher than me. The Master of Heartless Sect was very clear that Jian Wushuang was stronger than him. After all, he could only try his best to defeat a half-saint expert, but he could not kill such an opponent. However, Jian Wushuang could kill a half-saint expert in a straightforward fight. After Shui Ying and the Lord of Demons Island died, the final fight eventually ended. The Heartless sect seized victory, and Demon's Island collapsed because of the death of their lord. This fight caused a sensation in the whole Skywave prefecture. Numerous experts were shocked by the deaths of the two half-saint experts. A name spread through the whole prefecture. Swordsman, a man who had reached the initial Yang Void Realm, had killed Shuang by himself. Then he killed the Lord of Demon's Island with the Master of Heartless Sect. Everyone marveled at his strength. The next day, the Blood Moon list was updated, with a great change. Swordsman ranks 99th. He has reached the initial Yang Void Realm. It's confirmed that his attacks were straightforward, and he killed Shuang, a half-saint expert whose strength remained at the peak. There were many half-saint experts on the list, but few could kill a half-saint expert with a frontal attack. So our Blood Moon Hotel affirmed that Swordsman was qualified to rank 99th. With the affirmation from the Blood Moon Hotel and his battle results, Jian Wushuang's ranking was instantly accepted by the public. Haha, he ranks 99th, much higher than me. The Master of Heartless Sect laughed out while reading the rankings. He was sitting with several protectors in the lobby of the Heartless Sect. He admitted that Jian Wushuang was stronger than him, so he thought it was normal that Jian Wushuang ranked higher than him. Swordsman, you're famous now, the Master of Heartless Sect said with a smile. Ranked 99th? Jian Wushuang wiped his nose and gave a faint smile. The other protectors congratulated Jian Wushuang. Only 5 protectors, including Bei Mu and Long Yang, survived this fight. Listen, the Master of Heartless Sect suddenly said seriously, from now on, Swordsman will be our first protector. His position is equal to mine. All of you must follow his orders. Understand? On hearing this, the other protectors smiled while looking at each other. They started to salute Jian Wushuang one by one. I pay my respects to the first protector. Jian Wushuang did not know how to react. Swordsman, I failed to recognize your strength. So please don't refuse my invitation to be the first protector, Master of Heartless Sect said. First protector, Jian Wushuang thought for a moment before nodding. Fine. Haha. The Master of Heartless Sect laughed out and spoke. Wu Jiu had been in charge of the Bloody Blade team, but now he is dead, so you can take his duty. What do you think? Okay, Jian Wushuang nodded and replied, but I will spend my time focusing on my cultivation, so unless it's something very important, I won't participate. No problem, the Master of Heartless Sect immediately agreed with it and continued. Though you are just in the Yang Void Realm, you have the battle strength of a half-saint expert. You don't need to deal with trivial things. Unless I meet a half-saint expert who I can't handle, I won't bother you. That's fine. Jian Wushuang nodded. The news that Jian Wushuang became the first protector and took charge of the Bloody Blade team spread through the Heartless Sect. Many experts were not surprised since they had seen Jian Wushuang's strength during the battle. They thought Jian Wushuang deserved this. It caused a stir in the Bloody Blade team, though. The experts of the 9th Squad were excited. After Jian Wushuang came back, they enjoyed a few drinks in celebration. The night was as black as ink. Jian Wushuang sat on his bed with his legs crossed while deliberating about his plan. Once I'm familiar with the surroundings of the Tang dynasty, only then I can carry out my plan. A glimpse of battle intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. On the road to the Tang dynasty, he had made a plan. Now it was time to carry out it. Jian Wushuang moved his mind. Then a blood-red figure appeared in front of him. The figure wore a blood-red robe and a wicked blood-red mask. He stood there with a roaring killing intent, as if he were a death Shura who just walked out of hell. This was Jian Wushuang's slaughter doppelganger. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and gave the triple kill sword to his slaughter doppelganger. From now on, you're Nan. Go ahead. Jian Wushuang gave an order. His slaughter doppelganger nodded slightly and immediately left the room, disappearing under the moonlight. From now on, my slaughter doppelganger will begin to slaughter around the Tang dynasty with my triple kill sword, while I will stay here to meditate on the world origin. Jian Wushuang thought in private. The slaughter doppelganger had its own consciousness, so he could leave it to go out killing on its own. His true self and his doppelganger could work separately, Chapter 293, In 1 Year. Chapter 293, In 1 Year. In the Tang Dynasty, there was a prefecture called Ninth Heaven Mansion, which was one of the 21 large prefectures. In the mansion, there was a force named Thousand Nether Palace, the master of which was a half-saint expert named Huo Yu. He ranked 138th on the Blood Moon list, much lower than Xuering, who was killed by Jian Wushuang. Among the half-saint experts, Huo Yu was at the bottom of the pile. In the Thousand Nether Palace, a middle-aged man with purple hair, wearing a purple robe, lay on a bed at ease, with 2 beautiful maids serving him, fine food, and even fine wine within his reach. Suddenly, boom, a fierce and loud thunder sound was heard throughout the palace, followed by a low voice. "You sure are comfortable, Huo Yu." Hearing the voice, Huo Yu's expression changed quickly. With a move, he reappeared up in the air and saw the uninvited visitor. The visitor was wearing a red robe and a red wicked mask on his face, with a long sword in hand. The man's overwhelming killing intent brought an icy cold feeling to the palace. "Who are you?" Huo Yu stared at the visitor, frowning. He was a bit scared of the killing intent he sensed from the man. "You can call me Nan," Jian Wushuang's slaughtered doppelganger replied and continued. "I came here to battle with you. Let's start fighting." "Haha, ridiculous. How dare you, a nameless man, not even on the Blood Moon list, come here to challenge me?" Huo Yu said and smiled coldly. "All I have to do is kill you, and my name will be added to the list." With no more words, the slaughtered doppelganger began to attack. "You're courting death." Furious, Huo Yu began to directly battle with the slaughtered doppelganger. Just a short while later, the battle was settled. The half-saint expert, Huo Yu, was killed on the spot. The next day, a new name, Nan, as well as his battle results for killing Huo Yu, was listed on the revised Blood Moon list. Jian Wushuang's slaughtered doppelganger, Nan, wandered around the Tang Dynasty, challenging experts everywhere. In terms of strength, the slaughtered doppelganger was weaker than Jian Wushuang's true body, but just a little. But, since the doppelganger could also display the skills that Jian Wushuang mastered, like sword realm, in addition to carrying the triple kill sword with him, he was able to kill ordinary half-saint experts. Most of all, the slaughtered doppelganger was comprehending slaughter origin, which required a lot of meditation and killing. However, comprehending world origin didn't require this, so Jian Wushuang could carry on his comprehension leisurely, by himself. This was also the reason why Jian Wushuang had separated himself from the slaughtered doppelganger. The doppelganger comprehended the slaughter origin by killing in different areas, while Jian Wushuang himself sat down to comprehend world origin in the Heartless sect. The 2 kinds of comprehension were going on simultaneously, yet independently. In this way, he was yielding twice the results. How time flies. From spring to winter, 1 year had passed. During the year, several staggering events had happened in the Skywave Prefecture. The first event was the demise of Demon's Island. Its territory had been annexed by the Heartless sect and 2 other forces. Having gotten the most benefits from the demise, the Heartless sect had become the most powerful force in the Skywave Prefecture due to both the master of Heartless sect as well as Jian Wushuang, who ranked 99th on the Blood Moon list. The second event was the sharp rise of the Willow Leaf School, an organization established by the half-saint expert Liu Yi. It took the place of the Demon's Island, becoming one of the great 4 forces in the Skywave Prefecture. Outshining the other 2 forces, it almost stood on equal footing with the Heartless sect. The third one was the fall of the Willow Leaf School. After Liu Yi was killed, the Heartless sect swallowed up the entire domain of the school, and without difficulty, it soon eradicated another force. At last, the Heartless sect was recognized as the top force in the prefecture. All 3 of these events had caused huge sensations, especially the last one. The sect master of the school, Liu Yi, was very strong enough to be listed in the top 100 on the Blood Moon list. After its sharp rise and before its demise, the school had provoked the Heartless sect and the 2 sects had engaged in battle many times. Liu Yi had even fought head-on with the master of Heartless sect and almost killed him. After surviving the battle, the master of Heartless Sect came back and personally asked Jian Wushuang for help. He had planned to cooperate with Jian Wushuang and fight against Lu Yi. But on the night that he asked for help, Jian Wushuang broke into the Willow Leaf School alone. Most of the experts of the school, even Sect Master Lu Yi, were all killed by Jian Wushuang that night. For a time, the whole Skywave Prefecture was in shock. The next day, Jian Wushuang's ranking on the Blood Moon list was revised, raising it to 86th. After that night, no forces in the Skywave Prefecture dared to provoke the Heartless Sect. There was a lake outside the Heartless City, remote and unfrequented. Since Jian Wushuang first went there half a year ago, he had been there every single day, fishing by the lake. Along with him were two experts. The sun was going down, and the whole world was quiet. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes, feeling the peace around him. He enjoyed it very much. In such tranquility, he was able to comprehend the world origin much more efficiently. In the recent half-year, he seemed to spend every single day fishing there. But instead of fishing, he was actually concentrating on comprehending the world origin. During the fishing, he had made great progress in comprehending the world origin. Though his comprehension was still at the level of momentum, he had still made good progress. Momentum could be used to activate the origins of heaven and earth. But how much of the origin could be applied depending on the individual's level of comprehension? Although Jian Wushuang had already reached this level and was able to use the origins, he could only apply 2/10 of them. After a year of comprehending them, he now could apply at least 8/10. There was no doubt that the power behind 8/10 of the origin was much stronger than that of 2/10. Besides, his cultivation had broken through from the initial Yang Void Realm to the profound Yang Void Realm during the year. Any breakthrough in the Yang Void Realm could make a huge difference in one's strength. Jian Wushuang reaching the profound realm, together with his progress in comprehending the origin, made him much more powerful than before. Chapter 294, The Unexpected Trouble. Chapter 294, The Unexpected Trouble. Swish. Sitting by the lake, Jian Wushuang raised the fishing rod and pulled a big carp out of the water. He took the fish off the fishhook and put it in his basket. The two men standing behind him were Taishan and Imoing. They had been on good terms with Jian Wushuang since his time in the 9th team, and they had been by his side ever since Jian Wushuang became the first protector of the Heartless Sect. "Protector, you got a big haul today," Taishan said with a smile. "Not bad." Jian Wushuang nodded. Looking up into the sky, he continued, "It's getting late. Let's go back." He stood up, carried the rod on his shoulder, and then headed toward the Heartless City with Taishan and Mo Ying. Before they had gotten far, Jian Wushuang suddenly stared up into the air, where a figure was rapidly rushing forward. From the looks of it, it was a thin young girl. "Oh, no, they're catching up with me, but it will be some time before sister arrives. What should I do?" The small figure was running as fast as she could, as if she was escaping from some horrible thing. Just then she noticed Jian Wushuang and the others below. Her eyes glinted as she dived toward them. "You three there, help! Help!" yelled the small figure that was crying while flying. "Stop right there." Taishan and Imoing stepped in front of Jian Wushuang and stopped the girl. "You little beggar, get out of our way," Taishan shouted coldly. Jian Wushuang studied the girl. It was not an overstatement to call the girl a beggar. Clothes tattered, hair scattered, and muddied all over. This 15 or 16-year-old girl looked much like a beggar. But Jian Wushuang, Taishan, and Imoing all understood that in the Tang dynasty, the country of death, even a beggar could be a strong expert. Moreover, this dirty girl came to them while void walking, which meant she was not an ordinary expert. "Please, some people are chasing me. Please hold them off for a moment. Here, I got this interspatial ring from a half-saint expert, and I'll give it to you as long as you help me," the little girl begged. Raising his eyebrows, Jian Wushuang subconsciously looked at the interspatial ring, and through his consciousness, he saw lots of treasures and purple crystal spiritual liquid inside. "It's true," Jian Wushuang said with an odd expression. There was a large amount of treasures and purple crystal spiritual liquid in the ring, comparable to all the property that one half-saint expert would normally own. What confused Jian Wushuang was how this little girl had gotten the ring from a half-saint expert. Jian Wushuang didn't respond to the girl's request. He stared off into the distant sky, where a dozen people were rushing toward them. "They're coming." The girl looked frightened. Quickly, those people arrived in the air above them, with a black-clothed elder as their leader. A half-saint. Jian Wushuang's expression changed a little when he saw the elder. Led by a half-saint, even every single man of the group was at the peak of the Yang Void realm. It was very rare to see such a battle formation in Skywave Prefecture. The black-clothed elder looked down and his eyes immediately fell on the little girl. "Boy, give that girl to us," the elder shouted. Jian Wushuang glanced at him and said, "She is right there. Get her if you want to. We have no business here." "Oh." The elder lifted his eyebrow. "Let's go," Jian Wushuang said to Taishan and Imoing, starting to head back, not even sparing a second glance at the little girl or the elder. Taishan and Imoing followed him. "You?" The girl became anxious, but she suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Hey, how could you just leave me alone like this after I gave you that treasure?" Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Sure enough, upon hearing the girl's words, the elder swooped down and blocked Jian Wushuang's way. "Boy, she gave it to you?" the elder asked coldly. "No," Jian Wushuang replied. "Liar. You promised me that you would stop them if I gave that treasure to you, and I did. But now, seeing they're strong, you chickened out." The girl pretended to be angry. "Boy, hand it over," the elder yelled. "I won't say it again. She didn't give me anything." Coldness flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. "Didn't she?" the elder sneered. "Well then, you three, give me your interspatial rings and let me check through them. I'll let you go if it's not in them." "Check my interspatial ring?" Jian Wushuang gave him a smile as chilling as a blade. "I'm afraid you are in no position to do that. You are courting death." Shouting, the elder started moving and crossed the distance between them in an instant. An explosive sound was heard as the space in front of Jian Wushuang shattered, and a palm containing a powerful force aimed for Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang was provoked. "Piss off." Not bothering to use his sword, Jian Wushuang clenched his hand into a fist. Terrifying power was gathered inside it, and then it was thrown at the elder. This blow, containing the power of the world origin, caused the whole area to tremble. Boom! The elder was blown away by the power and was forced to retreat a few hundred meters before he regained his balance. How can this be possible? The elder was shocked. He is just in the profound Yang Void realm. While the elder was thinking, a name emerged in his mind. In the profound Yang Void realm, long sword on his back, quite young, "Your swordsman?" the elder called out. Even though Jian Wushuang was only in the profound Yang Void realm, he was ranked 86th on the Blood Moon list, which made him somewhat famous. As soon as the elder learned of Jian Wushuang's strength, he recognized him immediately. "Now that you know who you're fighting with, why don't you piss off with your men right now?" Imoing shouted. "Humph, swordsman." Looking gloomy, the elder turned to Jian Wushuang and said, "I know that you have won some fame in the Skywave Prefecture, but I didn't know that you had the nerve to stick your hand in the business of the mansion master." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help squinting. Chapter 295, Sister? Chapter 295, Sister? Mansion Master? Although there were many forces in the Tang dynasty, all of them would intentionally avoid naming themselves with Mansion. The Tang dynasty was divided into 21 large prefectures, and in each prefecture there was one real top expert acting as the Mansion Master. Normally, it was an expert of the Saint realm. In Skywave Prefecture, the only one that could be referred to as Mansion Master was, of course, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. "They are from the Skywave Prefecture?" Looking at the elder, Jian Wushuang pulled a long face. The Heartless sect was recognized as the top force in the Skywave Prefecture, but the prefecture itself was not included in the ranking. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture was a half-saint, like the black-clothed elder, but, in truth, his strength surpassed ordinary half-saints. On the Blood Moon list, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture ranked 21st, even though he was just a half-saint. All the experts who ranked 22th to 27th on the Blood Moon list were in the saint realm, but even they ranked lower than the Lord of Skywave Prefecture, which meant the man was stronger than ordinary experts of the saint realm. That was why he could become a master of a prefecture and the overlord of the region. Jian Wushuang never thought that this little girl was from the Skywave Prefecture, and he would have had nothing to do with this if the girl had not made up a story saying that she handed over something to him. Worst of all, those Skywave Prefecture's guys believed her story. Boy, now that you know we are from the Skywave Prefecture, you should give that thing to me immediately. Otherwise, our mansion master will burn you and the heartless sect into ash with his anger, said the elder in a cold voice. Jian Wushuang shot a glance at the elder and said, "Are all the people in the Skywave Prefecture as stupid as you? I told you several times already that she didn't give me anything. Believe whatever the hell you like. But if you want to solve this with violence, I don't mind playing it to the bone." Jian Wushuang's voice was extremely cold. Skywave Prefecture? So what? He didn't want to expose himself to them, but it didn't mean that he feared their lord. The elder looked sullen, and his killing intense sword. "Whatever, in no way will I let you just walk away. Take the girl, and kill them all." Following the order, the experts led by the elder went straight toward Jian Wushuang and the others to kill them. "You two, be careful when fighting with them," Jian Wushuang said toward Taishan and Imoing. The two looked solemn, ready to fight. However, the girl hid behind Jian Wushuang and spoke in a low voice. "Just a moment. Please hold them off. My sister is coming here, and when she arrives, they'll have no hold on you." "Humph, you're so cunning. I'm sure your sister will be too." Jian Wushuang gave the girl a dark look. This whole thing should have nothing to do with him, but now he was involved for such a ridiculous reason. This girl really had caused him some unexpected trouble, so he was not going to give her a kind look. The elder and his men started attacking. "Get the hell out of my way," Jian Wushuang thundered. He drew out his sword, and when he held it up, an overwhelming power burst out. As he swung the sword at his opponents, the surroundings seemed to be stirred by his sword. This blow was overwhelming and swept over everything. Seeing this blow, the elder could not help being frightened. He immediately shouted, "Quick, work together and stop him." The experts from the Skywave Prefecture all tried their best to block Jian Wushuang's attack, and they made it, but only just barely. The blow cast all of them away. No way. So powerful. Jesus. The elder and the experts from the Skywave Prefecture were stunned. As far as they could see, Jian Wushuang was much stronger than an ordinary half-saint. "I didn't use my full strength in that blow." Jian Wushuang's cold voice resounded throughout the area. It was true. He just used the power of the origin and the fifth move of the selfless sword technique in that blow. Since he didn't display the sword realm, it was indeed an attack with reservations. Hearing this, the black-clothed elder stood there while hesitating. But right at that moment, the whole world suddenly came to a standstill. The wind lulled, and the raindrops froze in the air. Jian Wushuang, the black-clothed elder, and the others in the area felt like they couldn't breathe. They were barely able to keep a clear mind, yet unable to move even a bit. Time seemed to stand still. What's going on here?" Jian Wushuang was panic-stricken. Taishan and Imoing, who were behind him, as well as the black-clothed elder and the others in front of him, stared in horror with their eyes wide open. Terrible horror. Horror to such an extent that they had never experienced before. Even Jian Wushuang felt some fear rise in his heart. Except for the little girl. She smiled happily when seeing the sudden change and said, "My sister arrived." The girl moved away and leaped into the air. The frozen space seemed to have no effect on her at all. Though Jian Wushuang and the black-clothed elder could not move, they managed to look in the direction which the girl moved to. In their sight, a frosty woman in white, beautiful beyond description, was walking toward them. Whiter than snow, eyes like a clear spring, she was so elegant and graceful that everyone would be stunned and feel a sense of inferiority while looking at her. But, in spite of her cold appearance, there was something about her that caused everyone to be unable to resist being lost in reverie. Is she a goddess? An expert from Skywave Prefecture murmured. Goddess, she was indeed a goddess. Even Jin Wushuang was stunned by the women's beauty and aura. She was like nothing in the world. She was so beautiful that the many experts here, even the black-clothed elder with 100 years of experience, had never seen such a beauty. Most of all, she had a terrifying power that caused everyone to tremble. Chapter 296, First on the Blood Moon List, Long Rushuang. Chapter 296, First on the Blood Moon List, Long Rushuang. Domain? Jin Wushuang felt like everything was frozen. He tried his best to move, but he could not. It made him aghast. It's too terrifying. Unbelievable. It might be stronger than Domain, Jin Wushuang thought in private. The white-clothed woman, who aroused all their attention, finally stopped. She stood there, like a peerless goddess. Elder sister, the scruffy girl called out to the white-clothed woman. You caused trouble again? The white-clothed woman asked while looking at the girl. The girl stuck out her tongue. Then she pointed at the experts of Skywave Prefecture and said, It's their fault. I just ate one thing of theirs, and I said that I'm sorry, but they still keep chasing me and trying to kill me. The white-clothed woman coldly looked toward the experts of Skywave Prefecture. Her glance made the black-clothed elder frightened. He spoke in terror. My lady, we're from Skywave Prefecture. Your sister stole something precious that our mansion master has cultivated for many years. Our mansion master is furious. Before the black-clothed elder finished his words, a blast of coldness swept over. Then the black-clothed elder saw his people become ice sculptures. They became ice sculptures, and then in the next moment, the ice sculptures shattered like glass and broke into pieces. The scene struck terror into the black-clothed elder's heart. Jin Wushuang, Taishan, and Imoing also were shocked. Just a glance could change dozens of experts into ice sculptures and then cause them to shatter. What kind of trick was this? What did you say? Repeat it again. The white-clothed woman looked down without any emotion in her eyes. No, no, the black-clothed elder said in terror while shaking his head. It's my fault. I'm sorry. May I beg for your mercy? The white-clothed woman snorted. Go back and tell your master. It's my sister's fault for eating his things, but you've already chased her for so long. That's enough. We're even. If he is not satisfied, he can come find me. Tell him, my name is Lung Rushuang. Lung Rushuang? Jin Wushuang felt a tremor in his heart. He was stunned. Lung Rushuang ranked number 1 on the Blood Moon list. There were 26 experts of the Saint Realm recorded on the Blood Moon list. As their strength changed, their rankings often fluctuated. Several years ago, a person entered the list and ranked first. From then on, that person kept their rank. That person was Long Rushuang. She had killed more than one expert of the Saint Realm, with bizarre methods. She did not make any moves. She just used her mind to turn experts of the Saint Realm into ice fragments. No one knew how powerful she was. No one knew her origin, either. Even her age and cultivation remained unknown. Definitely, she was one of the most mysterious and creepiest experts in the Tang dynasty. The person who built the Tang dynasty was also a mysterious monarch who had led it to develop to its current extent. Jin Wushuang did not expect that this beautiful woman was Lung Rushuang, and that the scruffy girl was her sister. Jin Wushuang was only shocked by this, but the black-clothed elder actually shivered in terror. His legs trembled. Looking at Lung Rushuang, the black-clothed elder shook his head like a rattle and said, No, no. Our mansion master feels that it was his great honor to have his treasure stolen by your sister. Lung Rushuang glanced at the black-clothed elder. You can go. It seemed as if everything was back to normal. Jin Wushuang and the others could move again. The black-clothed elder felt relieved. He respectfully bowed to Long Rushuang and turned to leave. Obviously, he was petrified. "Let's go." Jin Wushuang gave an order, and they turned around, ready to leave. But the scruffy girl suddenly blocked their way. "My elder sister only let the old guy go. Why are you leaving?" the girl said while smiling at Jin Wushuang. "Sister, these 3 guys bullied you? Do you want me to kill them for you?" Long Rushuang looked toward the 3 warriors. Jin Wushuang's heart missed a beat. He was clear that he was not her match even if he performed soul-devouring secret skill. If he fought with her, he would become ice fragments. "No, I don't." The girl shook her head. "They didn't bully me. Instead, they helped me a lot. Especially this guy. He blocked those attackers by himself." The scruffy girl winked at Jin Wushuang. Then she turned her gaze toward Long Rushuang and said, "Elder sister, this guy helped me a lot. Please reward him to express my gratitude." Long Rushuang felt a tremor in her heart and glanced at Jin Wushuang. A warrior of the profound Yang Void realm could block a half-saint expert and a group of experts at the peak of the Yang Void realm. Not bad. "Big brother," the scruffy girl said, while looking toward Jin Wushuang, "do you want something? My sister is powerful. No matter what you want, she could give it to you." Jin Wushuang frowned slightly. He raised his head, threw a glance at Long Rushuang, and then snorted. "Sorry, I don't need anything." Then he waved his hand at Taishan and Imo Ing. "Let's go." The 3 warriors left directly. "Elder sister, why not stop them?" the scruffy girl asked. "Obviously, the guy didn't want to form a relationship with us. So why did stop them?" Long Rushuang replied. "But he did do me a favor. Our father told me that we should show our gratitude to someone that helps us," the scruffy girl said. "You dare to mention our father. You sneaked out while our father was in closed-door cultivation. You should be worried about how our father will punish you," Long Rushuang said in a low voice. Chapter 297, Swordsman, Come Accept Your Death. Chapter 297, Swordsman, Come Accept Your Death. In the huge residence of Skywave Prefecture, a muscular middle-aged man, with big eyes and bushy eyebrows, sat in the chair, tapping the armrest with his fingertips. The man had a deep, scary knife mark on his forehead, and he was surrounded by a violent aura, similar to a monster. This man was the mansion master of Skywave Prefecture, Man Yen. In front of Man Yen stood a person, the black-clothed elder who was afraid of Long Rushuang. "You didn't get it back?" Man Yan's eyes widened like copper bells as he stared at the black-clothed elder. "I'm incompetent," the black-clothed elder answered in terror. "I caught up with the girl, but I didn't expect that she was Long Rushuang's sister. Long Rushuang showed up to save her, and I did not have an opportunity to strike back. She wanted me to tell Mansion Master that you could go find her if you are not convinced." "Long Rushuang?" Man Yin squinted. Even he held Long Rushuang in awe, so he did not dare to pick a fight with her. "Asshole." Man Yin stood up while violently slapping the armchair into dust, then said, "I've cultivated the 3-colored spiritual vine for dozens of years. In order to get it, I paid a high price, let alone years of cultivation, but now—" Man Yin was furious, but he had to bear the resentment in his heart. The 3-colored spiritual vine was precious. More importantly, it was the main ingredient for refining a Saint Breakthrough Elixir. A Saint Breakthrough Elixir was the only hope for him to reach the Saint realm. He had been collecting the materials needed to refine it. As of now, he had gathered all of them, except for the 3-colored spiritual vine, which had yet to mature. He never expected the girl to steal it right after it matured. That was the reason why he was so filled with rage and resentment. However, he could do nothing, as it was Long Rushuang's sister who took the 3-colored spiritual vine away. Her sister seemed to have already eaten it. What could he do? The black-clothed elder was secretly in shock. He was afraid that Man Yin would vent his anger on him, because he knew the 3-colored spiritual vine was important to the mansion master. Suddenly, The black-clothed elder raised his eyebrows and spoke. Mansion Master, in fact, I originally had a chance to get the spiritual vine back. What do you mean? Yang Zishuan looked toward him. I had already caught up with the girl. When I was ready to catch her, I was blocked by Swordsman, the first protector of the Heartless sect, so I could not grab the girl, the black-clothed elder replied. Swordsman? You mean the man who killed 2 half-saint experts in our Skywave prefecture? Man Yin said in a low voice. He was the mansion master, so he knew about the things that happened in his prefecture and had heard of the name. Yes. The black-clothed elder nodded and continued. I could have caught the girl and gotten the spiritual vine back. Then I could have released the girl and made an apology to them when Long Rushuang arrived. However, Swordsman blocked us. He dared to block you? Man Yin said, with killing intent gushing out. Moreover, when I bumped into him, I used Mansion Master's name, but he did not care, the black-clothed elder added in an attempt to fuel his anger. How dare he? Man Yin snorted, with endless fury in his eyes. It's true that I don't dare to piss off Long Rushuang, but even a little expert doesn't put me in his eyes. He is courting death. Man Yin had no place to give vent to his anger, so he could only vent it on Jian Wushuang. Huang Fu Ming, Man Yin shouted. A figure immediately appeared in front of Man Yin and spoke respectfully, Mansion Master. Go to Heartless City right now and bring me Swordsman's head. Man Yin gave the order. Okay. Huang Fu Ming nodded. Let me go with you, the black-clothed elder said, then followed him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Led by Huang Fu Ming and the black-clothed elder, a large number of figures flew up into the air in the Skywave prefecture. Bro Huang Fu, you must be careful when fighting with Swordsman. His cultivation is low, but he is really powerful. Previously, dozens of experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm and I were repelled by him with one stroke, the black-clothed elder said. Do you think that I am a trash like you? Huang Fu Ming said while glancing at the black-clothed elder. The black-clothed elder paused with an embarrassed look and then coldly replied, I hope you win the fight. Huang Fu Ming lifted the corner of his mouth up, ignoring it. Swordsman has killed 2 half-saint experts, but the 2 experts' strength was ordinary. He was able to kill them because he used a trick to slow down their speed. It isn't because of his real strength. Huang Fu Ming poured scorn on Jian Wushuang. Over the past year, Jian Wushuang rose rapidly in Skywave Prefecture. Many people thought Jian Wushuang was the most powerful half-saint expert, besides Lord of Skywave Prefecture, but Huang Fu Ming held him in contempt. In Skywave Prefecture, I am the strongest half-saint expert. Swordsman is a nobody, and today I will take his head. Huang Fu Ming snorted in private. Shortly after, they arrived at Heartless City but remained floating in the air above it. Huang Fu Ming let out a cry, which resounded through the whole city. Swordsman, come accept your death. He repeated it 3 times. His voice thundered and reverberated through the whole city. The voice caused a stir in the city, and a large number of experts began to rush towards the sky. Who dares to pick a fight with Protector Swordsman? Whoever dares to challenge Protector Swordsman is courting death. Those people. Many experts of the Heartless sect became furious. Now Swordsman was comparable in status to Master of Heartless sect. Many experts idolized their first protector. The moment they heard someone tell their idol to come and accept death, they could not help but get angry. It didn't take long for them to recognize the challenger's identity. People from Skywave Prefecture? The experts of the Heartless sect were shocked. At this moment, the Master of Heartless sect void walked and appeared in front of Huang Fu Ming. Chapter 298, Fight to the Death. Chapter 298, Fight to the Death. Mr. Huang Fu Ming, I wonder why you have come to our Heartless sect. Master of Heartless sect spoke in a low voice. Master of Heartless sect? Huang Fu Ming cast a glance at the Master of Heartless sect, then coldly said, None of your business. Just stand aside. If you dare to step in, there is no need for your heartless sect to exist. Huang Fu Ming. The expression of the master of heartless sect changed. Huang Fu Ming, who was unwilling to talk with the master of heartless sect, looked downward with his cold eyes. In a courtyard, Jin Wushuang, who had just returned, squinted and looked up at the sky. The moment he moved his body and appeared in the air, he saw Huang Fu Ming and the black-clothed elder. Just as I expect, they are from Skywave Prefecture. Jin Wushuang did not feel surprised and knew why they came. They don't dare to make trouble for Long Rushuang, so they came to piss me off. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture is quite narrow-minded. Jin Wushuang sneered. Are you Swordsman? Huang Fu Ming looked towards Jin Wushuang. Huang Fu Ming. Jin Wushuang also recognized the challenger. Huang Fu Ming was the half-saint expert that ranked 41st on the Blood Moon list. All the experts within the top 27 had reached the saint realm, except the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. As the only half-saint expert, he also had battle strength in the saint realm. Huang Fu Ming could rank 44th, indicating that he was one of the strongest among the half-saint experts. Huang Fu Ming is much stronger than Xueying and Lu Yi. Jin Wushuang thought. Swordsman, you must know why I'm here. You offended our mansion master. I've been ordered to take your head, Huang Fu Ming said coldly. There are many people who want my head. Who is he? Jin Wushuang gave a contemptuous smile. He was not afraid of Holy Emperor Palace. How was it possible to put a Lord of Skywave Prefecture in his eyes? You are courting death, Huang Fu Ming shouted. He moved his wrist and a double-edged giant axe appeared in his hand. He took a sudden step in the air, causing invisible waves to spread out. He immediately lifted up his giant axe and hacked at Jin Wushuang. The slash was extremely powerful, seemingly strong enough to cut through a mountain. Jin Wushuang stared at it coldly, with a cyan long sword in his hand. The ordinary sword only looked sharp. However, roaring power erupted as Jin Wushuang's spiritual power surged. Selfless sword technique, 5th move, blood-rupturing movement. His world origin suddenly erupted, shaking the surroundings, as if the whole world in front of him was being suppressed. They launched frontal attacks, without any tricks. Boom! Jin Wushuang halted and was instantly repulsed. After retreating back almost 100 meters, he regained his stance. I performed blood-rupturing movement with all my strength, but I was still overpowered by him. Jin Wushuang thought in surprise. The famous swordsman is just Thoso, Huang Fu Ming said with a cold smile. I underestimated you at first. Then, try my 6th move, Jin Wushuang said indifferently. The 6th move, you still can't overpower me. Huang Fu Ming lifted his double-edged giant axe, with a rush of battle intent in his eyes. His body became larger at this moment, and a scary aura began gushing out. The giant axe suddenly lashed out. Selfless sword technique, 6th move. While remaining composed, Jin Wushuang swung his long sword again. Boom! This time, Jin Wushuang and Huang Fu Ming retreated at the same time. Both of them were repelled more than 1,000 meters. Huang Fu Ming even retreated to the edge of Heartless City. This time, the result was a draw. Good. You live up to the position of a top expert who ranks 41st on the Blood Moon list. Since I matched you with the 6th move, accept my 7th move, Jin Wushuang said, with a casual smile on his face, while lifting his sword. The 7th move? Huang Fu Ming's face changed. He had performed his best move with that attack, which was barely enough against the 6th move Jin Wushuang displayed. Now, what would happen if Jin Wushuang performed the 7th move? Go to hell. Jin Wushuang's cold voice resounded through the area as his long sword violently lashed out. Suddenly, the world fell into darkness. In the darkness, only a brilliant stake of sword light remained, lighting up the world. Huang Fu Ming began to panic and performed his best move again. The moment his stroke collided with the streak of sword light, his giant axe was knocked away. Then the sword light, still at full power, slashed through Huang Fu Ming's body. Huang Fu Ming widened his eyes, but his body was already split in two. All the onlookers were shocked. An eerie silence fell upon all of Heartless City. Countless eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang slowly withdrew his sword and could not help but shake his head while watching Huang Fu Ming's body fall down. He really is strong. If I fought with him a year ago, I would not have killed him so easily. But now, he was not even qualified to see the eighth move. Jian Wushuang spoke frankly. On hearing this, everyone was petrified. The eighth move? He could perform the eighth move? He did not use all of his strength? Everyone shouted in shock. Huang Fu Ming, who ranked 41 on the Blood Moon list, was considered a top half-saint expert. However, Jian Wushuang killed him without using his full strength. What did it mean? Their first protector might not be far off from the strength of a real Saint Realm warrior. In fact, after a year of cultivation, Jian Wushuang's strength improved greatly. He could kill a half-saint expert a year ago, so there was no doubt that he was extremely powerful now. People haven't noticed it because he rarely displayed his moves. Skywave Prefecture. I originally thought I would go there after a period of practice. Now that the Lord of Skywave Prefecture has come to find me first, I'll take the next step forward. Jian Wushuang thought and looked toward the black-clothed elder. Listen, go back to tell your lord that I will fight to the death with him outside of Heartless City in 3 days. Chapter 299, Sensation. Chapter 299, Sensation. Everyone in Heartless City was stunned. Jian Wushuang will fight to the death with the Lord of Skywave Prefecture outside of Heartless City in 3 days? He's challenging the Mansion Master. Protector Swordsman wants to challenge the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. Wow, wow, wow. A great cheer suddenly rose throughout the whole city. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture ranked 21st on the Blood Moon list, which meant he was very powerful. Though he was just at the half-saint level, he had the battle strength of an expert in the Saint Realm. Ordinary experts were not qualified to challenge him. However, Jian Wushuang proved himself after he easily killed Huang Fu Ming, so no one dared to question his strength. The black-clothed elder was scared and murmured, "I will tell him." Then he and the other experts of Skywave Prefecture left. It caused a sensation in Heartless City. Lung Rushuang and her sister stood in the air near the city. He is challenging the Lord of Skywave Prefecture in 3 days. How bold. Lung Rushuang spoke without a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Sister, if he loses the fight with the Lord of Skywave Prefecture, will you save him? The girl asked. He is looking for death. Why should I save him? Lung Rushuang replied in a low voice. Sister, the girl, who was not satisfied with her elder sister's answer, anxiously cried out. Shortly after, Heartless City became quiet, but many experts were excited. The news that Jian Wushuang easily killed Huang Fu Ming and challenged the Lord of Skywave Prefecture in 3 days spread through the Skywave Prefecture and also caused a sensation. In the huge mansion, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture asked in surprise. With hands behind his back, Swordsman killed Huang Fu Ming without using all of his strength? He did not expect things would progress like that. He said that he didn't have to perform the 8th move, but I don't know whether it's true or not, the black-clothed elder answered respectfully. Interesting. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture lifted the corner of his mouth and showed a terrifying smile. I didn't expect that there was such a strong expect in Skywave Prefecture. It's no wonder that he dared to offend our Skywave Prefecture. Will you fight to the death with me? Fine. It has been a long time since anyone dared to challenge me. Tell them that I will cut off Swordsman's head and hang it at our prefecture gate in 3 days. Yes. The black-clothed elder followed the order and immediately went to spread the news. Soon, the whole prefecture knew their lord accepted the challenge. He will cut off Swordsman's head and hang it at his prefecture gate in 3 days. How domineering. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture seems to be really angry. I'm looking forward to this fight between the Lord of Skywave Prefecture and Swordsman. Countless experts anticipated this fight, which caused a large number of experts to arrive in Heartless City to watch the ultimate fight between Swordsman and the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. The Heartless sect fell into a frenzy during these 3 days. In a meeting hall, the master of Heartless sect looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Swordsman, you will fight with the Lord of Skywave Prefecture, who has battle strength equivalent to the Saint Realm. Do you have confidence in defeating him?" Protector Swordsman, Bei Mu and Long Yang spoke. When they heard Swordsman was challenging the Lord of Skywave Prefecture, all of them became excited. But now they were worried that their first protector would fail. After all, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture was famous for his strength. It had been several years since he became well known in the Tang dynasty. Swordsman, on the other hand, was too young and had a lower cultivation. They believed Swordsman would be able to defeat the Lord of Skywave Prefecture in several years, but right now, don't worry. Since I dared to challenge him, I'm prepared for it, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He was not comforting himself. He did have confidence. He had made great progress during this year of practice. He originally planned to challenge the Lord of Skywave Prefecture after a period of time. Now he was just bringing the schedule forward a bit earlier than he had planned. Time was fleeting. 3 days passed quickly. On the night before the fight, Jian Wushuang sat alone in the center of his courtyard. His realm of sword essence spread out like the tide, covering the whole yard. The sword essence was terrifying. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, raised his head, and looked up into the dark night sky, with the flash of a smile on his face. There he is. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The figure wore a wicked blood-red mask, with a sharp sword on his back. It was his slaughter doppelganger, Nan. Over the past year, Jian Wushuang meditated on the world origin in the Heartless sect, while his slaughter doppelganger traveled around, challenging experts everywhere. Nan was famous now. Nan ranks 36th on the Blood Moon list and seems to be at the half-saint level. He has comprehended slaughter origin and fought with 10 half-saint experts. 9 of them were killed by him, and only 1 expert was lucky enough to survive. There is no doubt that he possesses a soaring battle strength. This was the introduction of Nan on the Blood Moon list. Nan was only suspected to be a half-saint expert because he was a slaughter doppelganger and could hide his spiritual power and aura so perfectly that others could not see his real cultivation. They made their judgment only according to the strength he showed. In fact, his slaughter doppelganger's cultivation, which was determined by his own level, was only at the profound Yang Void realm. I cannot only depend on myself to fight against the Lord of Skywave Prefecture, so I called you back, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Nan nodded slightly and then walked toward Jian Wushuang. In the next moment, the slaughter doppelganger and Jian Wushuang completely merged into one. His triple kill sword was also back in his hand. The triple kill sword? Jian Wushuang looked at the killing sword that possessed a roaring killing intent and fondled it. The triple kill sword began quivering slightly, as if it was responding to its owner. Jian Wushuang wore a smile and said, "Everything depends on tomorrow." This night, Jian Wushuang sat alone in the courtyard all night. Chapter 300, The Final Fight. Chapter 300, The Final Fight. The next morning, when dawn broke and the first rays of sunshine were shining on the courtyard, Jian Wushuang, who was sitting on the ground, finally opened his eyes. Many experts of the Heartless sect had quietly waited up in the air over their sect. When Jian Wushuang appeared outside, they all looked toward him with fervent eyes. Jian Wushuang had become a legend in these experts' eyes. If he could defeat or kill the Lord of Skywave Prefecture, his myth would continue. Swordsman, the master of Heartless sect, looked at Jian Wushuang. "It's time to set off," Jian Wushuang said calmly. There was a wilderness area outside Heartless City. It was very bleak without even weeds, only some stones. People hardly came here, but today it was full of people. 2 young men in the crowd were talking. "Look, the young man with the long sword on his back is Swordsman." "He is Swordsman? He is so young. He looks about 20 years old." At his age, He dares to challenge the Lord of Skywave Prefecture? The short and thin man said with a strange look. The purple-haired youth replied, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture has a high status. Not just anyone is qualified to challenge him. Even if the experts who were in the top 100 on the Blood Moon list want to challenge him, he might ignore them. Mr. Swordsman is young, but he is very powerful indeed. You must know Huang Fu Ming, who ranked 41st on the list, right? He was killed by Swordsman. Moreover, Mr. Swordsman didn't use all his strength in that fight. If I could catch up with Swordsman someday, I could die without regret. The purple-haired youth could not help but sigh. There was one person in the air, Jin Wushuang. All the onlookers in the Yin-Yang Void Realm stood on the ground to watch this fight, showing respect for Swordsman and the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. So many people, Jin Wushuang thought secretly when overlooking the dense crowd beneath. There were at least thousands of onlookers who were also strong. At that moment, a sharp boom suddenly resounded. A huge fireball darted over like falling meteor. In an instant, it appeared about 300 meters away from Jin Wushuang. After the fire disappeared, a strong figure with a violent aura appeared. The tall, muscular man had a scary knife mark on his face, with a roaring killing intent, as if he was a beast. He stood quietly in the air, looking toward Jin Wushuang with his cold eyes. You came early. Are you anxious to die? The Lord of Skywave Prefecture asked and sneered. Who will die is not decided by your words, Jin Wushuang replied coldly. You're right. It's up to my strength, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture said seriously. He clenched his right fist, surrounded by a soaring flame, while gathering the great power in his hand. Make your move, Jin Wushuang said calmly with his sword in his hand. The two people, floating in the sky, chatted casually under the gaze of countless experts. At this moment, all the onlookers held their breath and stared at this fight with their full attention. Up in the air, the two giant figures' aura rapidly increased until they reached their limit. Countless onlookers were shocked by their aura. Suddenly, a gleam of killing intent flashing in his eyes, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture started the fight. Whoosh! The Lord of Skywave Prefecture pushed off and dashed out like an ancient fierce beast, striding 1,000 feet in an instant. Then he launched an attack with his right fist. The punch, covered in an endless flame, immediately swelled. The huge fire punch became as large as a house while rushing toward Jin Wushuang. It was like a falling meteor. Jin Wushuang wielded the triple kill sword, filled with a roaring power, and displayed the 7th move of selfless sword technique. He had killed Huang Fu Ming with this move, but now he had to perform this move in the first round against the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. The brilliant sword light seemed to shake the world as it split the fire punch in half. Half of the punch was shattered in the sky, while the other shot toward the ground. The earth shook. Then, a moment later, a huge hole appeared in the ground, more than 100 meters wide and dozens of meters deep. The onlookers had to retreat from the battlefield so that no one would get hurt. With his explosive speed, Jin Wushuang dashed forward. Streaks of powerful sword shadow lashed out, like lightning. In an instant, the sky was filled with the sword shadow. Every streak of sword shadow was full of great power. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture snorted as flames gushed out from his body. Instantly, he was covered by a sheet of flaming armor. It protected him from the attacker's stroke, letting out a metallic sound. Without a sword skill, it seemed hard for the triple kill sword to break through this armor. At this moment, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture changed into a peerless beast and pounced towards Jin Wushuang with a snarl. Every part of his body became a powerful weapon, so that he could fight against Jin Wushuang at close range. Origin of all beasts? Jin Wushuang frowned. In close combat, I am not his match. He had fought with experts of the origin of all beasts, so he knew how strong these experts were in close combat. They were like a combination of a humanoid beast and a humanoid weapon. Suddenly, a hint of killing intent flashed in Jin Wushuang's eyes. Selfless sword technique, 8th move. Boom! The air seemed to burst completely. A brilliant streak of sword light pierced the space, forming a huge vortex as it swept toward the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. Round Skyfisher. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture let out a cry and launched another punch with his right fist. It seemed like it was going to smash the area to pieces. Boom! Jin Wushuang and the Lord of Skywave Prefecture were repelled at the same time. Chapter 301. A Fierce Fight. Chapter 301. A Fierce Fight. The onlookers were stunned. Too strong. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture is terrifying. I feel like his casual punch could kill me. Swordsman is also strong. He was able to fight him to a draw for now. Everyone had gleaming eyes as they stared at the two. They knew both sides had just made tentative attacks, so they had not used their full strength. Nobody noticed the two figures that were standing in the air near the battlefield and watching the fight. They were Long Rushuang and her sister. Big brother is quite powerful, her sister said. Powerful? Lung Rushuang replied with cold eyes. For someone that is only in the profound Yang Void realm, his battle strength is good. Compared to others' great acclaim, Lung Rushuang thought Jin Wushuang's performance was just good. While standing above the area, Jin Wushuang and the Lord of Skywave Prefecture both stabilized their body and looked at each other. Good. No wonder you dared to challenge me. You do indeed possess some strength. Lord of Skywave Prefecture stared at Jin Wushuang in the same way he would look at his prey. As a lord of a prefecture, you haven't shown your full strength, right? Show it, or it will be boring for me to attack you, Jin Wushuang said casually. Lord of Skywave Prefecture had shown his scary strength in the fierce confrontation. He had comprehended origin of all beasts and origin of raging fire, reaching the peak of momentum. He also could activate 90% of origin of heaven and earth. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture was not weaker than him in the enlightenment of the origin. His attack was violent and strong, much stronger than an ordinary half-saint expert. It was no wonder that he had battle strength of the saint realm and was qualified to be the lord of a prefecture. Jin Wushuang clearly understood that the Lord of Skywave Prefecture had not displayed his real battle strength, and that he lived up to his rank on the Blood Moon list. I haven't used my full strength in a long time because no one could make me, but you're qualified, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture said with a faint smile. He took out a pair of red gloves, which were full of scary, mysterious cracks, and slowly put on them. The onlookers could not help but exclaim. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture had fought against Jin Wushuang using his fist, but now he was going to use his gloves. This pair of gloves was his weapon. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture is going to use his full strength. I wonder how strong he is. All the experts looked at him with an expectant look. Jin Wushuang shot a glance at the gloves. He remained calm, but in fact, he was a bit worried. Little guy, I hope you can hold on for a while. That way I can have more fun, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture said and grinned. Come on. Jin Wushuang had prepared himself. Boom. Then tracts of flames suddenly appeared in the air, as if the whole sky became a sea of fire. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture looked like flaming war god that was standing in fire. He overlooked the world with his twinkling eyes and roaring killing intent. As he clenched his right fist, the flames directly moved toward his fist at an amazing speed. In an instant, the sea of fire completely gathered in his fist. Go to hell. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture shouted. With a single stride, he appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and immediately threw the powerful punch towards Jin Wushuang's head. In the blink of an eye, the sky split and the ground cracked, as if a dormant volcano had suddenly erupted after billions of years. Jin Wushuang felt as if the furious power could burn the whole world. He is stronger than me in origin of raging fire, Jin Wushuang thought with a serious look. He knew that this punch was 1.5 times stronger than the previous one. As for their strength, even a 10% improvement meant a lot, but the Lord of Skywave Prefecture had improved his power by 50%. If Jin Wushuang still performed the 8th move of Selfless Sword Technique, he would be defeated without a doubt. Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised, but he did not panic. As the furious power swept towards him, his scary killing intent suddenly erupted. The ice-cold killing intent chilled the blood of countless experts. All the spectators looked toward Jian Wushuang in awe. The killing intent was too terrifying. As soon as Jian Wushuang lifted the triple-kill sword that was full of roaring killing intent, a towering phantom giant suddenly emerged. The current phantom giant was so condensed that it almost seemed real. As Jian Wushuang swung his sword, the giant also wielded the long sword and launched an attack. Hiss! The stroke seemed to split the sky, leaving a huge crack behind. All the onlookers were stunned by the terrifying stroke. The two powerful forces collided head-on under everyone's gaze. Bang! It sounded like thunder on a sunny day, pricking their ears as they covered them instinctively. Above the area, a series of crashes were heard right before their aftermath struck the ground. Bang! 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 As the earth shook, more and more holes and sword scars suddenly appeared on the ground, as if the area was being destroyed. In the center of the battlefield, the red-faced Jian Wushuang stared at his opponent, and his opponent stared back. Slaughter origin? The Lord of Skywave Prefecture's face fell as he said, "You used the scary slaughter sword art. It seems that I looked down on you. You're a bit stronger than I expected." Just a bit stronger? A hint of coldness flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Suddenly, a strong tide of sword essence swept out and covered an area within a 100-meter radius. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture was stuck in the tide. Then the tide of sword essence violently lashed against the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. Chapter 302, Sword C. Chapter 302, Sword C. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture's expression changed when he felt the tides of sword essence somewhat hindering his movements. A special trick. It looks like domain, but it is not the real thing, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture said coldly. He suddenly withdrew his hand. The next moment, a magic red light gleamed in his hand. The flash of light looked violent and blazing. The moment Jian Wushuang saw it, his heart could not help but skip a beat. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture held the flash of red light and then launched a powerful punch toward Jian Wushuang. Dragon Howl! He shouted with a frightening look. Dragon Roar, his strongest skill, was displayed. The huge punch looked ordinary, but when it appeared, flames suddenly filled the sky, converging into a gigantic flaming dragon. With an incredible howl, it rushed toward Jian Wushuang. In an instant, the weather changed and the whole area trembled. Jian Wushuang felt the strength of this flaming dragon, but managed to keep a cool expression. Even ordinary experts of the Saint Realm who saw this powerful move would take it seriously, as did Jian Wushuang. "Try my next stroke," Jian Wushuang spoke. He coldly stared at his opponent. With a roaring killing intent, he slowly slashed out with the triple-kill sword, and the phantom giant behind him also attacked. The moment the stroke lashed out, the whole world became dead still. All the onlookers held their breath. Everyone stared at the stroke and shivered in fright. Although they knew they were not the target, they still felt as if they would be killed by it. Quite a few experts were petrified by this stroke. The second move of the blood-emptying technique, Sky-Shaking Stroke. As a superior third-grade sword skill, the blood-emptying technique only had 3 moves, but all the moves were very powerful. The first move of the blood-emptying technique, All-Smashing Stroke, was powerful enough. The second move could release more power than the first one. The stroke could destroy the whole world and exterminate everything. Jian Wushuang had just mastered the second move and had not used it against anyone yet. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture was the first opponent Jian Wushuang attacked using this move. The huge sword shadow collided with the flaming dragon, but the head-on collision did not result in a loud sound. The two forces quietly weakened each other at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a huge fireball moved toward Jian Wushuang, burning his upper clothes and even beginning to burn parts of his upper body. Fortunately, he triggered his spiritual power to extinguish the fire, or he would have been burnt to ash. In fact, the upper part of his body was blackened by the fire, with some parts even being scorched. What a terrifying attack! Jian Wushuang looked at his blackened body and sighed in private. Then he sneered. He might not be in good condition after receiving my strike. Jian Wushuang looked up, towards the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. The latter widened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers could not help but exclaim. He spat blood. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture spat blood? One spat blood, the other was burned. What a bitter fight. It was bitter indeed. Many people originally thought the Lord of Skywave Prefecture would win, as he had been famous for longer and should be stronger than the young man. However now, no one dared to think this way. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, breathing deeply as he looked toward Jian Wushuang. I took it lightly. I didn't expect your stroke to be full of killing intent. My carelessness gave you an opportunity. I won't let it happen again. Really? Jian Wushuang asked while smiling slightly. Let's fight. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture snarled and launched another attack. With a roaring killing intent, Jian Wushuang prepared to block it. The final battle continued. Bang, 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 bang. The crashes shook the area and the frightening power spread to the ground below. The land changed so much that it was no longer recognizable. Yet Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Skywave Prefecture were still locked in a fierce battle. Both of them tried their best, but they could only draw against each other. The onlookers enjoyed it. The tide-like sword realm that Jian Wushuang emanated started to change without any signs. The tide-like sword essence became more turbulent, spreading more widely. After a while, the realm of sword essence had pervaded a radius of more than 1,000 meters. In the sword realm, endless sword essence swept toward the Lord of Skywave Prefecture like a tsunami. What? The Lord of Skywave Prefecture's face changed. Jian Wushuang was ecstatic at this moment. The third move of the sword realm, Sword Sea, Jian Wushuang mastered the second move of the sword realm a year ago. Then he had studied the third move, which was quite profound. Though he spent a year practicing it, he still felt he had not fully grasped it. He did not expect to comprehend Sword Sea during this fierce fight. Yet, it happened so easily. Experts of the Daluo Heaven sect would go crazy in envy if they knew. After all, the sword realm came from the Daluo Heaven sect. A large number of experts had studied this sword skill in the history of the Daluo Heaven sect, but none of them had mastered the third move, Sword Sea. Jian Wushuang had only practiced the sword realm for about a year, but now he had mastered Sword Sea. It was a big surprise for him. Jian Wushuang was somewhat stunned. After coming to his senses, he looked toward the Lord of Skywave Prefecture and spoke in a cold voice. Lord of Skywave Prefecture, it seems that you will die today, Jian Wushuang said. Chapter 303, New Lord of Skywave Prefecture. Chapter 303, New Lord of Skywave Prefecture. Lord of Skywave Prefecture, it seems that you will die today, Jian Wushuang said. His voice resounded through the area, then the sea of sword essence swept out toward the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. What's this? The Lord of Skywave Prefecture's expression changed. While he was in the realm of sword essence, he realized he was being suppressed and could only release 70% of his strength. In other words, 30% of his strength was being suppressed by the realm of sword essence. Even the top experts who mastered a domain could only suppress half of my strength. This guy's realm of sword essence is almost as strong as a domain. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture was shocked. Sword Tide had suppressed 10% of his strength. Now it increased to 30%. Not good. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture saw Jian Wushuang rushing over. When 10% of his strength was suppressed, he was barely able to force a draw with Jian Wushuang. Now, with 30% of his strength suppressed, he would not be Jian Wushuang's match. The Sword Realm restricted the Lord of Skywave Prefecture's movement. Using his roaring killing intent, Jian Wushuang struck out with his long sword. It's over, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture thought, but he was unwilling to be killed like this. Even if I will die, I won't make it easy on you, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture thundered. He immediately ate several elixirs that could improve his strength in a short time. These were ordinary elixirs, so the increase in his strength was limited, but he did not care. Now, he pounced toward Jian Wushuang, like a mad, hungry wolf. Useless. Jian Wushuang swung his sword and easily blocked it. After an all-out attack, the Lord of Skywave Prefecture lost his morale, so Jian Wushuang prepared to end this fight. Go to hell. The continuous streaks of sword light pierced through the area, leaving 3 holes on the Lord of Skywave Prefecture's body. The strong man still widened his eyes while falling. Finally, he is dead. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture was stronger than he thought. If he had not comprehended Sword C during the fight, it would have been much harder for him to kill such a strong person. Regarding comprehension of the origin, sword skill, and magic weapons, I am much stronger than him, but my cultivation is too low, Jian Wushuang sighed in private. The time he spent cultivating wasn't long. With the help of heavenly creation skill and opportunities from the ancestors' land, he had managed to reach the profound young void realm at his age, which was considered incredible. Jian Wushuang stood by the Lord of Skywave Prefecture's body. He waved his hand, took off the loser's interspatial ring, and looked around. The whole area became calm, and the spectators were petrified. When Jian Wushuang began to move toward Heartless City, a burst of exclamation rose from the crowd. He is dead. The Lord of Skywave Prefecture was killed. Swordsman killed the Lord of Skywave Prefecture. It caused a sensation. All the experts were astonished. Manyan, one of the overlords in the Tang dynasty, had been killed. The news would spread through the whole empire. Very good. Lung Rushuang looked toward Jian Wushuang with a hint of surprise in her eyes. I said he would win this fight, the scruffy girl said with a smile. Okay, now it's over. Shall we go back? Lung Rushuang asked. Nope, the scruffy girl replied while shaking her head. I need to repay him for his help. Repay him? Lung Rushuang said, he is strong enough in the Tang dynasty. As long as he doesn't piss off someone from the top 10 of the Blood Moon list, he won't get into any trouble, so you won't have any chance to repay him. No. I won't go back with you unless I repay him, the scruffy girl said stubbornly. Lung Rushuang thought for a while and said in a low voice, Okay, I will give you 5 days. Then you must return with me, no excuses. Deal. The scruffy girl nodded without hesitation. You stay here. I will go play with him. Then the girl moved toward Heartless City. In the hall of the Heartless Sect, the master of Heartless Sect and the other protectors were congratulating Jian Wushuang. Haha, Protector Swordsman. Oh, no. We should call you Lord. Right, Lord. That fight startled all of us. A peerless expert, who had battle strength equal to the Saint Realm, had been killed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang wore a faint smile. He challenged the Lord of Skywave Prefecture and killed him. From now on, he would become the new Lord of Skywave Prefecture. This was the rule of the Tang dynasty. As the Lord of Skywave Prefecture, he could be considered an overlord in the Tang dynasty. Jian Wushuang suddenly raised his head and looked toward the doorway, where a little head popped out. Who is that? The master of Heartless Sect and the other protectors perceived it and looked towards the doorway. When they saw the scruffy girl of 15 or 16 years old, they had an odd look on their faces. The scruffy girl ignored their attention and stepped inside. After standing beside Jian Wushuang, she winked at him, without saying a word. Jian Wushuang's face changed. He did not have a good impression on the scruffy girl and her elder sister. If not for the scruffy girl, he would not have fought with the Lord of Skywave Prefecture so soon. Why did you come here? Where is your elder sister? Jian Wushuang asked, frowning. I came here for you. I want to play with you. As for my sister, she has her things to do, the scruffy girl replied innocently. Big brother, my name is Lung Rushue. Chapter 304, Tanfeng. Chapter 304, Tanfeng. Jian Wushuang looked at the childish girl and said seriously, I don't have time to play with you. Then I can play by myself, the scruffy girl said and snorted. Then she haughtily walked toward the doorway, while throwing a meaningful glance at the other experts. The master of Heartless Sect and the other protectors all had a surprised look on their faces. After the girl left, the master of Heartless Sect could not help but ask, Swordsman, is she your friend? Friend? No, she isn't. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He had met the girl and her elder sister once, so he did not count them as his friends. The girl has a powerful background. Even I'm afraid of the person behind her, Jian Wushuang said. Powerful background? The master of Heartless Sect was surprised. Master, if the girl wants to stay here for several days, please let her do whatever she wants. As long as she doesn't go overboard, just leave her alone, Jian Wushuang said. Upon hearing this, the master of Heartless Sect wore a wry smile. Obviously, they had to treat this girl like a young master. The next day, the renewed Blood Moon list showed that Jian Wushuang ranked 21st, taking the place of Man Yin. The news shook the Tang dynasty. The experts on the list often challenged each other, so their rankings often changed. That was why the Blood Moon list was renewed every day. The rankings on the list often fluctuated between the half-saint experts and experts at the peak of the Yang Void realm. Top 30 of the list consisted of 26 experts of the Saint realm and 4 experts who had the battle strength of the Saint realm. They rarely fought with each other, so their rankings seldom changed. Every change would arouse the attention of the public. Not only many experts of the Tang dynasty, but the old sects of the Nanyang continent kept an eye out for this list. When it was renewed, the old sects immediately knew that Swordsman ranked 21st. Holy Emperor Palace also received the news. Swordsman is only in the profound Yang Void realm, but he killed the Lord of Skywave Prefecture in a face-to-face battle. He is young and adept at sword principle. Our Holy Emperor Palace has offered a reward for killing Jian Wushuang. When he was in the initial Yang Void realm, he fought 2 experts of the Saint realm. Moreover, he is good at sword principle. This swordsman from the Tang dynasty is probably Jian Wushuang. We finally found him. Go kill him right now. Holy Emperor Palace issued an order. The next day, 2 figures appeared outside of Heartless City. One of them was a fat middle-aged man. He wore a mild smile while standing beside the other respectfully. Sir Tanfeng, Heartless City is not far from us. Our target is there right now, the middle-aged man said reverently. A bald elder stood there with a cold look. He did not emanate any aura as if he was air. Divine transcendence. This bald elder was a true expert of the Saint realm. Anyone that heard his name would be shocked. Tanfeng ranked 9th on the Blood Moon list. He reached divine transcendence 100 years ago and had already mastered a domain. Swordsman poses a threat to our Holy Emperor Palace. Sir, he is powerful, so you need to use your full strength to kill him. Don't give him any chances, the middle-aged man added. It's not a big deal to kill him. Tanfeng narrowed his eyes and nodded. I care more about the thing Holy Emperor Palace promised to give me after killing him. Don't worry, sir. As long as you kill him, our palace will offer you the superior 3rd-grade magic weapon and the superior 2nd-grade origin manual you want. The middle-aged man replied with a smile, but he was somewhat reluctant in his heart. There had been friction between the Holy Emperor Palace and the Alchemy School. The latter kept an eye on the top experts from the palace, so they could not kill Jian Wushuang by themselves and had to turn to Tanfeng for help. After all, the superior 3rd-grade magic weapon and superior 2nd-grade origin manual were also important for Holy Emperor Palace. Since it's decided, let's go, Tanfeng said. They moved fast and immediately arrived in the area over Heartless City. This is the lair of the Heartless Sect. Swordsman is there. Sir, let's do it. The middle-aged man spoke. Hum. Tanfeng nodded. Just as he was about to descend, he suddenly stopped. That is, a flash of light caught his attention. He instantly saw a beautiful figure standing above a tower. The figure also coldly looked in his direction. Sir, what's wrong? The middle-aged young man asked. Wait a minute. Tanfeng frowned and replied seriously. I didn't expect her to be here. She, the middle-aged man also frowned. Tanfeng's expression became a bit unnatural. She was Long Rushuang. She was powerful and ranked first on the Blood Moon list. Tanfeng did not know Long Rushuang's real strength because he did not have the guts to fight with her. Sir, hurry up, the middle-aged young man said. Shut up. Tanfeng scolded him and thought, she came here for Swordsman? Does she have some kind of relationship with him? If I kill him, will I be courting death? Tanfeng was not sure why Long Rushuang came here, so he did not dare to take action. Long Rushuang was standing there, like the ninth heaven goddess. Then she looked away from the bald elder. An expert of the Saint Realm came for Swordsman? Long Rushuang murmured. Then she moved toward Jian Wushuang's courtyard. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was practicing his swordsmanship, while Long Rushue was sitting on the stone stool and eating a chicken leg, with her mouth covered in grease. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and the whole yard immediately became cold. Then, Long Rushuang appeared before their eyes. Chapter 305, Refuse. Chapter 305, Refuse. Hum. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked at Long Rushuang. Elder sister, why are you here? Long Rushue asked while putting down the chicken leg. Long Rushuang ignored her sister and looked toward Jian Wushuang. An expert of the Saint Realm has arrived. He should be here for you. An expert of the Saint Realm? Here for me? Jian Wushuang frowned. Holy Emperor Palace. Jian Wushuang realized that Holy Emperor Palace would find him once he became famous in the Tang dynasty. After all, a sword principal warrior who was in the profound Yang Void Realm and could kill Man Yen could only be him. But he did not expect that Holy Emperor Palace would move so quickly. The day after the news that he ranked 21st spread, experts from Holy Emperor Palace had arrived to kill him. I know the Saint Realm expert. He is Tanfeng and ranks 9th on the list. He has also mastered domain. If he wants to kill you, you won't have any chance to escape, Long Rushuang said coldly. Tanfeng? Jian Wushuang recalled the introduction about Tanfeng in the Blood Moon list. His face grew solemn. Then he looked toward Long Rushuang and asked, what do you want to say? My sister likes playing around, but she's too weak to protect herself. If I let her do whatever she wants in the Tang dynasty, I'm afraid that she would be chased by someone like last time. So I'd like to hire a guard for her, Long Rushuang answered. You want me to be her guard? Jian Wushuang said. Your strength is good. I think you're qualified for this job. As long as you promise to be my sister's guard for 5 years, I will help you kill the expert of the Saint Realm. Moreover, I can ensure that no one dares to challenge you. What do you think? Long Rushuang's voice was still cold. Upon hearing this, Long Rushue widened her eyes, expectantly staring at Jian Wushuang. Sorry, I refuse. Jian Wushuang shook his head without even thinking. He disliked hiding under someone else's shelter. Therefore, even though Wang Yuan invited him, he did not go to the alchemy school, let alone stay with Long Rushue for 5 years. Even if it only took him 5 days or a few months, Jian Wushuang would not accept it. In that case, you will have to find your own way of dealing with Tanfeng, Long Rushuang said. I never depend on anyone, Jian Wushuang replied coldly. Then he walked out of the yard. 2 people had been waiting there. Taishan and Mo Ying. Jian Wushuang spoke seriously. I'm leaving here. If there is an opportunity, I'll come back. Please help me tell the other protectors. Then Jian Wushuang immediately left. Taishan and Mo Ying were surprised and could not figure out why their first protector left so abruptly. Tanfeng immediately perceived that Jian Wushuang was trying to escape. He wants to run away, Tanfeng said in a low voice. Sir, what are you waiting for? Go kill him. The middle-aged young man spoke anxiously. No, wait a moment. Tan Feng shook his head and stared in the direction of Long Rushuang. She should know that I came for Swordsman. I don't know what relationship Swordsman has with her. If I try to kill Swordsman, will she stop me? Tan Feng still had some concerns, because Long Rushuang was much more powerful than him. At this moment, he saw Long Rushuang leave with Long Rushue. Tan Feng raised his brows. She didn't come to stop me or give me any warnings. That means she won't protect Swordsman. Tan Feng was immediately relieved. Then a blast of powerful aura spread out. Swordsman, I'm here. Where are you going? Do you think you can run away? A cold, loud voice resounded through the sky. Tan Feng suddenly rushed towards Jian Wushuang. The voice shook the whole city. Who wants to kill Protector Swordsman? Many experts of the Heartless sect shot up into the sky. They immediately saw two figures moving in the distant sky. One was Swordsman, and the other was a bald elder who was exuding a roaring aura. The Saint Realm. A real Saint Realm expert. He is Tan Feng, ranked 9th on the Blood Moon list. He is hunting Swordsman? A burst of exclamations went up throughout the city. What's going on? The master of Heartless sect and the other protectors gathered and watched it with a terrible look on their faces. He just killed Man Yin. Now Tan Feng came. Tan Feng is much stronger than Man Yin. The experts of Heartless sect were anxious for Jian Wushuang, but they did not have the strength to step in, so they could do nothing. Now, only Long Rushuang could help Jian Wushuang, but she did not want to. Elder sister, you really won't save Big Brother? Long Rushue asked pathetically. He didn't want my help. Why should I save him? Long Rushuang replied coldly. But Big Brother helped me. I owe him a favor, Long Rushue continued. That's you, not me, Long Rushuang said. Elder sister. Long Rushue got angry. Fine, don't worry about him, Long Rushuang glanced at her sister and said, I know he is not ordinary. Tan Feng might be stronger than him, but it isn't easy for him to kill your big brother. Oh. Long Rushue calmed herself down. Jian Wushuang ran quickly, so he immediately reached outside of the city. He also perceived Tan Feng behind him. The bald elder moved forward, emanating waves which spread out over a radius of hundreds of meters. Domain. Jian Wushuang was shocked. As for origin, enlightenment, momentum, and domain were totally different. An expert who achieved domain would be much more powerful than the one who only reached momentum. His father, Jian Nantian, only had half-saint cultivation, but he could kill an expert of the saint realm with one stroke, because he had reached domain and controlled it very well. Chapter 306, A Desperate Escape. Chapter 306, A Desperate Escape. Jian Wushuang was thinking about how to deal with the attacker. An expert of the Saint Realm, who has comprehended domain, is much stronger than Man Yin. Based on my strength, I can't have a head-on fight with him. He is much faster than me. It won't take long before he catches up with me. I can't escape. If I want to survive, there are still 3 options. Jian Wushuang was thinking quickly. First, he could turn to Long Rushuang for help. Long Rushuang was not far from him. As long as he promised to be her sister's guard, she would save him. The idea just flashed through his mind, but it was immediately overruled by him. Jian Wushuang could not make such a promise. Even though he may die, he was still unwilling to be her sister's guard and nanny for 5 years. Second, he could fight against Tan Feng using soul-devouring secret skill. He could perform the second volume of soul-devouring secret skill. Then with his rising cultivation, he could fight Tan Feng, but he might still not win in the end. The third way would cost him too much, so Jian Wushuang did not want to do it, unless he had no way out. Now I have to fight to the death, Jian Wushuang thought, a hint of madness flashing through his eyes. Soul-devouring secret skill. In the blink of an eye, a blast of scary power erupted from his body. Jian Wushuang was still running away, while his body changed into a massive vortex devouring everything from the surroundings. The natural power rushed toward him at an amazing speed. The ground below became dry and cracked. Trees, grass, and flowers withered. With the help of this natural power, Jian Wushuang immediately improved his cultivation of spiritual power to its limit. Lung Rushuang was a bit surprised at his strength. A special tactic using natural power to improve cultivation? The half-saint realm. With red eyes, Jian Wushuang looked ferocious. He clenched his hands and felt a sharp pain caused by his soaring strength. When he was in the initial Yang Void Realm, he improved to the peak of the Yang Void Realm after performing the second volume of Soul-Devouring Secret Skill. Now he improved to the Half-Saint Realm from the profound Yang Void Realm after performing it. With the Half-Saint cultivation and advantage of Heavenly Creation Skill, Jian Wushuang's strength erupted. He might be a bit stronger than a real expert of the Saint Realm. Tanfeng. Jian Wushuang ground out, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He suddenly dashed toward Tanfeng, like a shooting star. He didn't run away? Tanfeng sneered. The waves emanating from him swept toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately felt as if he had fallen into mud. His body was suppressed, so it was harder for him to perform his swordsmanship. This is domain? Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Domain was powerful indeed. He was stuck in a domain, with 60% of his strength suppressed. Instantly, Jian Wushuang unleashed streaks of sword essence, which converged into a vast sea and swept out. Although it was incomparable to domain, it helped him reduce the restraint of the domain. Only 30% of his strength was suppressed. Very special tactic. It's a pity that it isn't strong enough. Tanfeng looked at Jian Wushuang and wore a faint smile. Jian Wushuang exuded his soaring killing intent, his triple-kill sword madly shaking in his hand. A towering phantom giant slowly emerged behind him and wielded his long sword. In an instant, everything trembled. Jian Wushuang performed his strongest move, the second move of blood-emptying technique. Tanfeng sneered. Then he struck a blow to slap at the sword shadow. Bang! The impact made Tanfeng take 3 steps back. Then he stabilized his stance. He could repel me? Tanfeng looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Jian Wushuang is young, but he can repel me with a head-on attack. If he practices more, he would be stronger than that. You're young but very powerful. If you fight with the experts of the Saint Realm, who has just mastered domain, you might defeat them. What a pity. You're fighting me, Tanfeng said coldly. He stretched his arm, with his palm upward. The surrounding waves began to gather in his palm. In an instant, the surrounding domain completely disappeared. The next moment, Tanfeng directly launched an attack. Jian Wushuang let out a snarl and swung his sword to block the palm, with the maximum origin of the world. But the result was, bang! A scary thump, like the thunderbolt, resounded through the sky. Then Jian Wushuang violently shot back like a bomb. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt as if his viscera had deviated from its original place. He looked pale. Jian Wushuang tried hard to regain his balance. Then he turned around to escape without hesitation. Too strong. I've already performed soul-devouring secret skill and greatly improved my cultivation, but I'm still much weaker than him. The second confrontation made Jian Wushuang lose his morale. He had no choice but to escape. Since I can't fight against him in a head-on confrontation, I can only turn to the last way. Jian Wushuang thought. He was unwilling to use the last method because he would pay a high price for it. It was so big that he did not want to bear it. But now, he was on the edge of a precipice. No matter what price I will pay, it's much better than death. Jian Wushuang ground out, biting his lips. He thought he might survive, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Chapter 307. Jian Wushuang was killed? Chapter 307. Jian Wushuang was killed. Composed, Jian Wushuang had made up his mind. A cold voice rang out. Swordsman, are you going to fight to the death? Just to be my sister's guard for 5 years. It's much better than death. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang glanced at the voice behind, but he just snorted without stopping. Too stubborn. Lung Rushuang stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold look. Big brother, Lung Rushue was worried. Jian Wushuang was chased by Tan Feng. Now they were already far away from Heartless City. Soon after, a lake appeared before Jian Wushuang's eyes. Jian Wushuang had once comprehended world origin by this lake, where he met Lung Rushuang and her sister. His eyes lit up. Then he jumped into the lake. Tan Feng was a bit surprised, but he immediately sneered. You think that I cannot attack you in the lake? Then Tan Feng casually launched an attack. His huge palm violently slapped against the surface of the lake. A large amount of water splashed out, causing the lake to lower its level. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang immediately flew up from the bottom of the lake. Still want to escape? Tan Feng's shout resounded through the whole area. He was less than 1,000 meters away from Jian Wushuang. They were so close that Jian Wushuang was immediately surrounded by the waves Tan Feng emanated. Shit! Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He was originally slower than Tan Feng. Now he was stuck in his domain. As a result, his speed decreased sharply so that Tan Feng almost caught up with him. Brat, go to hell. Tan Feng wore a scary smile while appearing in front of Jian Wushuang. He tried to directly slap Jian Wushuang's head with his deadwood-like hand. At this moment, Jian Wushuang seemed to go mad. He ate several elixirs, which could greatly improve his aura. Then he crazily swung his triple-kill sword to block it. Obviously, he was on the edge of a precipice and was struggling for survival. Want to fight back? Tan Feng sneered. He did not put Jian Wushuang in his eyes. In an instant, the power of domain gathered in his palm. Then, boom, boom, boom. He struck 3 blows in quick succession, each of which contained the energy of splitting the heavens. His eyes filled with madness. Jian Wushuang tried his best to block, but he only deflected 2 strikes. He could only watch the 3rd blow relentlessly flash toward his head. Pong! The blow hit Jian Wushuang's forehead. As its power spread, his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears were bleeding. His breath disappeared in the blink of an eye. Eventually, the whole world went still. Tan Feng saw Jian Wushuang lie on the ground. He sneered. Then he waved his hand and took the body, interspatial ring, and the triple-kill sword away. Tan Feng used his blood to bind the ring to him and wanted to find out what Jian Wushuang held in the ring. Tan Feng was a little surprised. Then he grinned. Haha, the boy was quite rich and had so many treasures. That's right. He killed Man Yen and must have grabbed those things from him. Then Tan Feng looked at the triple-kill sword. He held it and immediately sensed a stream of powerful killing intent, while the sword was shaking madly as if it was about to leave. Good sword. I've recognized that his long sword is unusual. It's really powerful. It's a 2nd-grade magic weapon, the sword of killing. Tan Feng said with a flicker of delight in his eyes. A 2nd-grade magic weapon was much more precious than all the treasures in the interspatial ring. The superior 3rd-grade magic weapon Holy Emperor Palace promised to give him was not comparable to the triple-kill sword. If Holy Emperor Palace goes back on their word and doesn't offer me my reward, I will still have gained a lot with this sword. Tan Feng smiled. Suddenly, a surge of coldness covered the whole place, as if time had stopped. Tan Feng's expression froze. He tried his best to raise his head. A frosty woman in white, beautiful beyond description, was walking toward him. Lung Rushuang. Tan Feng was shocked. He was afraid of her from the bottom of his heart. It was terror indeed. It was true that he was very powerful in the whole Nanyang continent. Few people were his match. Even the strongest experts from some old sects were weaker than him. It seemed that he only held the 3 valleys and 4 temples, Alchemy School, and Holy Emperor Palace in awe. But Tan Feng thought that the white-clothed woman was more terrifying than the Alchemy School and Holy Emperor Palace. After all, as the super forces, the Alchemy School and Holy Emperor Palace had a lot of scruples, so they would not offend an expert of the Saint realm who mastered domain. Instead, they would try to maintain a friendly relationship with him. As for Long Rushuang, she only cared about her sister. Moreover, she was powerful, so she could kill anyone at will. Tan Feng recalled an expert who came from the Tianhe Valley and ranked 5th on the Blood Moon list, a bit stronger than him. Long Rushuang easily killed the expert without hesitation. At that time, Tianhe Valley originally wanted to take revenge for the expert. However, after a month, the Tianhe Valley changed their attitude and even apologized to Long Rushuang. You killed him and have taken the interspatial ring, but you have to leave the sword, Long Rushuang said coldly, with a cold look. Tan Feng's face changed. Sword? Triple kill sword? It was a second-grade magic weapon. After a while, Tan Feng let out a sigh and threw the triple kill sword to Long Rushuang. Since you want it, I can give it to you. Tan Feng did not dare to refuse. He feared that Long Rushuang would kill him once he said, no. You can go. After she took the triple kill sword, Long Rushuang slightly withdrew her aura. Then time began to flow as usual. Chapter 308, The Decisive Jian Wushuang. Chapter 308, The Decisive Jian Wushuang. I will leave now, Tan Feng said while clasping his hands. He left directly. Lung Rushue appeared in front of her elder sister and said angrily, Elder sister, didn't you say that Big Brother would not die? Did you lie to me? No, I didn't lie to you. Lung Rushuang shook her head and replied coldly, he is still alive, but he would have died if Tan Feng had stayed. Alive? Lung Rushue was shocked, as she had just seen Tan Feng kill Jian Wushuang and take his body away. Come with me. Lung Rushuang did not explain and moved toward the lake. Lung Rushue followed her sister. They appeared over the lake and looked downward. After a while, Jian Wushuang showed up in the lake. Big Brother. Lung Rushue could not believe it. Who was killed? It was his doppelganger. Lung Rushuang stared at the triple kill sword while saying, his tactic is unusual indeed. He can use the natural power and has a doppelganger. How powerful he is. We thought he planned to escape under cover of the lake. Actually, the moment he jumped into the lake, he himself was parted from the doppelganger. He also unbound the sword and interspatial ring. Then he let his doppelganger take them and appear before Tan Feng. He gave up his most important magic weapon and all his treasures in order to deceive Tan Feng. He let Tan Feng think that he was dead, so he could have a chance to survive. Like a phoenix, rising from the ashes. He is very decisive. It was known that Long Rushuang had been as cold as frost. She was so powerful that few things could shock her, but she was surprised by what she saw today. Jian Wushuang was too decisive. In an instant, he gave up all his possessions, including his precious triple-kill sword, and quickly carried out his plan. An ordinary warrior might not be able to act decisively like him. Because of his decisiveness, he could save himself. If Jian Wushuang had not given up his triple-kill sword, Tan Feng would have wondered about the whereabouts of the triple-kill sword after he killed its owner. Tan Feng had recognized that the triple-kill sword was unusual, so he would not leave without it. Then he would go back to look for it, and would find Jian Wushuang hiding at the bottom of the lake. Lung Rushuang said Jian Wushuang was resolute, because she saw his determination. She knew that Jian Wushuang would challenge Tan Feng again, and take his triple-kill sword back if he could survive. It all came from his confidence in his own strength and talent. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was floating in the lake. He struggled to approach the shore. As soon as he reached the shore, he fell down and fainted. Although his doppelganger had independent consciousness, it was still connected to the true self. Once the doppelganger was killed, the true self would suffer a lot. Moreover, the second volume of soul-devouring secret skill he performed had placed a heavy burden on him. He himself was seriously injured in the fight with Tan Feng. Therefore, he had been on the edge of collapse. It was a miracle that he could hold on till now. Lung Rushuang and Lung Rushue appeared by Jian Wushuang's side. Big Brother. Lung Rushue immediately stooped down and wanted to help him up. Lung Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang. Then she waved her hand, a blast of invisible power slowly lifting his body. Let's go. Bring him back to nature residence. Maybe we can save his life, Lung Rushuang said peacefully. Okay. Lung Rushue did not refuse to return this time. Then she flew away with her elder sister. A larger number of warriors were waiting for the battle result in Heartless City. I wonder whether Protector Swordsman can escape from Tanfeng's hands. I think he could. Our Protector Swordsman has the battle strength of the Saint Realm. Maybe he could not fight against Tanfeng, but he is able to run for his life. I don't think so. You know, Tanfeng has mastered domain. He is much stronger than Manyan. Many experts of the Heartless sect were waiting above the void. They originally wanted to follow Jian Wushuang and Tanfeng, but they did not have an opportunity because Jian Wushuang and Tanfeng were too fast. Soon after, an old figure appeared before their eyes. He was Tanfeng. We know the result. They all looked at Tanfeng. Whoosh! The fat middle-aged man from Holy Emperor Palace appeared by Tanfeng's side and asked with a smile, "Sir, how did it go? Since I dealt with such a nobody personally, what do you think?" Tanfeng gave a faint smile. You mean he is dead? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Tanfeng did not explain. He waved his hand, the corpse of Jian Wushuang appearing in front of them. Many experts' face fell after watching this. In contrast, the middle-aged man became excited. He exclaimed, "Ha ha, Jian Wushuang, this is him indeed. This guy and his father posed a threat to our Holy Emperor Palace. Though his father is more dangerous, the boy has infinite potential. If given several years, he would catch up with his father. Now we have killed him." "Sir, thanks for your help," the middle-aged man said gratefully. "Don't forget the things you promised to me." Tanfeng smiled and looked at the middle-aged man. "Sir, don't worry. Our Holy Emperor Palace pays more attention to our reputation than those two things." The middle-aged man nodded in delight. The big news soon spread through the Skywave Prefecture. Swordsman, who had just taken the place of Manyan, was killed by Tanfeng. It was believable because Tanfeng had displayed his corpse in front of many people. The whole Skywave Prefecture sighed with emotion for this peerless genius. The next day, the Blood Moon list was renewed. The name of Swordsman was removed on the list, which also proved that Jian Wushuang was dead. Chapter 309, Nature Residence. Chapter 309, Nature Residence. This was a quiet bamboo forest. There was a lake deep in the forest. A delicate bamboo house stood by the lake. Jian Wushuang was lying on a bamboo bed in the house, while Lung Rushuang and Lung Rushue stood by his side. Lung Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang. Then she slightly waved her hand. Instantly, a blast of white fog emerged and entered the young man's body through his pores. However, shortly after, the white fog was devoured by a great power in his body. "What?" Lung Rushuang said, a hint of shock flashing through her beautiful eyes. She was just a bit surprised at what Jian Wushuang did to save himself. Few things could make her surprised in the whole Nanyang continent. But now Lung Rushuang was stunned. "Elder sister, what's wrong?" Lung Rushue looked toward her elder sister and asked. "My icy heart force was devoured by him," Lung Rushuang replied seriously. "How is it possible?" Lung Rushue was petrified. She knew icy heart force was very powerful, so she could not believe it was devoured by someone. "I originally wanted to heal him using my icy heart force. I didn't expect that his spiritual power was so strong that it could suppress my icy heart force," Lung Rushuang said in a low voice. "It's his cultivation method, which is very special and powerful." "Powerful? Is your icy heart manual weaker than it?" Lung Rushue asked in surprise. "I don't know." Lung Rushuang stared at Jian Wushuang. She had never cared about Jian Wushuang before, but now she was somewhat curious about him. "His cultivation method could devour my icy heart force. Then isn't he able to remove my icy heart poison?" Lung Rushuang thought. Now she looked at Jian Wushuang with some expectation. Lung Rushuang said, "He is unusual. When we brought him back, he was dying. We didn't give him any elixir on the way home. Now he's much better than before. His healing ability is far superior to an ordinary warrior. He doesn't need any external assistance and should wake up soon." "Big brother is so strong?" Lung Rushue said with a surprised look. Lung Rushuang glanced at her sister and said, "You stay here to look after him." Then Lung Rushuang left the house. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang eventually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes. The first person he saw was a red-robed girl. The girl was extremely beautiful and somewhat mischievous. She was looking at him with her sparkling big black eyes. "Big brother, are you okay?" The red-robed girl was worried and asked him. "You are Lung Rushue?" Jian Wushuang looked at the red-robed girl in surprise. The red-robed girl was Lung Rushue indeed. Previously, Lung Rushue was scruffy and looked like a little beggar, but now she was pretty. "Where am I?" Jian Wushuang looked around. He found himself in a bamboo room, with pieces of simple furniture made of bamboo. "This is nature residence, where my elder sister lives. You're lucky. After my sister built this house, you're the first one that has come here, except for me and my father," Lung Rushue replied with a big smile. "Nature residence?" Jian Wushuang slowly sat up. The moment he moved, he immediately felt a sharp pain. His face was distorted. "Phew." Jian Wushuang breathed out deeply. "I'm seriously injured this time." He suffered a lot indeed. If he had been an ordinary warrior, he would have died already. He was stronger than an ordinary warrior because his body was remolded with heavenly creation skill. The nature-defying cultivation method also helped him recover. "Big brother, let me take you for a walk," Lung Rushue said. "My name is Jian Wushuang. You can call me Big Brother Wushuang," Jian Wushuang said gently. "Okay, Big Brother Wushuang." Lung Rushue smiled and supported him to walk outside. After stepping outside, Jian Wushuang looked around. Everything came into view. Suddenly, a sound of nature came out from the bamboo forest ahead. Jian Wushuang was surprised and immediately looked toward the source of the sound. He saw a beautiful white-clothed woman sitting under a curved tree by the lake. A Chinese zither carved with a dragon phoenix pattern was placed in front of her. She was plucking at the strings of it with her fair fingers. The mellow melody spread out. It sounded fantastic. It was as melodious as the sound of water drops falling into a pool in the deep mountain, and as pure as the bright moon which was not covered by clouds. It was wonderful. Jian Wushuang heard the melody. He stood there like a fool, but he felt a sense of calm as if the whole world was tranquil. A flow of invisible origin energy emanated from his body. Origin energy could shake the heaven and earth. In an instant, the whole area was full of origin energy. The origin energy was considered world origin. Jian Wushuang was absorbed in the melody, so he did not know what happened around him. He did not perceive that a large amount of world origin appeared and slowly spread out at this moment. After a while, world origin covered an area over a radius of 1,000 meters, including the whole bamboo forest. The world origins slowly combined with each other, forming a complete, powerful domain. Jian Wushuang quietly reached the second level of origin enlightenment, domain. The wonderful melody went on. Jian Wushuang lost his sense of time. It seemed transient, but he felt as if he had been there his whole life. Eventually, as the last note was heard, the beautiful melody stopped, but Jian Wushuang was still immersed in it. After a long period of time, he finally came to his senses and opened his eyes. When he found himself surrounded by domain, he immediately froze with shock. Chapter 310, The Incredible Melody. Chapter 310, The Incredible Melody. Domain? Shocked, Jian Wushuang stared at the origin domain that surrounded him. Using his will, he made the domain start to rapidly shrink, then suddenly expand. Finally, he made it fade away as he turned over his hand. It really is domain. I mastered it. But how could this be possible? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe that he really did it. He was quite excellent at comprehending the origin, but there was still a gap separating him and the origin domain. According to his thoughts, it would take him at least 1 year to master it. But now, inexplicably, he reached the domain realm without any effort in comprehending it. Not only had he comprehended the origin, he also had a large improvement in his cultivation. Exceptional Yang Void Realm. While clenching his hands, he could feel a surge of power from his improved cultivation, even though he was injured and could not use it at this moment. He made it to the exceptional Yang Void Realm from the profound Yang Void Realm. He had only recently made it to the profound Yang Void Realm, and at the moment he exited the room, he was definitely still in the profound Yang Void Realm. In only an instant, he had become much stronger. It had to be the melody. Yes, the melody. Jian Wushuang looked at Long Rushuang with a serious face. He finally realized that it was the music that had helped him progress so much in such a short time. That music had such an incredible effect. Who is she really? His eyes were fixed on Long Rushuang, but Jian Wushuang was not overjoyed by his progress. On the contrary, he felt an extreme horror that he had never felt before, a horror that almost felt like it would make his herd burst. It was so terrifying. She enhanced his strength so much, in a short while, with her music. What kind of method was this? How frightening was the person who played this melody? Jian Wushuang even thought that his adventures in the ancestors' land was nothing when compared with listening to this music. Haha, big brother Wushuang, how do you feel now? Lung Rushue, who was standing next to him, looked at Jian Wushuang with a grin and said, "There is nothing more precious than the music my sister plays." Nothing more precious? Jian Wushuang secretly nodded. It was indeed precious. At least, Jian Wushuang had never heard of anyone who could enhance others' power by playing an instrument. Lung Rushuang put away the Chinese zither, then stood up and walked towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang felt a bit timid as he watched Lung Rushuang walk towards him. It was because she was frighteningly strong. The only thing he knew about her was from the introduction on the Blood Moon list, which said that she was unfathomably strong with a mysterious background. Jian Wushuang had no idea of her strength until just now when he personally experienced it. It was far more than just frightening. She was unimaginably strong. You saved my younger sister before, and I saved you this time. We're even. You'll have a month to recover from your injuries here before you have to leave, said Lung Rushuang, shooting him a glance before going back to the room. Unbelievable. I never thought that sister would allow you to stay here for a month, Lung Rushue oddly said. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He felt that even though Lung Rushuang was still indifferent to him, she was not holding herself aloft anymore. Big brother Wushuang, please stay here and recover over next month at ease. You can even listen to my sister's music when you're free. Others could never get such a chance. Lung Rushue said and smiled. Jian Wushuang agreed with her. It was hard for him to walk now, since he was badly injured, let alone leave here by himself. Moreover, he didn't intend to leave now. He was so curious about the melody Lung Rushuang had played. The next day, Jian Wushuang had recovered a little bit. So, during the morning, he listened to Lung Rushuang play her Chinese zither again. The melody was rising and falling as if there was magic power in it. Though it was a new song, the moment he heard the sound, Jian Wushuang immediately found himself settling into a peaceful state that he had never felt before, and he could see the origin surrounding him more clearly, comprehend it more efficiently. Even with only Sword Soul, he could comprehend the origin at an amazing speed. Now, with help from the music as well, he was able to do it 100 times faster than before. 100 times faster. What did this mean? If he could continue comprehending like this, he would progress 100 times faster. It was unbelievable. More than that, he also gained spiritual power faster here, with the help, than he did outside. What a great opportunity. A chance like this is as important and helpful as the ancestors' land. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glittering. But I only have 1 month. so I should not waste a single day. After learning about the benefits of the music, Jian Wushuang did not miss any chance to listen to Long Rushuang play. Sometimes, he even picked a piece of bamboo, using it like a sword, and practiced his sword skill while listening to the music. Long Rushuang played the Chinese zither every day, and Jian Wushuang would listen to her every time. While she played, he listened or practiced his sword skills. From the beginning to the end, neither of them ever talked to each other. In a flash, 1 month had passed. Under the crooked tree, as the white-clothed girl suddenly stopped playing the Chinese zither, the melody that resounded through the bamboos slowly died away. Jian Wushuang, who had been practicing his swordsmanship in front of the girl, stopped as well. 1 month has passed. It's time for you to leave, the white-clothed girl said while looking at Jian Wushuang coldly. Time to leave. Jian Wushuang sighed and was a bit reluctant to leave. He had benefited a lot from the music, progressing incredibly and steadily during the past month. If possible, he really wanted to stay longer. But he could not. I've made great progress during the past month, so I should be satisfied, Jian Wushuang thought. Then he looked at Long Rushuang and said, Thanks so much for the past month. It was his heartfelt appreciation. Long Rushuang had indeed helped him so much during the past month. Chapter 311, Upgrade, a first-grade magic weapon. Chapter 311, Upgrade, a first-grade magic weapon. You practiced your swordsmanship, I played my zither. There is nothing to thank me for. Glancing at Jian Wushuang, Long Rushuang said in a cold voice, You should thank it. Long Rushuang turned her hand over, and a long, sharp sword appeared. Triple kill sword. Once it appeared, Jian Wushuang stared at it. It was his weapon, so he certainly recognized it. To survive Tan Feng's chase, he had abandoned the triple kill sword and all of his belongings. He planned to take them back when he was strong enough to defeat Tan Feng. He didn't expect the triple kill sword to be in Long Rushuang's possession. I took it back from Tan Feng for you. After saying that, Long Rushuang threw it to Jian Wushuang. After catching it and gripping it firmly, Jian Wushuang began stroking the cold sword edge. At the same time, the triple kill sword seemed to be shaking violently, in a cheerful manner. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's face changed, its power. After holding it, he felt that the triple kill sword's power had increased by a large margin. It was originally a medium second-grade magic weapon, but now, it is a good sword. Since it's the embryo for a sword of killing, it still has room for improvement. Long Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, I noticed sword spirit was damaged when I took it back, so I restored its power using some special means and it upgraded. Now it is a first-grade magic weapon. She spoke like it was something simple, but Jian Wushuang was shocked when he heard what she said. First grade, a first-grade magic weapon? Feeling the power of the triple kill sword, Jian Wushuang was dumbstruck. Weapons are classified into 3 grades. The 3rd grade is normal, the 2nd grade is spiritual, while the 1st grade is masterful. On the Nanyang continent, even a 3rd grade magic weapon is rare. Even experts of the Saint Realm would be eager to get one. The Holy Emperor Palace offered a superior 3rd grade magic weapon as a reward for capturing Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian, which attracted a lot Saint Realm experts. There were only a few 2nd grade magic weapons on the Nanyang continent. Only top sects like the Alchemy School and the Holy Emperor Palace might have them. As for first-grade magic weapons, they only existed in legends on the Nanyang continent. Even the Alchemy School or the Holy Emperor Palace might not have one. But now, Jian Wushuang's triple kill sword had upgraded to a first-grade magic weapon. Within only a month, Long Rushuang had restored the triple kill sword's full power and even upgraded it to the 1st grade. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. Then he looked at Long Rushuang earnestly. The longer he stayed with Long Rushuang, the more unfathomable he felt she was. Whether it was the incredible melody she played that could speed up comprehension of origin and spiritual power, or her ability to upgrade the triple kill sword, both implied that Long Rushuang had exceptional strength. He was curious about Long Rushuang's background, but he knew better than to ask. Your sword had been upgraded to a powerful first-grade weapon, so you need to be careful. If it's not necessary, do not use it. Lung Rushuang's voice was still cold as she said, I will give you a sword. Although it is only a superior third-grade magic weapon, it's enough for daily use. Moving her hand again, a purple flowing light appeared. It was a purple longsword that resembled the triple kill sword in both shape and size. However, it was far less powerful. While looking at the purple longsword, Jian Wushuang thought it was strange. Not the purple longsword, but the person who gave it to him, Lung Rushuang. She has been giving him the cold shoulder from the very beginning. Yet now, she is suddenly treating him so well. Not only did she reclaim his triple kill sword and upgrade it, she also gave him another magic weapon. When did this lady, that causes everyone else to feel fear, become so nice? Though he was confused, he took a deep breath and said seriously, I owe you a favor. If you need my help someday, I will do my best. During this month of cultivation, he had improved a lot while listening to her play the zither. Now, she even gave him the triple kill sword and the purple longsword. Though he didn't know what she wanted, he still felt grateful. I do need your help, but not now. You are not strong enough yet. I will look for you once you meet the requirement. At that time, you will definitely help. After all, I rarely need help from others, Lung Rushuang said coldly. Sister, send him away. Lung Rushue quickly walked out of the room. Big brother Wushuang, follow me, said Lung Rushue as she led Jian Wushuang out. Jian Wushuang followed Lung Rushue and walked out of the woods. Once they made it to the perimeter, Lung Rushue took out a jade token and handed it to Jian Wushuang. Big brother Wushuang, take it. Maybe you will need it, Lung Rushue said. What's this? Jian Wushuang looked at it curiously. He got along with Lung Rushue during his month-long stay in the nature residence, so he had no longer had any prejudice or dissatisfaction with these sisters. You will understand, Lung Rushue said and smiled. Jian Wushuang shrugged. Then he folded his hands, bowed, and said, See you. Afterwards, Jian Wushuang quickly disappeared in the void out of the woods. Lung Rushue returned to the woods and went to Lung Rushuang. Hee sister, you played the nature melody for a whole month, and you even played the icy heart melody once. Many supreme experts have offered a high price, but they didn't even get to hear it once. Lung Rushue smiled lightly, then asked in a joking voice, Are you interested in him? You're thinking too much. Lung Rushuang glanced at Lung Rushue and then coldly said, He has a special cultivation method that can devour my icy heart force. He is the first person to be able to do that. I might need his help to control the icy heart poison in my body one day. That's why I helped him. Chapter 312, Azura's Secret Skill. Chapter 312, Azura's Secret Skill. What Lung Rushuang said was true. She helped him because she might need his help one day in the future. It's total nonsense to think that she was interested in him. I did it for a reason. However, you stole our father's Azura's secret skill and gave it to him. You thought I didn't know, didn't you? Lung Rushuang looked over at Lung Rushue. Lung Rushue stuck out her tongue. She did steal the jade token from her father and give it to Jian Wushuang. The Azura's secret skill is powerful and tyrannical. He is only in the Yang Void realm, yet you gave it to him not knowing whether he will be able to use it. Lung Rushuang sighed and shook her head at her naughty sister. They were sisters, but their personalities were completely opposite. Lung Rushuang was as cold as frost and treated everyone coldly. Lung Rushue was naturally lively and naughty. She was enthusiastic and dealt with people according to her feelings. Jian Wushuang helped her before, so Lung Rushue treated him enthusiastically. Our father will finish his retreat soon, so you'd better stay here. Otherwise, once he returns and finds out about the trouble you caused, he will punish you, Lung Rushuang said. Lung Rushue stuck her tongue out. Apparently, she really did fear being scolded by her father. After leaving the nature residence, Jian Wushuang traveled at his fastest speed for half a day before he stopped and landed heavily on the ground below, with a surprised look on his face. This feels great. Jin Wushuang was excited. A terrifying force surged through him as he clenched hands and released an attack towards the woods near him. Rumble. Lots of trees were uprooted or broken. Such a terrifying force would be enough to defeat any half-saint and even many true Saint Realm experts. 1 month ago, when he was being chased by Tan Feng, he had only been in the profound Yang Void Realm, and he had just made his breakthrough. With the help of the heavenly creation skill, his cultivation could reach the peak of the Yang Void Realm at most. However, after staying in the nature residence for 1 month and listening to the zither, he had improved immensely. Now his cultivation had reached the peak of the Yang Void Realm. His power had increased by 2 levels. Now that I'm at the peak of the Yang Void Realm, and since I cultivate the heavenly creation skill, my full power should be about the same as a Saint Realm expert. Jin Wushuang marveled at it. Lung Rushuang helped him a lot, and that help was not less than what he received in the ancestors' land. He kept it in mind. Jin Wushuang then took out the jade token which Lung Rushue had given him. This jade token, Jin Wushuang looked at the jade token and focused as he began to examine it with his mind. Suddenly, a rush of information flowed from the jade token and into his mind. Azura's secret skill? Jin Wushuang was stunned. He didn't expect to find a secret skill in it. On the Nanyang continent, cultivation methods and manuals were normally recorded in books. Many of the sword techniques Jin Wushuang learned were recorded in books. But this Azura's secret skill was hidden in the jade token, and the information was directly transferred to his mind. It reminded him of the heavenly creation skill. It was hidden in a gray bead. When the bead disappeared, information on the heavenly creation skill was instantly transferred into his mind, staying there forever. The Azura's secret skill was the same, which showed that it was also an exceptional secret skill. Jin Wushuang immediately read through it carefully. Azura's secret skill, a special attack skill that contained 3 moves. The first move, Road to the Underworld. The second move, Bridge of Helplessness. The third move, 18 Levels of Hell. All 3 moves were powerful. Even the first move required the user to be in the Saint Realm. The cultivation requirement is so high. Jin Wushuang was shocked. That was just a brief introduction. Jin Wushuang didn't really know how strong it was. But judging from the required cultivation level, Jin Wushuang could tell it wasn't weak. Only an expert in the Saint Realm was qualified to practice the first move. Jin Wushuang guessed that the Azura's secret skill was a first-grade secret skill, maybe even higher. Lung Rushue really gave me something good. Jin Wushuang smiled lightly. Azura's secret skill, the way of killing. It would perfect to use with slaughter origin. Normally, a warrior needs to reach the Saint Realm before practicing Road to the Underworld, but that might not be true for me. Jin Wushuang stayed in the plain and immediately began studying the first move of Azura's secret skill, Road to the Underworld. He had to admit that it was a profound technique. Even with Jin Wushuang's talent, it still took him 7 days to comprehend Road to the Underworld. Even the soul-devouring secret skill only took him several days. In a vast area somewhere, Jin Wushuang was standing quietly while looking forward. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent radiated from his body. Azura's secret skill, Road to the Underworld. A sudden and deep shout was heard as the terrifying killing intent was released. At the same time, a vast flow of spiritual power also rushed forward, gathering together to form a bloody river. A long blood river, like a road to the underworld, stretching 1,000 miles long. The blood river surged forward, cold and stifling. This is Road to the Underworld. Jin Wushuang looked at the blood river that was flowing in front him and was shocked by the power it released. He could tell that just the power radiating from the blood river was enough to easily kill experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. This blood river was much more powerful than his domain. As the owner of the blood river, while standing in it, he could release more battle strength. Not only that, the blood river could be used along with domains. Domain. Immediately, an invisible wave origin energy spread out and a huge slaughter domain formed, overlapping with the blood river. Chapter 313. It's time for revenge. Chapter 313. It's time for revenge. Sword Realm. Suddenly, sword essence erupted from Jian Wushuang's body, forming a horrifying sword realm, which superimposed with the Blood River. The combination of road to the underworld, slaughter domain, and sword sea. Rumble the bloody river surged up in all directions, with a terrifying and overwhelming force. This, after feeling the power of the Blood River, even Jian Wushuang couldn't help shuddering with fear. What terrifying power! The power alone can prevent common Saint Realm experts from exerting even 1/10 of their power while trapped in the Blood River. Jian Wushuang exclaimed, but he also noticed that more than 1/2 of his spiritual power had already been consumed. He immediately stopped applying the road to the underworld out of fear. The surging Blood River slowly disappeared, and the world became peaceful once again, leaving Jian Wushuang standing there with a sweaty forehead. The road to the underworld really is a secret art that exceeds first-grade techniques. Its power is very strong, but at the same time it consumes a huge amount of spiritual power, Jian Wushuang said to himself. He finally understood why this secret art had such a high cultivation requirement. Generally, it could only be reluctantly exerted by experts in the Saint Realm. That was because it consumed too much spiritual power. From the time he activated it until just now, which covered only a dozen breaths, more than half of Jian Wushuang's spiritual power had been consumed. If he continued to use it, his spiritual power would have been completely exhausted. Moreover, it was only because of the heavenly creation skill, which granted him 10 times more spiritual power than other experts at his rank, that he could sustain it for so long. If Jian Wushuang was just a common warrior at the peak of the Yang Void Realm, even consuming all of his spiritual power wouldn't be enough to display the road to the underworld. With my current spiritual power, if I do my best to exert the road to the underworld while combining it with the slaughter domain and the sword sea, I could sustain it for 20 breaths at most, Jian Wushuang told to himself. Just 20 breaths was too short. Since it consumes so much spiritual power, I'd better not use the road to the underworld unless it is completely necessary. In an ordinary fight, I should only depend on my domain and the sword sea. That should be enough. Jian Wushuang thought deeply. After all, I still have the triple kill sword. Jian Wushuang turned his palm upwards, and the triple kill sword appeared in his hand. After upgrading to a first-grade magic weapon, the triple skill sword radiated hostility that was several times stronger than before. Now, this sword in Jian Wushuang's hand was surging with a level of hostility that was hard to ignore. The triple skill sword is of too high a grade and too powerful, and it should be my trump card in the future. As for ordinary fights, the purple sky sword is enough. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was carrying a purple long sword on his back, the sword that was presented to him by Long Rushuang. It was also a superior third-grade magic weapon, so it was strong enough to deal with most normal opponents or experts. The triple skill sword and the road to the underworld would become Jian Wushuang's trump cards in the future. Just like the soul-devouring secret skill, they were all trump cards. Now everything is ready. Next, it's time for revenge. Jian Wushuang's eyes became cold as killing intention surged through his heart. He was a man who believed in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. He made sure to do things vigorously and effectively. Once it's time for revenge, never postpone. As for the Holy Emperor Palace, he had to tolerate them temporarily because he was not powerful enough. But Tanfeng, a month ago, that guy had chased him and wanted to kill him in such a horrible fashion. Now, Jian Wushuang's strength had increased, and the first thing he intended to do was to kill that guy. With my current strength, I'm confident I can kill him. Having made up his mind, Jian Wushuang immediately set off. Tanfeng, who ranked 9th on the Blood Moon list, was quite famous in the Tang dynasty. Not only that, he was also the mansion master of the 9th Heaven Mansion, which was one of the 21 large prefectures in the Tang dynasty. Tanfeng was earnestly cultivating every day in the 9th Heaven Mansion, so it was very easy to locate him. After traveling for 3 days, Jian Wushuang arrived at the 9th Heaven Mansion, but his current appearance was different. A figure wearing a blood-red robe, a wicked blood-red mask, and carrying a long sword on his back, appeared at the void above the ninth heaven mansion. An overwhelming killing intent was radiating from the figure. Who is that? The incredibly killing intent caused a commotion inside the ninth heaven mansion, after which one figure after another rushed into the sky. Among them, the leader was a brown-haired man carrying a giant axe on his back, whose cultivation had reached the half-saint level. Yet, the mansion master, Tanfeng, had not appeared. This man has such a strong killing intent. The brown-haired man carrying the giant axe looked at Jin Wushuang. After narrowing his eyes, the man asked, "Who are you?" "Nan," Jin Wushuang said in a cold voice. "Nan, number 36 at the blood moon list?" The face of the brown-haired man slightly changed. Previously, when Jin Wushuang was earnestly cultivating inside the Heartless sect, Nan, his slaughtered doppelganger, had been roaming around the Tang dynasty and fighting. So, he had also become quite famous, ranking 36th on the blood moon list. The brown-haired man, as well as the other experts in the ninth heaven mansion, had certainly heard of Nan. "Mr. Nan, why are you here at our ninth heaven mansion?" The brown-haired man asked coldly. "I come here for Tanfeng. Bring him out." Jin Wushuang directly answered. The face of the brown-haired man changed at once. "Our mansion master is an important person. How dare you ask to see him?" Jin Wushuang's eyes were ice-cold as he glanced at the brown-haired man and said, in a low voice, "You just need to tell him that I'm here to claim his life." After hearing Jin Wushuang's word, the brown-haired man and the many experts of the ninth heaven mansion were immediately stunned. That brown-haired man instantly became enraged. "What a reckless bastard! Where are you from? You dare to challenge our mansion master? Get lost!" With a furious shout, the thick, giant axe appeared in his hand. Then, a harsh air-bursting sound was suddenly heard as a humongous axe shadow appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. An axe shadow, which seemed like a small mountain, rushed forward in an attempt to directly suppress Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang slightly raised his head and glanced at the mountainous axe shadow with cold eyes. Then, crack! The long sword was unsheathed and a flash of sword shadow instantly swept out. So fast. It was so fast that nobody there had seen the sword's path. After which, Jin Wushuang resheathed the purple long sword. He was still standing there with little movement. In front of him, the figure of the brown-haired man began to slowly descend. The brown-haired man's eyes were wide open, and there was a very clear line of blood on his face, extending from the center of his eyebrows to his jaw. In the next instant, the cold corpse of the brown-haired man began falling towards the ground below. The experts from the ninth heaven mansion were stunned. A half-saint expert, who also ranked very high on the blood moon list, was killed by a single sword move. After killing that brown-haired man, Jin Wushuang's eyes were still incredibly cold as he suddenly released a furious shout that echoed throughout the whole sky. "Tanfeng, come out!" Chapter 314, Fighting Against Tanfeng Once More. Chapter 314, Fighting Against Tanfeng Once More. "Come out! Come out!" Jin Wushuang's shout echoed throughout the whole area, causing astonishment and fear from the numerous nearby experts. Tanfeng, the mansion master of the ninth heaven mansion? He was the expert ranked ninth on the blood moon list. Who dared to challenge him? In a very large secret chamber, inside the ninth heaven mansion, the old bald elder, Tanfeng, was surrounded by flashes of gale and thunderbolt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tanfeng's figure constantly moved around the secret chamber, forming flashes of gale and thunderbolt, with numerous shadows erupting outwards. Shortly after that, Tanfeng's figure condensed. "No, it's not like this." Tanfeng slowly shook his head and exclaimed in his heart, "No wonder the wrath of gale and thunderbolt is a superior second-grade manual. I have meticulously studied for 1 month, just to find that I have not yet grasped the primary technique." The Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt was the superior second-grade manual the Holy Emperor Palace had given to Tan Feng after he killed Jian Wushuang. It is a manual related to a movement technique, but the superior second-grade manual was too profound. Although he had earnestly studied for 1 month, there was still a long way to go before he grasped it. Just then, Tan Feng, come out! Jian Wushuang's furious shout echoed throughout the area, so it was also heard in this secret chamber, which caused Tan Feng's expression to become gloomy. Whoosh! Suddenly, Tan Feng's figure appeared in the air above the 9th Heaven Mansion. Immediately, he noticed Jian Wushuang, who was wearing a blood-red robe and a wicked blood-red mask, standing in front of him. Meanwhile, he also saw the corpse of the brown-haired man below. What's wrong? Tan Feng glanced at an expert from the 9th Heaven Mansion beside him. He looked dignified rather than angry. Mansion Master, this man is Nan, rank 36th on the Blood Moon list. As soon as he arrived here, he said he was here to claim your life. Lord Longxing infuriated, so he tried to drive him away. But, instead, he was killed with a single sword move, an expert from the 9th Heaven Mansion said respectfully. What? Tan Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang. A man who is only at the peak of the Yang Void Realm boasted so much and even dared to kill one of my men? You really want to die. Tan Feng didn't waste any more words. An expert of the Saint Realm, especially a warrior like him, who had grasped a domain, would generally keep his dignity and wouldn't casually fight against weaker opponents, unless there was a huge benefit. But if someone actively come and challenged him, the situation would be different. Little guy, go die. Tan Feng glanced at Jian Wushuang as he slowly reached out his hand. A rush of overwhelming force erupted from his fingertips, forming an invisible power that instantly rushed towards Jian Wushuang. With a cold face, Jian Wushuang waved his right hand and a similarly powerful force erupted. A suffocating sound was heard, and then the two forces separated and disappeared. What? Tan Feng glanced at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. It's no wonder you were able to kill Longxing with a single sword move. It seems that you really are qualified to challenge the Mansion Masters. But it's a shame. You have chosen a wrong opponent. There are 21 mansions in the Tang Dynasty, and also 21 Mansion Masters. Yet, you chose me. How stupid you are. You will know if I'm stupid once we fight, said Jian Wushuang. After which, he wasted no more words and began moving. Tens of meters were passed in an instant. Jian Wushuang stood in front of Tan Feng with the purple sky sword in his hand as a flash of sword light silently struck outwards. When the sword light appeared, the whole world began trembling. Momentum? You've even comprehended it to the limit and can activate its full strength? Tan Feng's expression changed, but he was still smiling as he said, however, it's still not enough. Tan Feng just stood there as streaks of invisible waves radiated from him. The invisible waves covered everything for nearly 1,000 meters, including Jian Wushuang. A great power immediately began suppressing him. 1 month ago, when Jian Wushuang had been trapped in Tan Feng's domain, the result had been very bad, but now, streaks of waves also erupted from Jian Wushuang's body, containing an incredible killing intention that crazily spread out and instantly formed a slaughter domain. Domain? Tan Feng began to feel astonished. He had never thought Nan, who was wearing a wicked blood-red mask in front of him, could have comprehended a domain while only at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Both of them had comprehended a domain. Both domains crazily suppressed the enemy, so they were in a deadlock for some time, with neither one of them being able to defeat the other. You really do have some ability. It's a shame, though, you are still just a joke in front of me, Tan Feng said with a sneer. Then he finally began to move. With only a single stride, he appeared in front of the flash of sword light. His palm, which looked like withered wood, slowly struck out. In that instant, the domain he had spread began to shrink at incredible speed. And then, the power of the whole domain gathered into his palm. Boom! The force from the sharp palm shattered the space and crashed head-on against the sword light from Jian Wushuang. Pong! Thump! Jin Wushuang was immediately forced to retreat nearly 100 meters before he could regain his balance. Stage 2 domain? Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Even for the same domain, the level of comprehension could be different. Momentum only required 1/10 of the origin to be activated. Yet, activating 9/10 or the full power of an origin would still be called momentum. However, their strengths were definitely different. This was also true with domains. Domains had 3 levels. The first level was what Jin Wushuang had used, a domain that could spread out and suppress the opponent. The second level required gathering all the power of the domain to one point and then endowing every move with the power of that domain. As for the third level, it required extreme comprehension of the domain. A single thought was enough for the domain to forcefully suppress the opponent's spirit and consciousness. That was really horrifying. His father, Jin Nantian, was at that level. He could kill an expert of the Saint Realm with a single sword move by activating his domain, only because he had comprehended the domain to such a high level. Stage 2 domain. His every posture and movement carries the power of his domain. If I do not use my trump cards, it will be very hard to kill him. Jin Wushuang thought to himself. He had an idea. In this case, let me directly use my trump cards and slaughter him. Jin Wushuang's eyes became cold. In the next instant, a blast of unprecedented killing intent abruptly erupted from his body. Meanwhile, vast spiritual power began to surge. Azura's secret skill, Road to the Underworld. With a low shout, a rolling killing intent and vast spiritual power radiated from his body, directly transforming into a blood river, silently rolling and surging. Gradually, streaks blood-red fog began to float by, like flickering ghost shadows. This blood river appeared just like a road to the underworld. The blood river had covered the entire area, with Jin Wushuang and Tan Feng standing at the center of it. The loss of spiritual power is very rapid. My spiritual power will be exhausted in only 20 breaths. Feeling the fast consumption of spiritual power inside his body, Jin Wushuang turned up his hand and the triple kill sword appeared. His eyes were so cold that he looked like a death Shura. 20 breaths is long enough to kill him. Chapter 315, Impossible. Chapter 315, Impossible. Thump. A boundless blood river surged forth, forming waves that rippled along the surface of the river. Tan Feng was surrounded by the blood river and felt an astonishing killing intent from all directions. His complexion changed slightly. But at this time, while holding the triple kill sword, Jin Wushuang gave him a cold look. Meanwhile, his slaughter domain and sword realm also began filling the area. The combination of Road to the Underworld, slaughter domain, and sword sea. Suppress. Jin Wushuang shouted in a low voice. Rumbling. The boundless blood river surged and began to suppress Tan Feng, directly and crazily. Tan Feng also released his domain. However, the suppression from the blood river was pushing him backward. He felt an unprecedented effect on him and was even out of breath. What? Tan Feng's eyes dilated as he sensed how difficult it was for him to move. He could no longer remain calm. 60%. My strength was suppressed by 60%. How is this possible? Tan Feng gave an astonished look. He was a top expert who mastered his domain, yet his strength was being suppressed by 60%, even when he used his domain at full power. Without his domain, he might not even have 10% of his strength. What on earth is this blood river? How can it be so powerful? Tan Feng was astounded. However, he had no idea that the power of the blood river was the combination of Road to the Underworld, slaughter domain, and sword sea. One of them was a secret skill, while the others were an origin domain and a sword skill. All three were domains. Therefore, their power could be superimposed. Among them, the strongest was Road to the Underworld, followed by slaughter domain, with sword sea being the weakest. road to the underworld was powerful enough to shatter Tan Feng's domain and suppress his strength. Now, with the combination of the three, its power was unstoppable and suppressed 60% of his strength even when Tan Feng executed his domain. Boom! A series of blasts were heard. Jian Wushuang held the triple kill sword, while radiating a dense killing intent like a Shura from the boundless underworld. His eyes contained a glimmering red light when he appeared in front of Tan Feng. With an overwhelming power, the triple kill sword slashed through the air at an odd angle, stabbing towards Tan Feng. The moment the sword light struck outwards, the triple kill sword's strength surged and it began radiating the power of a first-grade magic weapon. Surrounding Blood River crazily churned and an intangible power reinforced Jian Wushuang's strength, causing the power of the sword light to surge once again. A gloomy dignity appeared in Tan Feng's face. Seeing the exceedingly powerful sword light piercing towards him, he was no longer being careless. He waved his withered palms and focused the power of his whole domain towards his palms. At the same time, the center of his palms began gleaming with a dazzling golden light. Mountain Crusher! Tan Feng roared. His palms surrounded by the dazzling golden light slapped against the space in front of him. The whole area jolted and the space his palm passed through was shaking crazily. Then, there was a collision. Bang! A loud thundering sound was heard throughout the whole area. Then, there was a subtle sound, at which time Tan Feng's eyes immediately widened. The dense golden light from his palms formed crack that began to rapidly grow larger. An instant later, the golden light disappeared and the sword light continued forward without losing any power. Tan Feng had a frightened look. The next moment, he covered his body with the force of gale and thunderbolt. Swoosh! Tan Feng seemed to turn into a lightning and then he disappeared. Jian Wushuang frowned because his sword lost its target. While looking around, he noticed a lightning flashing through the Blood River, rushing towards the perimeter of the Blood River. You want to escape? Then the Blood River rose and formed a blood-red palm before the lightning. The blood-red palm contained a mighty power as it slammed down towards Tan Feng, just like swatting a mosquito. What's this? The sudden change caused Tan Feng's expression to change sharply. He had no time to parry the bloody palm and was forced to move backwards. While moving, Tan Feng did his best to maintain his balance. However, he suddenly sensed an unprecedented danger coming towards him. He turned his head and realized a cold sword light had appeared behind him. Bang! The sword light contained an explosive force that easily pierced his body, leaving behind a hole that ran straight through him. Tan Feng murmured unwillingly. Before he died, he firmly stared at Jian Wushuang's longsword. He knew the sword. That sword should belong to Long Wushuang. Tan Feng's eyes were empty as he thought about that. Jian Wushuang coldly stood in the center of the Blood River, watching as Tan Feng's life faded. Jian Wushuang had a peculiar smile on his face. Then he said, in a relaxed manner, "A month ago, I was completely miserable as you chased me. Your death at my hands today was fate." Hearing this, Tan Feng was shocked. A month ago, wasn't it Jian Wushuang that he had chased so miserably? With his strength, he would seldom chase someone. This year, he had only chased 2 people. And a month ago, what was his identity? Impossible. Impossible. Tan Feng crazily shook his head and roared furiously from the bottom of his heart. Impossible. He had no reason to believe that this person was the man he had chased to death a month ago. He had definitely killed that man a month ago, and his corpse had been handed over to Holy Emperor Palace. How could he still be alive? Jian Wushuang said nothing as he stretched out his hand to take off his wicked blood-red mask. Then a young and handsome face appeared. Seeing this familiar face, Tan Feng was utterly muddled. Yes, it's him, Tan Feng muttered. Although his breath grew weaker, he was still shocked. He definitely remembered killing Jian Wushuang and handing over his body. However, he was still alive. Not only did Jian Wushuang not die, he had also killed him today. It had only been 1 month. A month ago, Jian Wushuang was thoroughly defeated, even after desperately executing the secret skill which could devour natural power. But now, with only the strength of one person and one sword, Jian Wushuang absolutely overpowered Tan Feng without even executing his trump card. Tan Feng was unable to escape and was eventually killed. 1 month, Tan Feng closed his eyes and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. The bottom of his heart was filled with one sentence. What kind of monster did I provoke a month ago? Chapter 316, Divine Wood of Gale and Thunderbolt. Chapter 316, Divine Wood of Gale and Thunderbolt. The battle between Jian Wushuang and Tan Feng was striking and had attracted the attention of many warriors surrounding the Ninth Heaven Mansion. When those warriors saw Tan Feng lose his life and watched as his body slowly fell down, they all felt astonished. After the astonishment, loud shouts were heard. Tan Feng actually died? Nan killed Tan Feng. It's a big event, a big event. The numerous surrounding warriors were extremely excited. However, Jian Wushuang appeared very calm. A month ago, in Jian Wushuang's eyes, Tan Feng was so strong that Jian Wushuang was unable to counter him even with his full strength and the soul-devouring secret skill. But a month later, his strength had made major progress. Once his cultivation reached the peak of the Yang Void Realm, Jian Wushuang was no longer weaker than an average Saint Realm expert, regarding the sheer power he could release. The combination of Road to the Underworld, Slaughter Domain, and Sword Sea suppressed Tan Feng and routed his domain. Tan Feng could only display 40% of his strength, but Jian Wushuang was actually strengthened by the power of Road to the Underworld. Tan Feng's loss and Jian Wushuang's gain. In addition, as a first-grade magic weapon, how incredible was the power released by the triple kill sword. All those resulted in Tan Feng being overpowered by Jian Wushuang, even though his domain was at the second stage, which was a powerful skill that concentrated the power of the whole domain. Tan Feng was overpowered, surrounded by Road to the Underworld with no chance to escape, and then he was killed by Jian Wushuang in the end. After killing Tan Feng, Jian Wushuang discontinued Road to the Underworld. After all, the skill consumed too much spiritual power. After which, he donned the wicked blood-red mask again before appearing beside Tan Feng's body. With only a wave of his hand, Tan Feng's interspatial ring floated toward Jian Wushuang. He skimmed through the contents and smiled. A month ago, he had no choice but to discard all his treasures and his second body to gain a sliver of a chance to live. But now, after killing Tan Feng, he not only regained his treasures, he also gained plenty of purple crystal spiritual liquid and treasure that Tan Feng spent his whole life collecting. Tan Feng's corpse was also stored in the interspatial ring by Jian Wushuang. After all, it was the corpse of a Saint Realm expert. Tan Feng had already formed a saintly body, so his body would not be rot after he died. Jian Wushuang might have a use for it in the future. After completing those, Jian Wushuang turned around and headed towards the Ninth Heaven Mansion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A mass of experts from the Ninth Heaven Mansion appeared beside Jian Wushuang. One of them, a black-clothed woman at the half-saint level, said, "I am He Lin, Mansion Master. We will go to great lengths to do whatever you order." The other experts from the Ninth Heaven Mansion were all kneeling in front of Jian Wushuang. Tan Feng was the Ninth Heaven Mansion Master. Now, Jian Wushuang killed him, so he was the new Ninth Heaven Mansion Master. Those experts from the Ninth Heaven Mansion would follow his commands. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and waved his hands, gesturing for them to disperse. Then he entered into a secret chamber in the Ninth Heaven Mansion alone, and He Lin stood guard outside respectfully. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang sat with legs crossed. A black long spear and a manual appeared in his hands. He got Tan Feng's interspatial ring, which contained many treasures, including cultivation methods, manuals, and elixirs. Several of the treasures were so valuable that Saint Realm experts would be willing to battle for them. But Jian Wushuang did not care for those treasures. What he valued were the two things in his hands. This black long spear was a superior third-grade magic weapon with great power. As for the manual, it was a superior second-grade manual. Those two things should be the reward from Holy Emperor Palace that Tan Feng received for handing over my second body. Jian Wushuang smiled secretly. Not only Tan Feng, even the Holy Emperor Palace believed he had been killed, but he was still alive. Now, the two treasures had become his for such a cheap price. Though the long spear is powerful, it's useless to me, so I will swap it for other treasures. Jian Wushuang looked at the black long spear. After waving his hands, Jian Wushuang placed the spear into his interspatial ring. Then, Jian Wushuang looked at the manual. Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt. Jian Wushuang was startled. It was a superior second-grade manual, which was appealing enough to make many experts of the Saint Realm crazy in the Nanyang continent. Then Jian Wushuang began to flip through the manual. 1 hour later, he had an astonished expression after closing the manual. The manual contained a body skill called Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt. When it was used, the force of Gale and Thunderbolt were combined, and its speed was like lightning. The lightning Tan Feng displayed should be from the manual. Jian Wushuang secretly thought. The speed of the thunder light Tan Feng formed when escaping was so fast that it surprised Jian Wushuang. Most importantly, when Tan Feng was being suppressed by the Blood River, formed from road to the underworld, his speed could only reach 30% at most. However, the speed of the thunder light form was still astonishing. If the skill was used while not being restricted, how fast would it be? The manual is really nice, but I don't quite meet the requirements. Jian Wushuang frowned. After carefully reading through it, he understood that Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt was most suitable for experts who comprehended Gale origin or Thunderbolt origin. If not satiate one of them, it was hard to master the manual unless the assistance of Divine Wood of Gale and Thunderbolt. Jian Wushuang had comprehended both World Origin and Slaughter Origin, with World Origin including everything between heaven and earth. However, it was not the same as comprehending Gale Origin and Thunderbolt Origin. If I want to cultivate this skill, I will have to get a Divine Wood of Gale and Thunderbolt, Jian Wushuang secretly thought. Divine Wood of Gale and Thunderbolt was a really rare natural treasure that was highly valued. Divine Wood of Gale and Thunderbolt was the only treasure that could help an expert who comprehended other origins learn Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt. "Hey Lin," Jian Wushuang said, spreading his voice over the area. Hey Lin stopped guarding outside and came into the secret chamber. She said respectfully, "Master, what can I do for you?" "Did Tan Feng order you to search for information regarding Divine Wood of Gale and Thunderbolt?" Jian Wushuang asked. Divine Wood of Gale and Thunderbolt? Hey Lin nodded slightly and said, "A half-month ago, Tan Feng asked us to find some Divine Wood of Gale and Thunderbolt. Have you uncovered anything?" Jian Wushuang asked again. "Yes." Hey Lin replied, "It's said that the Lord of Detian Prefecture found a Divine Wood of Gale and Thunderbolt many years ago." After hearing that, Tan Feng met the Lord of Detian Prefecture and attempted to trade for it. But something went wrong and Tan Feng failed to get it. He was even thrown out by the Lord of Detian Prefecture. Chapter 317, Senior, is it you? Chapter 317, Senior, is it you? Kicked out? Jian Wushuang was startled. 21 large prefectures, 21 mansion masters with great strength. As for the Lord of Detian Prefecture, Jian Wushuang knew he was indeed a super expert who ranked third on the Blood Moon list. Even though Tan Feng had mastered a second-stage domain, he only ranked 9th on the Blood Moon list. So, the Lord of Detian Prefecture, who ranked third, was definitely much stronger. Jian Wushuang deduced that the Lord of Detian Prefecture was likely to have reached the pinnacle of the origin he comprehended. As long as I'm alive, Holy Emperor Palace will spare no effort to kill me. Although I am quite powerful, I'm still not strong enough to protect myself. But the Wrath of Gale and Thunder is of great use, so I want to learn it. Jian Wushuang looked dignified. It seems that I must visit the Lord of Detian Prefecture in person. Are you going to visit the Lord of Detian Prefecture? Hey Lin asked in a surprise. Can't I? Jian Wushuang asked indifferently. It's nothing, but it is said that the Lord of Ditian Prefecture has an odd temper. Be careful when you meet him, Mansion Master, He Lin said. An odd temper? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, showing that he did not care. The next day, Jian Wushuang left for Ditian Prefecture. Ditian Prefecture was one of the 21 large prefectures, but it had an extremely high status among them. The Lord of Ditian Prefecture was recognized as a super expert who ranked top 3 in the whole Tang dynasty, which caused other experts to revere him. Dressed in a bloody robe and wearing a wicked bloody mask, Jian Wushuang appeared in the air above the Ditian Prefecture. Stop! Several shadows appeared in succession above the Ditian Prefecture, headed by a young man with bloody hair. Would you please tell your lord that Nan has come to visit him? Said Jian Wushuang. Nan? The one ranked 9th on the Blood Moon list, who killed Tanfeng and took his place as the 9th Heaven Mansion. The young man with bloody hair was shocked. News that Jian Wushuang killed Tanfeng and became the new 9th Heaven Mansion Master had already spread throughout the Tang dynasty. His new rank was updated on the Blood Moon list, so it was only natural that the guards in the Ditian Prefecture knew about it. Please wait a moment, sir. I will inform the Mansion Master right away. The young man with bloody hair slightly saluted him and went to deliver the message. A few moments later, Sire, come in and have a talk. A vigorous and forceful voice was heard coming from the mission. Jian Wushuang smiled and strode forward without any hindrance from the guards. Jian Wushuang quickly made his way to the meeting hall. In the main position of the hall, a white-haired elder stood calmly with his arms folded. He stood there like a sculpture, motionless and with no breath. A light flashed through Jian Wushuang's eyes as soon as he entered the hall and saw the back of this white-haired elder. It reminded him of someone he had seen before. At that moment, the sculpture-like white-haired elder began to move and turned around. Once Jian Wushuang was able to see the real appearance of the white-haired elder, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Senior, is it you? Jian Wushuang asked with a hint of surprise. Senior? The white-haired elder stroked his white beard while smiling, then said, Have you met me before? Jian Wushuang smiled and said nothing. After remembering that he was wearing the wicked bloody mask, Jian Wushuang took the mask off and revealed his own appearance. Junior Jian Wushuang greets Senior Wine Master. Jian Wushuang saluted solemnly. Wine Master. The elder in front of Jian Wushuang was the Lord of Ditian Prefecture who ranked top 3 in the Tang dynasty. Jian Wushuang had only seen him once, when the elder took Yang Zishuan as his personal disciple. Wine Master left a deep impression on Jian Wushuang, not only because he was the first expert of the Saint Realm that Jian Wushuang met, but also because he was the master of Yang Zishuan. What he didn't expect was that Wine Master was the Lord of Ditian Prefecture. Oh! Wine Master looked at Jian Wushuang and instantly remembered Jian Wushuang once he heard his name. Jian Wushuang? Nan? Wine Master smiled and said, Several days ago, I heard that Tanfeng was killed. I was curious about who did it, but I never thought it was you. The first time I met you, you were merely a young guy in the Gold Core realm. You have made great progress in such a short time. Compared to you, that disciple of mine is far behind. You flatter me, Senior. Jian Wushuang was very modesty and asked, Where is Yang Zishuan? There was a hint of expectation deep in Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang hadn't seen Yang Zishuan for a long time. Previously, in the easternmost hunt, Yang Zishuan's arm was chopped off. Jian Wushuang wondered whether he had taken the purple fire body shaping elixir and recovered. A few days ago, he was bitterly defeated by someone. After recovering from his injury, he immediately went into seclusion. He might finish it in several days, Wine Master answered. Yang Zishuan was defeated by someone? Who was it? Jian Wushuang asked with curiosity. Haha, the one that defeated him was the same Tanfeng who you just killed, Wine Master laughed. What? Jian Wushuang was really surprised. Yang Zishuan had a competition with Tanfeng? Senior Wine Master, what the hell is going on? Jian Wushuang immediately asked. Some time ago, That ninth heaven mansion master, Tan Feng, came here to meet me and wanted to trade for the divine wood of Gale and Thunderbolt, but I refused. Jin Wushuang listened to him seriously. The reason I refused was not that I was reluctant to part with the divine wood of Gale and Thunderbolt, nor was his treasure not valuable enough. On the contrary, he was sincere enough to bring very valuable treasures. They were definitely worth exchanging for a piece of divine wood of Gale and Thunderbolt. In truth, it was my disciple, or to be precise, you, that caused me to refuse, said Wine Master. Because of me? Jin Wushuang was shocked. The news that the Holy Emperor Palace offered a reward for your arrest was spread throughout the whole Nanyang continent. I couldn't possibly don't know about it. However, 1 month ago, I heard that Tan Feng killed you, and he got the reward from the Holy Emperor Palace. Wine Master looked over at Jin Wushuang. My disciple is close to you. When he heard Tan Feng was here, he immediately tried to take revenge. It was a pity, though. He was not strong enough and was defeated by Tan Feng. Because of my disciple, I naturally can't give the divine wood of Gale and Thunderbolt to Tan Feng, so I kicked him out. That's it? Jin Wushuang asked while smiling faintly. He had heard from He Lin that Tan Feng failed to exchange for the divine wood of Gale and Thunderbolt in the Detian Prefecture, and was kicked out by the Lord of Detian Prefecture. At first, he was very curious why, but now, he realized that he himself was the reason. And my disciple suffered a lot after being defeated by Tan Feng, so he immediately entered seclusion. But I arranged it for him. Not surprisingly, after he finishes his seclusion, he will barely be able to contend with Tan Feng, Wine Master said confidently. Chapter 318, Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt. Chapter 318, Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt. He'll barely be able to contend with Tan Feng? Jin Wushuang felt both surprised and frightened. They had been apart for no more than 2 years. During this period, Jin Wushuang made great progress in such a short time because of the heavenly creation skill and opportunities from the ancestors' land and nature residence. But Yang Zishuan had also made frightful progress. Truly worthy of being my second brother. Jin Wushuang laughed, feeling proud of Yang Zishuan. Yang Zishuan was inherently a peerless genius with an impassive character and an indomitable spirit. Previously, in the Tianzong dynasty, which was just a weak and small dynasty, he had cultivated by himself with very little guidance. Thus, his talent could not be completely revealed. It was not until he acknowledged Wine Master as his master that his true potential talent had been realized. So, why are you here today? Wine Master asked as he sat down on the chair, smiling and looking at Jin Wushuang. Senior Wine Master, why I am here today is for the same reason Tan Feng came that day. I want the divine wood of Gale and Thunderbolt, Jin Wushuang said directly. Wine Master nodded slightly and was not surprised. Tan Feng got the wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt, so he needed the divine wood of Gale and Thunderbolt to assist him in cultivating it. Now, you have killed Tan Feng, and his wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt belongs to you. It seems that you are quite interested in that superior second-grade manual. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly and said, I sincerely hope Senior can help me. It's just a piece of divine wood of Gale and Thunderbolt. It is not of great use to me. If not for my disciple, I would have exchanged it with Tan Feng when he brought those treasures here. Wine Master smiled and said, You can have it. Thanks a lot, Jin Wushuang said with surprise. I will also give you plenty of treasures. Wine Master frowned. Then he suddenly lowered his voice and said, Yesterday I was informed that the alchemy school has something urgent to consult with me and my disciple about. In a few days, alchemy school experts will pay a visit here. It is normal for them to consult me. After all, their master and I are good friends. I have turned to the alchemy school for help several times and I owe the alchemy school. It is natural for the alchemy school to ask me for help when something inconvenient happens. But it also involves my disciple, which is interesting. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang could not help smiling. The alchemy school had a good relationship with Wine Master, but not with Yang Zishuan. But now something out of the ordinary was happening, so there was only one answer. This implied that Wang Yuan was involved in it, and he was coming here with alchemy school experts in several days. Wang Yuan has something urgent to speak about with Yang Zishuan? Jian Wushuang asked while touching his nose. Young guy, stay at the Detian prefecture for a few days. My disciple will finish his seclusion in 2 days, Wine Master said. It would be my pleasure, Jian Wushuang said and nodded seriously. That day, Wine Master gave the divine wood of Gale and Thunderbolt to Jian Wushuang in exchange for some treasures. It would be much easier to cultivate Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt with the assistance of the divine wood of Gale and Thunderbolt. Jian Wushuang also had found a secret chamber to begin his comprehension. 3 days later, in the center of a huge martial arts practice field of the Detian prefecture, Jian Wushuang calmly stood, surrounded by a heavy force of Gale and Thunderbolt, as well as a vague cracking sound. A hint of sharp light was shining in Jian Wushuang's eyes as he suddenly moved. Shua! A flash of lightning flashed and appeared at the end of the martial arts practice field. But, in the very next moment, it came back to its original position. There was a 1,000-meter distance between the starting point and the ending point, but the lightning finished its journey there and back within the blink of an eye. How fast! It's so fast! Jian Wushuang was very excited. The Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt was worthy of being a superior second-grade manual. It was very powerful. Although Jian Wushuang only had an initial mastery of it, his speed after transforming into the lightning was 3-fold faster than his normal peak speed. 3-fold. That was a huge gap. Because of this, Jian Wushuang realized that Tan Feng hadn't mastered the Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt previously. If he had, he would have been much faster. Even with the suppression from Road to the Underworld, Jian Wushuang might not have been able to kill him. Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt is a body skill. The greatest advantage is not the instantaneous speed, but the flexibility of movement. Jian Wushuang looked up and released the force of Gale and Thunderbolt again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A lightning flashed in quick succession and changed directions several times. For a moment, weird shadows clothed in lightning appeared on the martial arts practice field. All of them were residual shadows caused by Jian Wushuang's speed. In an instant, hundreds of residual shadows appeared on the martial arts practice field. Those residual shadows were all the same, making it impossible to figure out where Jian Wushuang was. Boom! A thick cloud of thunderbolt landed on the ground of the martial arts practice field, immediately causing the ground to crack. Jian Wushuang finally appeared from inside the lightning. Wonderful. The feeling is wonderful. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. It really was quite wonderful. When a person zoomed through an area and made a sudden pause or changed their direction, their speed would normally slow down a little. But, by using the Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt, he would not suffer any obstructions. His movements were as smooth as a fish swimming in water. Instant speed, instant change of direction, instant deceleration, no obstructions. Everything was smooth. If, in the future, I meet an expert who is stronger than me and I can't defeat them, at least I will be able to flee or fight with him using the speed from the Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt. Jian Wushuang felt secretly happy. At that exact moment, boom! An aura abruptly surged toward the sky from inside the Detian prefecture. The aura possessed a force that seemed to look down on everything and contain an overwhelming pressure. It seemed that the owner of this aura was an immortal king who could impose his will on everything. Jian Wushuang immediately looked towards the source of that terrifying aura. What an imposing aura! Jian Wushuang thought while gazing. Imposing? Generally speaking, only those with a high status, like the monarch of a dynasty, some sect masters, or some powerful leaders, would naturally have such an imposing pressure. But this pressure didn't usually come from someone's aura. Now, this rising aura possessed an overwhelming pressure. It was really amazing. Is Yang Zishuan about to exit his seclusion? Jian Wushuang was looking forward to it. Chapter 319. The Reunion of Brothers. Chapter 319. The Reunion of Brothers. The dreadful blast of wind ceased slowly soon after it erupted. A secret chamber's gate of Detian Prefecture was opened abruptly, and a cold-faced young man who wore a blood-red saber on his back walked out slowly. Just after he walked out, he saw Jin Wushuang standing in front of him at the martial arts practice field, staring at him. "Second brother, it's been a long time since I saw you. Your arm has recovered." Jin Wushuang scratched his nose and couldn't help but smile after seeing the repaired left arm of Yang Zishuan. "Third brother?" Meeting Jin Wushuang, Yang Zishuan was surprised at first but soon turned indifferent again. "I thought you were killed by Tanfeng." "A warrior like Tanfeng could never kill me," Jin Wushuang said. "So confident, huh?" Yang Zishuan looked at Jin Wushuang. "I suppose your strength has improved a lot in the last 2 years? Why not give it a try?" Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. The two brothers looked at each other and smiled. Strangely, Yang Zishuan's figure disappeared from right where he stood, and when he appeared again, he was already right in front of Jin Wushuang. Meanwhile, the blood-red saber on his back chopped out silently, stirring up heaven and earth the moment it flew. Jin Wushuang smiled slightly, and soon the purple sky sword appeared in his hand, sweeping out a blast of sword light which also moved the entire heaven and earth. Clang! The saber and the sword clashed at each other, and instantly caused 2 huge cracks on the center ground of the martial arts practice field, both of which were over 100 meters long. And then Seichiue. Shua, shua. The figures of the two brothers flashed in the void simultaneously, along with the deafening sound of clashes. In the Detian Prefecture, Wine Master sat decorously in an attic, cooking wine. The wine jug and bowl were trembling slightly along with the loud sounds of clashes out there. "Are the two boys trying to tear down my Detian Prefecture?" Wine Master took a glimpse at the void outside, shaking his head and smiling, and then continued to cook his wine. About an hour later, the huge sound of collisions that rang over the whole Detian Prefecture and the two crazy powers that clashed against each other gradually subsided. In the martial arts practice field, Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan sat there at ease. "Your strength developed a lot after near 2 years. Wine Master said you can almost defeat Tanfeng after you finished your cultivation. I didn't believe this at first, but now I think you do have the strength," Jin Wushuang smiled and said. "So do you." Yang Zishuan looked over to Jin Wushuang. "If I'm not wrong, you would have still hidden much of your real strength." "Haha, you would not have used your full strength as well," Jin Wushuang said. The two men lay there at ease, talking and commenting on each other's strength. The battle that happened just now was only a simple spar after their reunion, so both of them held back their strength. Especially for Jin Wushuang, because he hadn't even demonstrated his domain. "Let's go and have a drink," Yang Zishuan said. "Don't hurry, Big Brother Wang Yuan will be here in a few days. We can drink together when he arrives," Jin Wushuang said. "All right," Yang Zishuan nodded. They too waited for Wang Yuan at the Detian Prefecture. During this period, they still challenged each other frequently. Although they reserved their strength, every battle they fought still caused a great commotion and scars on the ground. Yang Zishuan also heard from Wine Master that Jin Wushuang killed Tanfeng, and knew that right now Jin Wushuang's strength should be more powerful than his. He fought with Tanfeng before, so he knew that even now he could barely compete with Tanfeng using his full strength. However, Jin Wushuang could kill Tanfeng, so Jin Wushuang's battle strength must be superior to his. Jin Wushuang also had a general understanding of Yang Zishuan's strength. A predestined warrior. That was Jin Wushuang's commentary to Yang Zishuan. With real strength reserved, Yang Zishuan's battle strength was at best equal to a normal expert of the Saint Realm, but once he used his full energy to demonstrate high heaven technique, his strength would rise up to a brand new level with the Heaven Breath's blessing, and surely could confront with those experts that mastered the second domain like Tanfeng. 2 days later, when Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan were exchanging their thoughts and experiences on the martial arts practice field, a huge figure stepped across the courtyard and ran in. Just after entering the martial arts practice field, his hearty laughter sounded out. "Ha ha, second brother, Third brother, it's been a long time since I saw you. I missed you guys so much. Wang Yuan rushed to Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan. Big brother, Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan stood up, with a hint of smile on their faces. Wang Yuan ran over to them and gave both Yang Zishuan and Jin Wushuang a big hug. Second brother, how does your repaired arm feel? Wang Yuan looked at Yang Zishuan and asked. Not bad. Yang Zishuan moved his left arm. His left arm had been cut off. Later, Wine Master obtained a purple fire body shaping elixir from alchemy school and repaired his arm with it. The repaired arm was almost the exact same as the original one. Third brother, Wang Yuan looked over to Jin Wushuang. 1 month ago, I heard that you were killed by a man named Tan Feng, and he took your body to the Holy Emperor Palace for a reward. I didn't believe it at that time. I would never believe that you would die so easily. Looks like I'm right. Ha, it was just a cover, Jin Wushuang smiled. Tan Feng has already been killed by me. Oh. Wang Yuan's expression changed. I heard that Tan Feng was an expert of the Saint Realm with great strength, and even mastered domain. You could kill him, my brother? Gee, that's awesome. Jin Wushuang shrugged casually. Well, we can hardly get together, so we must have a drink today. I was going to drink with third brother before, but he said we need to wait for you to drink together. Yang Zishuan said. I'm afraid we don't have time to drink. Wang Yuan shook his head, and his face stiffened. The reason why I came here today is to discuss something really urgent with you and Wine Master. It is better since third brother is also here. What is the matter? Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan looked at Wang Yuan immediately. It is about little sister, Wang Yuan said with a low voice. Little sister? Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold immediately. When he was still in Tianzong Dynasty, Jin Wushuang had heard from Wang Yuan that Su Rou was in a very special position in Ice Nether Valley. The master behind her might do something harmful to her. Jin Wushuang was very concerned about it. But at that time his strength was too weak, and he was not certain whether master would be against little sister, so he could do nothing but let Wang Yuan take care of Su Rou. Now, since Wang Yuan came to them for Su Rou, something must have happened to her. Not long ago, Yi Chun, the master of Ice Nether Valley, sent invitations to all the powerful forces in Nanyang continent. 10 days later, he and little sister will hold their wedding ceremony in Ice Nether Valley. Chapter 320. Destroy, Kill, Eliminate. Chapter 320. Destroy, Kill, Eliminate. What? Wedding? Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan were both startled. This is the invitation card that Yi Chun sent to all the sections. You can have a look. Wang Yuan took out an invitation card. Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan gave it a quick browse. Sure enough, it was an invitation for the experts of all the clans to attend the wedding ceremony in 10 days. Little sister is marrying Yi Chun? Is she doing this willingly? Jin Wushuang asked. I suppose she is. Wang Yuan nodded. You guys may not know yet, but little sister is an orphan. Her clan was massacred when she was very little, and she was taken by the enemy. The Yi Chun happened to pass by and rescued her, and even avenged her by eliminating the people that killed her family. Ever since then, little sister has been with Yi Chun. Before she met us, she considered Yi Chun as her only family, and no one could take his place from little sister. So if Yi Chun said that he wanted to marry her, she would probably not reject him. Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan both frowned. Since little sister was willing to perform the wedding without being threatened, they could not do anything other than send their blessings. If that's all, I wouldn't say anything, as long as he treats little sister well with all his heart. However, I found out something strange not long ago, Wang Yuan said solemnly. Something strange? What is it? Jin Wushuang asked. I performed some investigations and found out that the force that destroyed little sister's whole clan had been in contact with Ice Nether Valley previously, Wang Yuan said. What? Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan looked at Wang Yuan immediately. I looked into it and found out that Blissful Island, the power that eliminated little sister's clan, had been in close contact with Ice Nether Valley, and both Little Sister's clan and Blissful Island were in a middle-sized empire. Why would a person with such a prominent status like Yi Chun go there for no reason and happen to rescue Little Sister? Wang Yuan narrated. I felt that this was strange at that time, and so I asked my people to investigate it. I finally received some information a few days ago. What is it? Jin Wushuang said in a low voice. The result is Blissful Island was an affiliated power with Ice Nether Valley. It was Ice Nether Valley that ordered Blissful Island to eliminate Little Sister's clan, and the one who gave the order was probably Master Yi Chun. Wang Yuan said. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan were both astonished. Is this true? Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold immediately. I confirmed it over and over, and it was really an order given by Ice Nether Valley, Wang Yuan said. As far as I know, our little sister has a very special body attribute and can achieve great things. Yi Chun may be interested in this, so he asked Blissful Island to slaughter Little Sister's family and save Little Sister himself. He also performed revenge for her to make her deeply grateful to him, so that she would obey anything he said. What a good strategy. And what it cost him was not much, just Blissful Island, a little force. Jin Wushuang's and Yang Zishuan's eyes turned cold in an instant. Brother Yuan, do you have any evidence of this? Jin Wushuang asked. Of course I have the evidence, Wang Yuan smiled coldly, and then he waved his hand to reveal a stack of information reports gathered by Alchemy School. Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan looked through these reports, and Jin Wushuang's face became sullen instantly. There was indeed actual evidence. It was confirmed that Ice Nether Valley gave the order to eliminate Little Sister's clan, and that Yi Chun was definitely involved with it. Finding out this matter is the reason why I called and informed you, Wang Yuan said. Little Sister doesn't know this, does she? Jin Wushuang asked coldly. Of course she doesn't. How could she want to marry Yi Chun if she knew this? Wang Yuan said. Third brother, what are you going to do? Wang Yuan looked over to Jin Wushuang. What am I going to do? It's simple. I will stop the wedding and kill Yi Chun. If Ice Nether Valley stands in my way, I will eliminate it too. Jin Wushuang's voice was frozen with a frightening coldness in his eyes. Besides his father Jin Nantian, Jin Wushuang cared for his brothers and sister most in this world. Jin Wushuang regarded his little sister Su Ro as his biological sister, so how could him let her be bullied like this? I'm also going to follow you, Yang Zishuan nodded, also with great coldness in his eyes. Hee, we think the same. We brothers must cause chaos on the wedding 10 days later for little sister. Wang Yuan smiled and stretched out his fist. Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan looked at each other, and then also put forward their fists. The three fists bumped together. In an attic in Detian Prefecture. You are planning to destroy the wedding in Ice Nether Valley in 10 days? And you want my help? Wine Master raised his eyebrows and looked over at Jin Wushuang and his brothers. Yes, we really hope you can give us a hand, Master, Yang Zishuan said solemnly. Wang Yuan and Jin Wushuang also looked at Wine Master with expectation. After all, Ice Nether Valley was one of the 3 valleys in Nanyang Continent, which was even more powerful than Wilderness Sword Sect and Daluo Heaven Sect. Only Alchemy School and Holy Emperor Palace could possibly defeat it in the whole Nanyang Continent. So it was impossible to cause trouble at the sect with merely Jin Wushuang and Yang Zishuan. And Wang Yuan. Although Wang Yuan was the young master of the Alchemy School, there were too many restrictions in Alchemy School, so he couldn't bring many experts. Therefore, they could only use their own influence to invite some experts, and the first person they invited was Wine Master. Holding a pot of wine and swirling it slowly, the Wine Master murmured, Ice Nether Valley, one of the 3 valleys and the strongest of them, is not easy to be messed, but it will really be interesting if we can stop the wedding and humiliate them. So you agree to help us? Wang Yuan quickly asked. Wine Master smiled slightly, but looked over to Yang Zishuan. My disciple has never asked anything from me since he called me master, so how can I say no? However, Ice Nether Valley has great strength, so only counting on us to create chaos at the wedding is not enough. We have to find other people for help. No sooner had Wine Master finished his words, whoosh, whoosh, two figures suddenly appeared in the attic. One of the two figures was a strong and handsome middle-aged man, and the other was a woman with a natural and graceful appearance. Wind and rain immortals? Looking at the two people who appeared in the attic, a slight smile emerged on Wine Master's face. Wine Master, the middle-aged man and the graceful woman said. Chapter 321, The Six Experts of the Saint Realm. Chapter 321, The Six Experts of the Saint Realm. They are the wind and rain immortals. Wang Yuan introduced the two newcomers to Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan. They too have ascended to transcendence for a long time and mastered domain. Their skills are so strong that they can rank in the top 10 of the Blood Moon list in the Tang Dynasty. Oh, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Experts of the Saint Realm who have mastered domain can be at the peak of the whole Nanyang continent. He thought. The wind and rain immortals owe our alchemy school a favor, so I let my father invite them here after some difficulties. Wang Yuan said helplessly. The relationship between our alchemy school and the Holy Emperor Palace is like fire and water. Thus the Holy Emperor Palace would not offend Ice Nether Valley just for me, the young master of the alchemy school. I had my father invite these two to help in the current situation, which is a good result for now. Jian Wushuang nodded gently to show his understanding. The wind and rain two immortals, me, together with you two young guys, are still inadequate in scale, the wine master said quietly. I have a good friend. She is an unrestrained solitary expert. I'll try to send messages to her and see whether she will join us. Thank you, master. Yang Zixuan expressed thanks immediately. We're very grateful for your help. Jian Wushuang and Wang Yuan also expressed their gratitude. But even if I invite that good friend of mine here, we are still a little weak, the wine master said pensively. This is the Tang Dynasty. There are numerous outstanding experts fond of killing. As long as you can afford the price to invite one or two experts, there would be no big difficulty with this plan, the Wind Immortal said in a solemn way. Speaking of treasures, I have one here. Jian Wushuang opened his hands, and a long pitch-black spear appeared in his hands immediately. The long pitch-dark spear was held in the hand of Jian Wushuang, vaguely releasing formidable energy. Superior third-grade magic weapon? Seeing the long pitch-dark spear, the people around showed surprise in their eyes. A superior third-grade magic weapon would capture the hearts of many experts of the Saint Realm. Nice. The wine master nodded slightly. I know a powerful person who is good at spear techniques. He has been looking for a suitable magic weapon. If we invite him at the cost of this superior third-grade magic weapon, I think he would agree to come help. In addition, you have Wrath of Gale and Thunder. On the Blood Moon list of the Tang Dynasty, the 6th-ranked old weirdo Yunyuang has lived for many years. He has aspired to obtain the most powerful skill manual which would help him perform formidable skills. What he most yearned for is Wrath of Gale and Thunder in the Holy Emperor Palace. As long as you gave him this manual, I can assure you that he would absolutely try his best to assist you. A joyful expression appeared on the face of Jian Wushuang. The Wrath of Gale and Thunder is a superior second-grade manual, so the Holy Emperor Palace valued it highly. When the Holy Emperor Palace handed it to Tan Feng, they had made an agreement that Tan Feng could not impart this manual to anyone else. But now Tan Feng was killed by Jian Wushuang, and this manual fell into his hands. He could do whatever he wanted, without caring about the Holy Emperor Palace. I have no problem giving him the Wrath of Gale and Thunder, Jian Wushuang said without any hesitation. With the help of those two, our force is strong enough. Although we cannot wipe out the entire Ice Nether Valley, it should be enough for us to create a mess there, the wine master said with a smile. In that case, we will rely on you to invite them, Senior, Jian Wushuang said. The wine master nodded gently, and then he left immediately to send the invitations. 3 days later, the 6 experts of the Saint Realm gathered together in the Detian Prefecture. The 6 experts of the Saint Realm sat on the chairs of the lobby respectively, and at the top sat the wine master impressively. The wine master was well known in the Nanyang continent for hundreds of years. He even ranked third on the Blood Moon list of the Tang dynasty. It was said that he had attained the pinnacle in his comprehension of origin many years ago. He was strong enough to be considered one of the top experts in the Nanyang continent. Beside the wine master sat a black-clothed woman. She looked old with wrinkles on her face, but her eyes were clear and bright. With a faint smile on lips, she sat there at ease and looked quite affable. This black-clothed woman was actually the good friend of the wine master, known as Lady Black in the Nanyang continent. Lady Black was renowned for a long time. Although she was slightly less mighty than the wine master, the gap between them was quite small. She had already mastered the third stage of the domain, just a step's distance from the pinnacle. Below the wine master and Lady Black sat the wind and rain immortals. They were qualified enough to rank the top 10 on the Blood Moon list, and they were not weaker than Tanfeng, who was killed by Jian Wushuang. As for the last two experts of the Saint Realm, one was an old fellow. His messy hair and sackcloth made him look quite haggard. This elder was actually old weirdo Yunyang. He was a real old monster, for he had lived longer than all the people there. However, the skills of this old monster were unfathomable. Although he just mastered second stage domain, it was said an expert who had mastered third stage domain could not defeat him. Now, on the Blood Moon list of the Tang dynasty, the old weirdo Yunyang ranked the 6th. The other one was a red-haired old man who looked cold. The most eye-catching characteristic was his red eyebrows. Qimei was not very famous on the Nanyang continent, but he was renowned in the Tang dynasty and ranked 13th on the Blood Moon list. Although his rank was a little lower, he was still an expert who had mastered the domain. The 6 experts of saints, together with Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan, made up the battle formation for the plan. This battle formation could be said to be very formidable. Distinguished guests, I think you know the plan. Jian Wushuang mainly set his eyes on the old weirdo Yunyang and Qimei when he said these words. In the heart of Jian Wushuang, 4 of the 6 experts of immortals could be seen as teammates on his own side. But the other 2 were different, for they were only here for the superior third-grade magic weapon and Wrath of Gale and Thunder. Thus, the relationship between them and him was just like an employer and employee. I know. Old weirdo Yunyang nodded his head carelessly. Aha, Ice Nether Valley, one of the 3 valleys. I thought you were mad when I heard you were going to attack Ice Nether Valley. But now it seems a little interesting, Qimei said with a somber laugh. Meanwhile, his eyes glanced at the experts one by one. Wine Master, Lady Black, the Wind and Rain Immortals, and even Old Weirdo Monster are here. What a magnificent scene. Without a strong team, how would we dare to challenge Ice Nether Valley? Jian Wushuang said in a piercingly cold voice. They 3 brothers were the leaders in the plan. Due to the special identity of Wang Yuan, it was inconvenient for him to appear personally. Yang Zishuan was cold in temperament and not fond of talking. Naturally, all the things in this plan would be decided by Jian Wushuang himself. Little guy, who are you? So many experts are here. So who gave you, a little guy of the Yang Void Realm, permission to speak? Qimei glanced at Jian Wushuang while emanating an overwhelming aura. Facing the suppression of the aura, Jian Wushuang showed an indifferent expression, as if the aura were a cool breeze. Chapter 322, Overawe. Chapter 322, Overawe. Oh! Qimei could not help but be surprised. He was an expert of the Saint Realm. Faced with his powerful aura, even an expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm, or the half-saint realm would shiver in horror. At this moment, even though Jian Wushuang was suppressed by his aura, he was still as cool as a cucumber. Mr. Qimei, you don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that what you want is in my hands. Jian Wushuang turned his hand over, taking out the long pitch-black spear and the Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt manual. The eyes of Qimei and old weirdo Yunyang both lit up. They came here for those 2 treasures, so they attached great importance to them. I'll give you the 2 items after everything is done, as long as both of you follow my orders during this trip to the Ice Nether Valley. Do you have any problem with that? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Fine. Old weirdo Yunyang nodded without hesitation. He had been longing for the Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt manual, so he cherished this rare chance. Chimei twitched his eyebrows. After thinking for a while, he casually said, "What I want is in your hands, so it's only natural that I have to follow your orders." Hearing what Chimei said, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and noticed a hint of disdain flash through Chimei's eyes. Jian Wushuang speculated that Chimei might only be pretending to agree. He was not sure whether Chimei would obey his orders once they arrived at Ice Nether Valley. Chimei must think I am young, so he's unwilling to follow a boy's order. Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart. Then he said, "Mr. Chimei, I heard you rank 13th on the Blood Moon list." "So what?" Chimei replied and shot a glance at Jian Wushuang. "I've been looking forward to fighting with some experts who are ranked close to the top. Elder Wine Master and Elder Yunyang rank too high. Mr. Chimei, only you happen to meet my requirement. I don't know whether Mr. Chimei would like to teach me some moves?" Jian Wushuang said indifferently. "You want to fight with me?" Chimei was a bit surprised. "It's just a small request. I don't think Mr. Chimei will refuse, right?" Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Chimei replied coldly, "Refuse? Of course I won't refuse." He sneered while thinking in his heart. The boy is too reckless. If not for the superior third-grade magic weapon, I wouldn't pay him any mind. He hasn't even reached the half-saint level. How could he be qualified to speak to me? Now he dares to challenge me? Fine, let me teach him a lesson so he understands his position. Chimei had made up his mind to give him a heavy blow. "Since it's decided, please come with me," Jian Wushuang said. Then they walked outside. The experts in the hall all had an odd expression on their faces. "Wine Master, who was that little guy? He dared to challenge Chimei?" Lady Black asked slowly. I saw Chimei's expression. I'm afraid the little guy is going to suffer a lot. Chimei probably wants to give him a heavy blow. The Wind and Rain Immortal spoke. "A heavy blow? Hee, it's uncertain who will deliver the heavy blow," the Wine Master said with a smile. "Oh." Lady Black, the Wind and Rain Immortals, and old weirdo Yunyang all looked toward the Wine Master. "Let's go have a look." With an enigmatic expression, the Wine Master moved and appeared up in the air outside. "Wine Master, what did you mean?" Lady Black and others immediately followed him. "Watch carefully." The Wine Master did not explain. Instead, he wore a slight smile. Lady Black, the Wind and Rain Immortals, and old weirdo Yunyang did not know Jian Wushuang's real identity, but the Wine Master and Yang Zixuan were very clear about it. They knew that Jian Wushuang killed Tanfeng and that Chimei, who ranked 13th on the Blood Moon list, was weaker than Tanfeng. Jian Wushuang and Chimei stood up in the air, hundreds of feet apart. "Boy, come on, show me your strength," Chimei shouted with a careless look. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, but thought, in this world, no matter where you are, powerful people will be respected. I'm paying a lot to invite them, but if I am not strong enough, it will be hard for me to control them. This trip to Ice Nether Valley is quite different. There will be lots of accidents. If we are not careful, we might lose the whole game. I have to convince them to follow my orders, so I need them to be overawed by me. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang launched an attack with an enormous amount of spiritual power crazily gushing out. Azura's secret skill, Road to the Underworld. Jian Wushuang wanted to shock them, so he had to use his full strength. With that in mind, he didn't waste time and performed Road to the Underworld directly. The blood-red river spread out. At the same time, his slaughter domain and realm of sword essence instantly formed as well. The combination of Road to the Underworld, slaughter domain, and sword sea. "Go!" Jian Wushuang shouted. The blood-red river moved to cover Chimei and suppress his body. Chimei was originally standing there with a casual look. He did not put Jian Wushuang in his eyes, because he thought the little boy was just in the Yang Void realm. He did not take this fight seriously. However, when the blood-red river surged toward him. Boom! Chimei suddenly lost his balance and nearly fell down. What? Chimei's expression changed immediately. He felt the scary pressure from the blood-red river. In an instant, it suppressed 90% of his strength. Domain. Shocked, Chimei immediately performed his own domain. Though it helped relieve some pressure, 70% of his strength was still suppressed. Meanwhile, Jin Wushuang began to move. A streak of light suddenly flashed through the blood river, flying across the hundreds of feet between them. Jin Wushuang appeared in front of Chimei and slashed at him with his powerful purple longsword. Chimei was surprised. A long scarlet spear appeared in his hand and quietly lashed out. He pushed the power of the spear to its limit and tried to block the stroke. After they collided with each other, pong! Chimei suddenly fell down like a shooting star. He smashed into the martial arts practice field, causing a huge hole to appear that was dozens of meters deep. At the bottom of the hole, Chimei spent quite a while standing up. Mr. Chimei, do you want to continue the fight? Jin Wushuang stood at the center of the blood river. With his roaring killing intent, he was just like Shura from hell as his voice resounded through the area. Chimei failed. Chapter 323, Ice Nether Valley. Chapter 323, Ice Nether Valley. Upon hearing this, Chimei blushed. He eventually calmed down and reacted with a wry smile. Whoosh! Chimei flew out of the huge hole. After landing on the ground, he looked up towards Jin Wushuang and slowly bowed to him. You're powerful. I am not your match. If I offended you, I hope you can forgive me. As for this trip to Ice Nether Valley, I'll do my best and follow your orders. Jin Wushuang grinned, and the blood river started to dissipate. Lady Black, the Wind and Rain Immortals, and old weirdo Yunyang were all astonished. They did not expect that Jin Wushuang, an expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm, could completely defeat Chimei with such overwhelming power. They were surprised at the power of the blood river. The blood river? How could it be so powerful? Lady Black asked and frowned. It should be a high-level skill. Winemaster smiled and continued. If my guess is right, it should be a combination of 3 different techniques. The Winemaster added, the first one is Slaughter Domain. The second is the Realm of Sword Essence. I've heard about it from the Daluo Heaven Sect, and I've seen an expert of the Daluo Heaven Sect perform it before. It's a special type of sword skill. As for the last one, it's the most powerful, but I have no idea what it was. Although Jin Wushuang and Chimei had only fought for a short while, the onlookers had noticed something unusual. They all knew that Jin Wushuang was able to defeat Chimei because of the Blood River. The Blood River destroyed Chimei's domain and suppressed 70% of his strength. They had never seen such a terrifying skill. Except for Winemaster, they thought that if they were stuck in that Blood River, they would have the same ending as Chimei. Winemaster, you already knew about his strength, right? Lady Black looked toward the Winemaster and asked. I didn't know his real strength, but I know about his battle results. Have you heard of Tan Feng? Winemaster asked with a smile. Tan Feng? I know of him. Old weirdo Yunyang spoke first. He ranked 9th on the Blood Moon list and had reached the 2nd stage domain. He was powerful. I fought with him previously, but I barely had the upper hand. I heard that he was killed by an expert called Nan. That boy is Nan, Winemaster said with a smile. Old weirdo Yunyang was shocked. The Wind and Rain Immortals and Lady Black looked at each other. They immediately understood why the Winemaster was so confident about this fight. Jin Wushuang killed Tan Feng, who was stronger than Chimei, so it would be easy for him to defeat Chimei. Yang Zixuan, who had been silent, looked serious. He had fought with Jin Wushuang several times in Ditian Prefecture, but he had not seen his real strength, because Jin Wushuang restricted his own strength. Third brother's strength has reached such a high level. Right now, I'm a bit weaker than him, but in the future. At that moment, Jin Wushuang and Chimei came over. Nan, you're so powerful. It's a real eye-opener. Old weirdo Yunyang looked toward Jian Wushuang and said with a smile, Nan? Chimei was surprised and immediately recalled the name that was spreading across the Tang dynasty. He immediately understood and looked toward Jian Wushuang with a hint of respect. It was normal. The powerful would be respected. He thought Jian Wushuang was a boy of the Yang Void realm, so he was unwilling to obey his orders. However, now he knew Jian Wushuang's identity and his real strength, so he did not dare to disrespect him. Moreover, he was being offered a reward, so he had no reason to disobey the young man. You can call me Swordsman, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Swordsman? Old weirdo Yunyang nodded slightly. This trip to Ice Nether Valley is very important. If we go there together, we will attract too much attention, so we'd better go there separately, Jian Wushuang continued. That's what I thought too, the wine master said and nodded. Jian Wushuang asked Chi Mei to go with him, and the other 6 could set off by themselves. Jian Wushuang was worried that the irritable Chi Mei would cause some trouble on the way, so he wanted to keep an eye on this expert. If he was accompanied by Jian Wushuang, Chi Mei would behave himself. With that, they left for Ice Nether Valley. Ice Nether Valley was located at the peak of the mountains. Surrounded by the many giant mountains, it looked as if the moon was being embraced by a myriad of stars. At the peak of the giant mountain, a black-robed girl sat alone, looking at the vast sky with a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. It seemed that she wanted to find her answer somewhere in the sky. Little Ro. A gentle voice came from behind her. A handsome young man in beautiful clothes walked over. He was followed by a black-clothed elder who looked like a servant. Master. Su Ro stood up and spoke. Still calling me master? Yichen wore a faint smile and said in a loving tone. Su Ro lowered her head. She looked shy. A few days later, we will be married. You should have a good rest. Don't think too much, Yichen said. Okay, Su Ro responded unenthusiastically. It's cold here. You'd better go back now, Yichen added. Su Ro bowed slightly and then left. Only Yichen and the white-haired elder were left. Yichen's expression changed, and he began to look somewhat maniacal. 8 days. 8 more days, then her extremine body will be mine. I have waited for this day for a long time, Yichen roared hysterically. It was true. He had waited for more than 10 years. A dozen years ago, he met Su Ro for the first time and recognized Su Ro's unusual constitution. It was similar to the extremine body that he read about in an ancient book. After several tests, he eventually confirmed that Su Ro had an extremine body. It was a legendary and miraculous constitution. Chapter 324, The Tricolor Hyalin Vine. Chapter 324, The Tricolor Hyalin Vine. The legendary extremine body was extremely powerful. Once it took form, it would have the power to destroy the world. But it had a disadvantage. It could not bear even a hint of yang qi. Therefore, the owner of the extremine body had to ensure that she remained a virgin. Once she had sex with someone, her extremine body would immediately ruin her, and she would be doomed to die. The one who had sex with her would gain a lot. Yichen used some tricks to get Su Ro to join their valley. Then he spent a lot of energy looking after Su Ro so that she would be loyal to him. Everything he had done was aimed towards getting Su Ro's extremine body. I have raised and pampered her for more than 10 years. In only 8 days, it will be time for her to repay me. Yichen stood there with a distorted smile. The white-haired elder beside him wore a faint smile, without saying a word. As the young master of Ice Nether Valley, Yichen was the most outstanding genius among this year's disciples. The news that he invited experts from every force or sect to his wedding had spread throughout the whole Nanyang continent. Yichen had a good reputation in the Nanyang continent. Moreover, he was the young master of Ice Nether Valley. Thus, the experts from each force or sect would give him face and attend his wedding. Though many solitary warriors did not receive the invitation, they could still come to the wedding. Ice Nether Valley spread the news that they would welcome everyone on the wedding day. That was why a large number of warriors traveled to Ice Nether Valley. There was a city near the mountain gate of Ice Nether Valley. The gate would be opened on the day before the wedding. Many solitary warriors who arrived ahead of time had gathered in this city. Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei arrived here 2 days in advance. They were sitting by the window in a hotel. A lot of people came here. Jin Wushuang looked at the crowd in the street. There were some powerful experts, and they all came for this wedding. A crowd of people who just came here for fun. Qi Mei, who sat opposite Jin Wushuang, snorted and said, Ice Nether Valley invited all the powerful forces to the wedding. Many experts only came here in hopes of catching a glimpse of some powerful experts. Jin Wushuang could not help but smile. For some weaker warriors, it would be good luck to see the legendary top experts who had reached the half-saint level or divine transcendence. They rarely had the opportunity to meet those top experts, but this time they would see many of them on the wedding day. Swordsman, let's go to the market, Qi Mei suddenly said. Market? Jin Wushuang asked in surprise. Is there anything good there? Are you interested? Hey, you don't know that. Some treasures might not be in the top experts' hands. Sometimes, if they are lucky, some weak people can get invaluable treasures that even I would be envious of, Qi Mei replied with a mysterious smile. This time, lots of experts have gathered in this city. Some of them will sell their treasures. If we're lucky, we might find something good. Oh! Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows and showed interest. Then they left the hotel and walked along the street towards the market. Jin Wushuang wore a bamboo hat to cover his face and withdrew his aura. Qi Mei also hid his aura at the request of Jin Wushuang. His ability to restrict his aura was marvelous. Even experts who had mastered domain would not be able to recognize his strength. They might think he was an ordinary servant or a steward. Both of them walked down the street without arousing any attention. Soon they arrived at the market. You're right. It's quite lively here, Jin Wushuang said with a smile, while noticing lots of people crammed in the market. The market was quite crowded, and some warriors were selling their treasures. Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei roamed freely, looking at the treasures once in a while. Most of the treasures were quite normal, so Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei were not interested. After an hour, Jin Wushuang still had not seen a treasure that he even slightly cared about. At this moment, Qi Mei's eyes lit up. He pulled Jin Wushuang's sleeve and said, Swordsman, look at that. Jin Wushuang saw a half-naked strong man standing there with a 3-colored spiritual vine in his hands. The man was surrounded by many warriors. That is, Jin Wushuang looked toward the 3-colored spiritual vine and asked, If I am not wrong, it should be a tricolor hyaline vine. Qi Mei licked his lips and replied, It is a rare natural treasure and used widely. It is often used to refine high-level elixirs, such as the purple fire body-shaping elixir and the Saint Breakthrough elixir. They all need the tricolor hyaline vine. But the tricolor hyaline vine is rare and invaluable. We're lucky to see it here. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. He did not know how precious the tricolor hyaline vine was, but it was an ingredient in the top elixirs, so it must be priceless. Let's have a look. Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei walked forward. The strong man shouted, 3 divine power elixirs and 1,000,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid. No bargaining. I spent a lot of effort to get this tricolor hyaline vine. If not for an emergency, I wouldn't be selling it here. 3 divine power elixir and 1,000,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid? Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei were surprised. Divine Power Elixir was used to improve a Yang Void expert's cultivation. It was effective, and its price was high. A Divine Power Elixir cost 1,000,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid. If the tricolor hyaline vine is put up for auction, it would sell for 10,000,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid. But he only wants 3 Divine Power Elixirs and 1,000,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid. It's a bargain, Qi Mei said with a faint smile. Then he walked forward. I want this tricolor hyaline vine. Qi Mei spoke. But I only have 2 divine power elixirs. I can use 1,000,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid instead, and give you 2 divine power elixirs with 2,000,000 drops of purple crystal spiritual liquid. How about it? The strong man frowned. Before the strong man could think, a light voice suddenly was heard. "Ha ha, a tricolor Highland vine. Good stuff. I want it." Chapter 325, Conflict. Chapter 325, Conflict. Just then, a scarlet-robed figure went forward. It was a young man who gave off an evil impression, followed by a strong and unusual man with purple hair. A tricolor Highland vine. The scarlet-robed youth's gaze sharpened when he saw the three-colored spiritual vine in the big man's hand. Immediately, he took out an interspatial ring and said, "Here are 3 divine power elixirs, 1,000,000 purple crystal spiritual liquid." The big man was tempted. After glancing over the interspatial ring, he smiled. But Chi Mei's face fell. He looked over at the scarlet-robed youth and said in a deep voice, "Young man, I was here first." And the scarlet-robed youth sneered and said, "So what? He didn't promise to give it to you, did he? Young man, you want to play with fire, right?" Chi Mei was angry. Cold light flashed in his eyes. "Oh." The scarlet-robed youth sneered and looked at the strong man with purple hair behind him. "Chow, get this old man out of my face." "Yes." The strong man with purple hair looked over at Chi Mei and shouted, "Old man, do you want to leave on your own, or do I have to use force?" Immediately, brutality and unreasonableness spread from the purple-haired man. The half-saint realm. He is a half-saint expert. I heard that a lot of experts would gather in the Ice Nether Valley this time, including a few half-saints, even experts of the Saint Realm, but I didn't expect to see one here. The strong man with purple hair had caused a stir among warriors on the street. "Haha, I'd like to see you try," he said and laughed, while filled with anger. "Hum." The strong man with purple hair snorted without saying anything. Instead, he quickly gathered his power, which turned into a phantom and then rushed out. Chi Mei stood still with a cold and calm face, but in his eyes, killing intent was gathering. He promised himself that as soon as the strong man with purple hair made his move, he would kill him. However, right as the strong man with purple hair was about to attack, wait! A deep shout was heard. It seemed to possess a magic power, causing the strong man with purple hair to stop unconsciously. Of course, it was Jian Wushuang. He stood in front of Chi Mei and looked at the scarlet-robed youth. Then, with a smile on his face, he said, "Master, please forgive my steward's hot temper." "Oh." The scarlet-robed youth's eyes turned to Jian Wushuang slowly, but he couldn't see his face because Jian Wushuang had pulled his bamboo hat down. "Rats." The scarlet-robed youth sneered with scorn. "Since you want the tricolor Highland vine, we will not fight for it. We're leaving." After saying that, Jian Wushuang turned and motioned for Chi Mei to leave. Chi Mei was unwilling to leave, but he had to because of Jian Wushuang. The scarlet-robed youth just sneered because he had never taken Jian Wushuang and Chi Mei seriously. Jian Wushuang and Chi Mei walked down the street. However, Chi Mei's face was sullen. That was humiliating. "I haven't been insulted like this since I reached the Saint Realm." Chi Mei complained, "Swordsman, why did you save their lives?" Yes. If Jian Wushuang hadn't stopped Chi Mei, the strong man with purple hair would have died. And surely, Chi Mei would kill the scarlet-robed youth as well. But he had been stopped by Jian Wushuang. "We are at the entrance to Ice Nether Valley, and they are watching everything we do. Besides, those 2 people should have backgrounds. Once you display your strength, you will definitely attract the Ice Nether Valley's attention. However, we are here to make trouble for the Ice Nether Valley. Therefore, it's better to be low-key before we act." Jian Wushuang's voice was cold and calm. "Those 2 people also came to attend the wedding. You can deal with them after we take action." Chi Mei went blank. Then he looked at Jian Wushuang, nodded unwillingly, and said, "You are stronger and the magic weapon is still in your hands, so you are the boss. But once this is done, I will kill him no matter who he is. After we finish our business here, you can do whatever you want to," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei lost their interest because of what happened, so they went back to their rooms. The next day, which was the day before the wedding ceremony, Ice Nether Valley opened its door to welcome all the incoming experts. Both Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei went to the entrance of Ice Nether Valley. Unfortunately, they met the scarlet-robed youth and the strong man with purple hair at the door. Haha, our young master will be very happy when he hears that Master Wuxin came. An expert from Ice Nether Valley enthusiastically welcomed the scarlet-robed youth. I haven't seen Brother Yi Chun in a long time. Could you lead me to see him? The scarlet-robed youth said. My pleasure. The expert from Ice Nether Valley led him, in person, into Ice Nether Valley. It attracted lots of attention at the door. Who is he? Why do they treat him so politely? Besides, it sounds like he has a good relationship with Yi Chun. Hee, I know him. He is the young sect master of Magic Cloud Sect, Nye Wuxin. People call him Master Wuxin. The Magic Cloud Sect is an affiliate of Ice Nether Valley, so they follow Ice Nether Valley's lead. Master Wuxin also has a good relationship with Yi Chun. He is Master Wuxin? Soon everyone knew who the scarlet-robed youth was. Magic Cloud Sect, Master Wuxin? Jin Wushuang smiled slightly, looked at Qi Mei, and said, sarcastically, Did you hear that? The young man we met yesterday is a young sect master. Magic Cloud Sect? Qi Mei sneered, I have heard of it. Though I don't know the sect master, I know the upper elder. He started comprehending domain not long ago, but his strength is weaker than mine. How could a two-bit sect be so arrogant? How ignorant they are. Chapter 326, The Treasure Auction. Chapter 326, The Treasure Auction. Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei entered Ice Nether Valley as solitary experts, so they were given a room. That night, the moon was dimmed by clouds. Tomorrow is the wedding day. Second brother must have arrived at Ice Nether Valley. Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei sat at a table, drinking tea and chatting. Hee, I'm so excited at the thought of tomorrow, Qi Mei replied and laughed in a strange way. Ice Nether Valley is too big and I don't know the way. Otherwise, I could look around and try to find fourth sister. That would be better. Jin Wushuang secretly shook his head. He planned to explore Ice Nether Valley tonight, but he finally gave up because it was too big. It all depends on tomorrow. A light of firmness flashed in Jin Wushuang's eyes. At the moment, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come on in. Both Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei looked at the door. The door opened. A disciple of Ice Nether Valley walked in and told Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei, Sir, there is a treasure auction in Dongling Pavilion. Many people will be there to bid, so I came here to inform you. A treasure auction? Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei looked at each other. It's being hosted by Ice Nether Valley. Many treasures will be auctioned, and our young sect master personally picked 3 valuable and rare treasures in honor of the guests who traveled so far, the disciple said. Really? Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows and asked. You can go if you're interested. Sorry to bother you. After saying that, the disciple left and went to inform the other guests. We have had rotten luck with treasure yesterday, and today there is a treasure auction. Treasure again? Qi Mei said and sneered. Come on, let's have a look, Jin Wushuang said and smiled slightly. Then they left for the Dongling Pavilion. The Dongling Pavilion was a 2-story pavilion that currently had many warriors gathered inside. So many people. Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei went to a corner on the 2nd floor. They looked around, but they were unable to find Yang Zixuan and his companions. At the center of the pavilion's 1st floor, the treasure auction was already in progress, and many treasures had been auctioned off. Currently, an origin manual was being auctioned. However, Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei looked down on the level of this origin manual. Still, there were many experts who were interested in bidding for it. Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei watched them indifferently. But he had to admit that there were many treasures. They were nothing to Jin Wushuang, or to experts of the Saint Realm such as Qi Mei, but they were valuable to experts in Yinyang Void Realm. More than an hour later, nearly 100 treasures had been auctioned off, and it was finally time for the main attraction, the final 3 treasures. At this point, Jin Wushuang and Qi Mei became curious. "Let's see what Master Yichun has picked," Jin Wushuang said and smiled. Among the final 3 treasures, the first one was a pure golden elixir that had been placed inside a jade box and gave off a fragrant smell. "It's a paleopole elixir?" Qi Mei was surprised. Jin Wushuang was also a little bit surprised. He had heard of it. The paleopole elixir was analogous with the Saint Breakthrough elixir, which meant it functioned similarly to a Saint Breakthrough elixir. It boosted the breakthrough to the Saint realm, but its effect was much weaker than the Saint Breakthrough elixir. A Saint Breakthrough elixir would increase the odds of success by 20%, but a paleopole elixir would only increase the chance by 5% at most. Still, it was enough to draw in experts at the peak of the Yang Void realm and even half-saints. As expected, the paleopole elixir caused a stir in the Dongling Pavilion. Many burning eyes focused on it. As soon as the elder announced the start of the auction, they immediately started bidding on it. Though the paleopole elixir's effect is much weaker than Saint Breakthrough elixir, it still helps. "Swordsman, aren't you even slightly interested in it?" Qi Mei looked at Jin Wushuang with interest, since he hadn't reached divine transcendence yet. "Less than 5%, it's not worth much to me." Jin Wushuang shook his head. Actually, he believed he could reach the Saint realm without a boost. A Saint Breakthrough elixir might slightly interest him, but he would not go crazy over it, let alone a paleopole elixir. The fierce bidding war for the paleopole elixir continued for 15 minutes. In the end, it was finally auctioned off for 8 million purple crystal spiritual liquid. 8 million purple crystal spiritual liquid wasn't a small number. It might be the total assets of an average Saint Realm expert. Once the first item was sold, the second item immediately appeared. It was a manual, a second-grade origin manual. A second-grade manual? Second grade? My God! The whole Dongling Pavilion became frenzied. On the Nanyang continent, only the 8 top sects had second-grade manuals, but those weak old sects didn't. At most, they had superior third-grade manuals. Now, a second-grade manual showed up in the auction. Surely, it would cause a ruckus. Yichun really brought out a big surprise. Qi Mei smiled and said, "Unfortunately, it's useless for me." Jin Wushuang was still indifferent, showing no interest in the origin manual. Finally, it was sold for 19 million purple crystal spiritual liquid. Finally, the last one appeared. It was a leaf. A leaf? Many warriors in the pavilion were stunned while looking at the leaf on the exhibition stand. Even Jin Wushuang felt weird as he looked at it. Chapter 327. I will give you a chance. Chapter 327. I will give you a chance. Both the first 2 treasures, the paleopole elixir and the second-grade origin manual, were precious. And the final item should be even more valuable. However, when the leaf appeared, no one could judge its real value. "That leaf," Jin Wushuang frowned, but he could tell that this item was out of the ordinary. Though it looked like a common leaf, he had a strange feeling that the leaf was like a world. Yes, that's it. This leaf contained a perfect world. "Gentlemen, this is the finale, a leaf." The expert of Ice Nether Valley said, "It belongs to a legendary tree, the World Tree." World Tree? Many warriors were confused. It's normal for you to not know about it. After all, it exists in legend, but has never been seen on the Nanyang continent. The Ice Nether Valley learned about it from an ancient book, the expert said. The legendary World Tree contains 2 worlds. One world that surrounds the tree, and another world that is inside the tree itself. Such an amazing tree is a divine treasure for those who meditate on world origin. Even a branch or a leaf is precious for them, let alone the whole tree. Anyone who is meditating on or going to meditate on world origin should try their best to buy it. His words caused a stir. A leaf from a world tree? A treasure for meditating on world origin? Jin Wushuang was surprised. While looking at the leaf, the desire in his eyes was getting stronger. But right at that moment, Brother Yichin really gave us a big surprise, a leaf from a world tree. Luckily, an elder in our sect meditates on world origin, so I bid 1,000 purple gems. An evil voice was suddenly heard from somewhere in the pavilion. Everyone turned towards the voice, where they saw a towering scarlet-robed youth who had a cold smile, standing in a corner on the second floor, and a strong man with purple hair. He is the young master of Magic Cloud Sect, Nya Wuxin. Master Wuxin. I heard the Magic Cloud Sect master meditated on world origin. Everyone recognized the scarlet-robed youth immediately. It's him. Jin Wushuang's face changed. That guy. Chimei had a somber look, but killing intent was secretly surging inside him. They had some tension with Nya Wuxin yesterday on the street. If Jin Wushuang hadn't stopped him, Chimei would have killed Nya Wuxin. Now, they had met each other again. Unfortunately, the leaf that Nya Wuxin was bidding on was also something Jin Wushuang wanted. Opponents always meet. 1,000 purple gems, quite a big offer, Jin Wushuang said and sneered. A purple gem was refined from a large amount of purple crystal spiritual liquid, so it was more valuable than purple crystal spiritual liquid. In general, the market price for a purple gem was 10,000 purple crystal spiritual liquid. Therefore, 1,000 purple gems equaled 10 million purple crystal spiritual liquid, which was nearly all the assets of a normal expert in the Saint Realm. There were lots of experts there, but few of them could offer 1,000 purple gems. Even if they could, they were not interested in it. Therefore, after Nya Wuxin offered his price, no one bid against him. However, the silence was quickly broken. 1,200 purple gems, Jin Wushuang said in a deep voice. Immediately, everyone turned to look at Jin Wushuang. Oh! Nya Wuxin hardened his eyes and looked at Jin Wushuang as well. Them? Nya Wuxin recognized Jin Wushuang and Chimei, but he despised them. He had made them bow to him on the street yesterday. Today they met again, so he definitely looked down upon them. 1,500 purple gems. Nya Wuxin bid again. 2,000 purple gems. Jin Wushuang followed without hesitation. He had killed so many experts. More importantly, he killed the Lord of Skywave Prefecture, Manyan, and Tanfeng. As two overlords in the Tang dynasty, they possessed a large amount of assets, much more than what a normal expert in the Saint Realm had. Among them, there were even a few special treasures. Therefore, 2,000 purple gems was a small number to Jin Wushuang. When the price was increased to 2,000 purple gems, Nya Wuxin changed his expression. He snorted and said, 2,100 purple gems, that's my final offer. I will give up if there is a higher bid. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jin Wushuang said, 2,200 purple gems. He bid again, without any hesitation. To get what he wanted, he was willing to fork over all his assets. 2,000 purple gems was nothing to him. Nya Wuxin's face fell. He glanced coldly at Jin Wushuang and said, in a deep voice, Kid, congratulations. After that, Nya Wuxin turned and left. I didn't expect him to give up so easily, Chimei said while smiling. Jin Wushuang had an indifferent look in his eyes. He didn't care at all. Soon an expert of Ice Nether Valley sent the leaf to Jin Wushuang, and Jin Wushuang paid him the 2,200 purple gems. With the final item sold, the treasure auction also came to an end. Many warriors went back to their rooms. So did Jin Wushuang and Chimei. However, as soon after they left the Dongling Pavilion, two figures blocked their path. They were Nya Wuxin and the strong man with purple hair. I told you. Upon identifying the people in front of them, Chimei smiled. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Nya Wuxin. Why are you standing in our way, Master Wuxin? Nya Wuxin's face was cold and his words were also cold. I will give you a choice. Let me buy the leaf from you for 1,000 purple gems. Or, Chapter 328, The Wedding Ceremony. Chapter 328, The Wedding Ceremony. Or what? Jian Wushuang stared at Nie Wuxin with a calm face. If he had been threatening someone else, it might have worked. But it didn't work on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stopped Qi Mei on the street before because he didn't want to draw attention. In fact, both he and Qi Mei looked down upon Nie Wuxin. Even if it was the whole magic cloud sect, Jian Wushuang wouldn't care. Kid, I wouldn't mind killing you, Nie Wuxin said coldly. Oh? Do you plan to kill us inside Ice Nether Valley? Jian Wushuang said. He had nothing to fear and didn't worry about drawing Ice Nether Valley's attention. After all, they were inside Ice Nether Valley. They were all guests. He wouldn't do it unless he was out of mind. Therefore, Jian Wushuang didn't worry at all. Fine. Nie Wuxin smiled coldly and said, You're right. We're inside Ice Nether Valley right now, so I can't do anything. But you can't stay here forever, can you? After tomorrow's wedding, you have to leave, and then there will be no one to help you. After saying that, Nie Wuxin snorted and left with the strong man with purple hair. Swordsman, how could you not be angry? If I were you, I would have killed him. Qi Mei stood beside Jian Wushuang and said with an interesting smile. He's a contemptible scoundrel. Why should I care? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. We should pay more attention to tomorrow's wedding, Yichan, in Ice Nether Valley. After coming back to the room, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on his bed and took out the leaf. You cost me over 2,000 purple gems. Don't let me down. Jian Wushuang had a slight expectation. Early the next morning, before the sun had even risen over the horizon. After sitting on the bed for the whole night, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and took a breath as a smile spread across his face. It really is a treasure for comprehending world origin. A leaf which seems plain but contains the power of a whole world, as steady as the Nanyang continent. Unbelievable. Mysterious. Jian Wushuang was happy. After meditating with the leaf for one night, he had a greater understanding of world origin. The world in the leaf inspired him a lot. It's just one leaf. Jian Wushuang couldn't help wondering, what about the whole world tree? At this moment, rat-a-tat, 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 one by one, the bells tolled in a deep and resonant voice, reverberating through the Ice Nether Valley. Is the wedding beginning? Jian Wushuang raised his head with a firm and cold light sparkling in his eyes. When the bell tolled, the experts of all forces, sects, and solitary experts who had come to Ice Nether Valley began gathering toward the huge platform at the center of Ice Nether Valley. Jian Wushuang and Qi Mei went there as well. Lots of people had gathered there, but they were separated into two groups. One was for experts from forces and sects of the Nanyang continent. Almost all the famous sects of the Nanyang continent had sent representatives. Those who stood at the foremost were from Holy Emperor Palace and Alchemy School, followed by the two valleys, 4 temples, and 8 sects. Among the 8 sects, the Daluo Heaven sect had replaced the Wilderness Sword sect as one of the top 8 sects after the fight half a year ago. Those who stood behind them were from old sects of some renown on the Nanyang continent. Compared with the top sects, those old sects were much weaker. Magic Cloud sect was one of the old sects, and Master Wuxin led the representatives from the Magic Cloud sect. The other group was the place where solitary experts gathered. The wedding in the Ice Nether Valley attracted lots of solitary experts. Jian Wushuang and Qi Mei stood with them. However, the people surrounding them stared at them from time to time. Are they the men who bought the leaf from the World Tree at the treasure auction last night? I heard that Master Wuxin asked to buy the leaf for 1,000 purple gems after the treasure auction, but they refused. If I were him, I would refuse too. The leaf is valuable, and he paid 2,200 purple gems for it. However, Master Wuxin wants to buy it for only 1,000 purple gems. He must be kidding. No, that was a threat. Wait and see. Master Wuxin can do nothing to them while they are in the Ice Nether Valley, but once they leave, Master Wuxin will go after them. Many people were secretly discussing Jian Wushuang and Qi Mei while looking at them with pity in their eyes. However, Jian Wushuang and Qi Mei were calm and unruffled. Jian Wushuang looked directly at the place where the experts from those powerful sects gathered. First, he looked at Holy Emperor Palace. Holy Emperor Palace had sent 3 men to attend the wedding. The leader was a strong elder, who seemed like an ordinary man, but he was actually an expert of the saint realm. The 2 others were just half-saints. It was normal. Experts of the saint realm had a high ranking and were core warriors in a sect. Holy Emperor Palace and Alchemy School only had a few of them. It was quite an honor for Holy Emperor Palace to send one to attend the wedding. The people standing next to them were from the Alchemy School. They were led by Wang Yuan. Jian Wushuang didn't know the 2 others, but he could tell that they had already reached divine transcendence with a single glance. Except for Holy Emperor Palace and Alchemy School, Jian Wushuang only glanced at the other sects, paying little attention to them. Then his eyes turned towards the area with the solitary experts. His eyes immediately focused on a man with a cold face, wearing a blood-red saber on his back. Chapter 329, Blocking the Glazed Carriage. Chapter 329, Blocking the Glazed Carriage. Naturally, the cold man was Yang Zixuan. He stood there cold and alone, attracting no attention. Jian Wushuang glanced through the crowd, only taking notice of Yang Zixuan. He thought that Wine Master, Lady Black, and others were probably hiding. Dung! A deep and grave bell sounded. Many figures slowly walked toward the platform from off in the distance. They were experts from Ice Nether Valley, led by the Valley Master. Is that Yi Chen? Jian Wushuang noticed a figure in the crowd. He was a young man in a light golden formal dress and looked dignified and handsome. He wore a gentle smile that left a kind and polite impression on people. At that moment, like Jian Wushuang, countless people on the platform stared at the young man. After all, the young man was one of the main characters of this big wedding. Haha, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, the Valley Master of Ice Nether Valley said in a clear and loud voice. Here, serve the wine. Immediately, a lot of disciples from Ice Nether Valley came forward with wine jars, pouring wine into the experts' glasses. Although Jian Wushuang was in the solitary expert region, he still received a bowl of wine. Thanks a million for coming. Please allow me to make a toast to all of you with this bowl of wine. Yi Chen was the first one to stand up, raising up his bowl and showing a modest pose as he drank the bowl of wine. Giving face to Yi Chen, the experts on the platform also drank the wine. Except for Jian Wushuang, who directly poured his wine on the ground. Aha! It's a pity to waste such good wine, Qi Mei, who was beside him, laughed and said. I'm not willing to drink his wine, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Qi Mei frowned, but didn't say anything. Master Yi Chen, why are you the only one at your wedding? Where is your wife? A purple-haired elder in the sect region asked with a bright laugh. Exactly. Yi Chen, you should invite your wife here. Nia Wuxin also commented and laughed. Hearing this, Yi Chen revealed a smile on his face and glanced at the Ice Nether Valley Master. After seeing the latter nod, he stood up again and then clapped. Clap, clap. The clapping sound echoed. Then, the next moment, dung, dung, pong, pong, boom. The deep and grave bell, a thick and vigorous drum, the hint of a fierce gong, as well as the long soulful sound of an Amphion lyre, abruptly sounded throughout the area. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, several sounds of monsters sounded and 4 huge monsters entered everyone's sight. Each of them was over 3 meters high, and the 4 monsters looked like 4 mountains. These 4 huge monsters were a kind of spirit beast that was similar to a rhino. They had rough and thick skin with sharp horns on their forehead. They pulled a carriage made of colored glass while walking forward through the air. Unicorn? The extremely rare unicorn, well known for its dignity, is a beast at the peak of the Yang Void realm. He actually has 4 unicorns pulling the carriage. How glamorous! What a grand and impressive wedding. Immediately, people were overjoyed and shocked by what they saw. Inside of that carriage sat Su-ro. Today, Su-ro was in a light pink dress that trailed behind on the ground, with a cloud belt tightened around her slender waist, which made her seem very lithe. Her hair was tied up into a bun with a coral hairpin, which caused her gorgeous face to look even more beautiful, like a blooming flower. Her beauty was intoxicating. All the people had been attracted by Su-ro's beauty. On the forefront stood Yi-chun, smiling. His heart was full of excitement as he looked at the absolute beauty in the glazed carriage. I have been waiting for 10 years. This day is finally here. It's almost time. A hint of craze spontaneously appeared in Yi-chun's eyes. The reason he was feeling so impatient was not that he was marrying Su-ro, but because of Su-ro's virginity. The extreme body of a virgin was an absolute treasure. While all the people on the platform were busy staring at Su-ro, Jin Wushuang and Yang Zixuan looked at each other, then slightly nodding their heads. The next moment, they slowly strode forward and quickly arrived at the center of the platform, blocking the path of the glazed carriage. What? All the warriors were confounded and looked at the two in surprise. What are they trying to do? Curiosities emerged from the bottom of everyone's heart. Fourth sister, why didn't you tell us about your wedding? That's not very nice, is it? Jin Wushuang's voice echoed. It was not until Su-ro heard this that her cold expression and the blank look in her eyes changed. Su-ro recognized Jin Wushuang's voice immediately, even though he covered his face with a bamboo hat. Wushuang? Zixuan? Su-ro felt astonished. Jin Wushuang raised his head and looked at Su-ro while smiling. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures blocking the glazed carriage instantly moved, rushing toward the glazed carriage. What? Oh no! All the experts in the area were shocked. Many experts from the Ice Nether Valley stood up, and the Valley Master's face instantly became gloomy. They are courting death. There was a man sitting on the back of one of unicorns that was pulling the glazed carriage. He was the driver of the 4 unicorns. When he saw Jin Wushuang and Yang Zixuan rushing toward the glazed carriage, he snorted coldly. The 4 unicorns possessed intelligence, so they became fierce. They raised their 4 single horns and violently dashed toward Jin Wushuang and Yang Zixuan. They were all spirit beasts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Not only did they have the sharpest horns, they also possessed great power. Evil monsters, get out of my way! Jin Wushuang's voice thundered, instantaneously radiating a mighty killing intent. The dashing unicorns stared with their huge eyes, but their steps instantly paused in the air, and they made no further movements. Jin Wushuang and Yang Zixuan appeared in front of the carriage with no one blocking them. After chopping off the chains connecting the 4 unicorns and the glazed carriage, Jin Wushuang and Yang Zixuan stood on opposing sides of the glazed carriage and quietly began floating in the air. Whoosh! 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 In the area surrounding them, a large number of figures appeared in quick succession. Jin Wushuang and Yang Zixuan had been completely surrounded by many experts from Ice Nether Valley. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.